Chapter 1, Price Depreciation by a Billion Times. Mengyu, let's break up.
Chen Xinxiang just confessed to me at the Wanhao restaurant, and I accepted. I'm sorry, you're a good person, but we're really not right for each other.
You can't give me the life I want.
Chen Xinxiang has $1,000,000 annual salary after graduation, and his Porsche is much better than your little electric moped. He can take me into high society, so I'm sorry. Mengyu was pushing a shopping cart and waiting in line at the checkout counter of the supermarket when he received a WeChat message from his girlfriend breaking up with him. He shook his head and smiled, and a look of indifference flashed in his eyes. He asked himself, he had been good enough to his ex-girlfriend. Holiday gifts, taking care of him when he was sick, paying for shopping trips, treating him to meals, etc. Basically, he spent 80% of his salary every month. Mengyu never expected that his girlfriend would break up with him without warning.
Although his ex-girlfriend was quite attractive, he was also very handsome.
In college, there were so many girls who chased after him, and there were no lack of rich and beautiful girls. The reason he chose his ex-girlfriend was because they were classmates for 3 years in high school. But he never imagined that after 7 years of friendship, after graduation, he would succumb to the temptations of high society.
As for this Chen Xinxiang,
this person is Meng Hao's famous playboy at the school he attended. Not only is he a socialite, but he also has a pretty girlfriend who basically changes every month.
He was once involved in a lawsuit for alleged sexual assault.
Meng Hao used to sigh with emotion that being rich and having a free will is great, but he never expected Chen Xinxiang to steal his girlfriend.
Shit, can you do whatever you want just because you're rich? What a fucking bastard.
I curse his ancestors for 18 generations.
Ding. The system has been unlocked after detecting an increase in the host's anger level. The novice gift pack has been sent to the system backpack. Would the host like to open it? Open it. Mengyu was ecstatic.
He never thought that the system that only existed in novels would actually be given to him today.
It was so cool. He just didn't know what the newbie gift package would contain. The novice gift package is being opened.
Congratulations, host, you have received a random world price magic box.
Would you like to open it? A random magic box of world prices? What is this? Why isn't there a system explanation? Mengyu was puzzled.
He had only heard of Pandora's box. However, Mengyu's many years of reading novels had taught him that the novice gift package must be opened, or else there would be blood loss.
Open it.
The world price magic box is opening.
Ding.
The random transformation of world prices has been completed, and all prices have been devalued by 1,000,000,000 times.
The host's savings have been successfully immune to devaluation. The world's prices have just been devalued by 1,000,000,000 times? Mengyu looked around in a circle and felt a little confused. He didn't see any changes either. Hey, it's your turn. Did you forget to bring money?
Then go out first, don't delay the customers behind you. The pretty cashier reminded him in a neutral tone. Her face was so delicate that it was a bit too much, like a fairy who had descended to earth. She was several times more beautiful than Mengyu's ex-girlfriend, but for some reason she was willing to work as a small cashier in a supermarket, even though this was the largest shopping mall in the center of Nanhang. Mengyu suddenly came back to his senses and looked at the cashier and smiled awkwardly. It turned out that it was his turn to check out.
Sorry, I was distracted. I have the money,
he said, and moved the items in the shopping cart one by one to the cash register, just as he always did. The scanner beeped, and the price barcodes were scanned one by one.
86 NTD. The pretty cashier tore off the receipt and looked at Mengyu. She thought to herself, "You little brat, aren't you just like those dogs that lick people's feet, wanting to take the opportunity of waiting in line to take a few more looks at me?" He actually lost his concentration.
These licking dogs really have no self-control. However, the next action of Mengyu made her and the passers-by behind her in line have a heart-pounding spasm and their faces changed dramatically. Mengyu calmly took out a 100 yuan red bill and handed it to the cashier. The red 100 yuan bill was not much different from the past, except that it was thicker, softer, more flexible, and had an additional layer of dark gold on the border, making it look noble and elegant. The security thread in the middle of the bill is still there, but it has become pure gold. This, dear sir, you have the wrong banknote.
It's only 86 cents.
The pretty cashier suddenly stammered. She looked at the huge banknote in front of her, and her cheeks flushed. This gentleman must have known her true identity. And he was asking for her hand in marriage, showing off his wealth, right? How else could he have paid with $100 bill? $100 is equal to 100 billion non, which is the super large bill used by large banks, countries and corporations to exchange funds. Even if she sold the shopping mall in the city center where her family lives, it would probably not be enough to cover 1% of the face value of the bill. Everyone was talking about it. Holy shit, is this the legendary $100 gold vault note? There's no mistake. Who in Xia would dare to imitate the 100 yuan red banknote? Even the notorious outlaw Zhang San wouldn't dare to imitate it. I've never seen anything like this before. This person is definitely not buying groceries with a $100 bill. No. Poverty limits your imagination. 100 yuan is 100 billion yuan, enough to buy the entire Wufujing shopping mall. AWSL. This is terrifying, isn't it? I want to worship the rich. I want to give birth to a monkey for him. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. The important thing is that I like the handsome guy who comes to the supermarket to shop. Can the handsome guy exchange contact information? Very quickly. The pretty cashier noticed that some of the customers in line were looking at her strangely. She pressed the alarm button, took out the walkie-talkie, called the security guard, and the security guards from the whole supermarket gathered at the cashier's desk to escort a gentleman away. Meng Yu was full of questions. How can this be called security? But no matter how she tried to explain, the pretty cashier insisted on escorting him out with security. A burgundy Rolls-Royce Phantom was on its way to Meng Yu's house, escorted by 4 bodyguard cars. Dear sir, how can you casually walk around with a $100 bill in your hand? You are a super rich man, and you don't understand the dangers of the lower classes, nor do you know how terrible the poor can be when they are mad. The pretty cashier softly reminded him, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. In her opinion, Meng Yu's act of taking out a $100 bill in front of everyone was undoubtedly a very courageous declaration. Compared to this, what luxury cruise ships and what sea of roses are weak? Should she accept it? Or should she hold back a little and accept it later? Is 100 yuan really that rare? Isn't it pretty common? Meng Yu was full of question marks. To be honest, from paying the bill to being escorted to the limousine, his mind was buzzing. The pretty cashier's eyes widened and her breathing quickened. For a distinguished person like you, 100 yuan may indeed be common. After all, you bought the Pingo company in the Beacon country for 10,000 yuan, but ordinary people like us can't see it. After all, 1 yuan is equal to 1,000 millimeters, 10 million micrometers, and 1 billion nanometers. For ordinary people, not to mention 100 yuan in cash, even 1 yuan is worth risking their lives. Although our country has excellent public security and the $100 bills have a micro-engraved positioning system, you should still bring some bodyguards along. After all, you are carrying so much money. A large sum of money? What's going on? Meng Yu was taken aback. He then remembered what the system had said. The prices of the whole world have depreciated 1 billion times. Chapter 2, The Low-Key and Mysterious Richest Man in the World? Acquiring Pingwa for a few $1,000s? Are you sure you didn't buy a Pingo mobile phone? Meng Yu looked at the pretty waitress with a look of insanity, making her feel uncomfortable. Pingwa's market value was 2 trillion yuan in the past, equivalent to 13 trillion nanometers. Meng Yu silently converted it. 10,000 yuan equals 10 million nanobillions. 10 million nanometers equals 10 billion micronanos. 10 billion micronano yuan equals 10 trillion nano yuan. Although 10,000 yuan is not comparable to the market value of Pingwa, the market value is inflated, and it is definitely not possible to convert it into cash on a one-to-one basis. If it is really acquired, the purchasing power of 10,000 yuan is completely sufficient. This is crazy. Meng Yu, a recent college graduate, could not even imagine owning a house or a car, and suddenly he had the wealth to buy Pingwa. He was so scared that he quickly took out his mobile phone and opened the Xiagua Bank app. He stared at the mobile banking interface, and when he saw the balance of 13,200 yuan, he almost fainted from happiness after confirming that the unit behind it was indeed yuan. Because Meng Yu didn't deliberately hide it, the pretty waitress glanced at it in a hurry, and her eyes were shocked, and her heartbeat accelerated again. A household with a net worth of 10,000 yuan?
This is the richest man in Siagwa, right? How did he make so much money at such a young age? But for such an outstanding man, it is obvious that she would never be able to catch up with him. He is young and talented, handsome and romantic, and she absolutely has to take the initiative. Sometimes, if she takes the initiative, there will be a story. If she holds back, another girl will take him away. By then, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Let's get acquainted. My name is Morong Chienyu. My father is the boss of the Morong Group. I was just experiencing the life of a cashier. Alas! This is popular in high society these days. I didn't expect you to be experiencing life as well. Morong Chienyu said with a familiar tone.
Meng Yu was dressed in a shabby outfit, but she didn't care. Because she was also wearing the uniform of a supermarket cashier.
What's so strange about that?
When you're experiencing life, don't even mention wearing street clothes, there are even rich people who wear beggars' clothes.
Meng Yu was still a little confused, so she responded casually, my name is Meng Yu.
I just graduated from college and I'm an ordinary worker. When she heard this, Morong Chienyu covered her mouth with her hand and smiled with her eyes like a crescent moon.
Mr. Meng, you are really into the role, so serious. No wonder you are already a millionaire at such a young age. If you are willing to disclose your wealth, I am afraid that the richest man in Xia will have nothing to do with Shuangma. She was right. The current richest man in Xia, Nanhang Ma, has a net worth of only about 4,000 yuan, and his rival, Shencheng Ma, is not much better off. Recently, the throne of the richest man in Xia has always been taken by the two horses in turn. However, the combined wealth of the two is not as good as Meng Yu. Even the world's richest man, Amazon CEO Jack Bezos, only has 7,750 yuan, which is far less than Meng Yu's bank balance. However, Morong Chienyu knew that this was very possible. Because some ancient families, such as the Rothschild family, may have more wealth than the world's richest person on the surface. So Morong Chienyu guessed that Meng Yu might be the sole heir to an ancient Xia family, and that would explain why he had so much money in the bank. After all, the low-key character of the Xia people is praised by the people of the world. Meng Yu, who was bursting with happiness, leaned back in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, looked at Morong Chienyu's soft and charming eyes, and asked casually. The interior of this Rolls-Royce is very luxurious. How much did you pay for it? This Rolls-Royce Phantom was a graduation gift from my father. It seems to be 4 cents. Morong Chienyu couldn't help but sit closer to Meng Yu. 4 cents?
Meng Yu's mouth twitched, which meant that a small meat bun that used to cost 50 cents could now buy 10 luxury sports cars.
If this is true. Meng Yu quickly opened the real estate app on his phone. He had downloaded it when he was looking for a place to rent a while ago. He had also looked at the prices of second-hand properties at the time, and was almost knocked unconscious by the prices in the center of Nanhang. 21,000 per square meter. Even if he doesn't eat or drink for 10 years, he still can't afford a 70 square meter small house. The reason why his girlfriend left him was actually due to this reality. However, Meng Yu has now come to terms with it. The woman who left him can regret it for the rest of her life. After all, it's not easy to find a 3-legged toad in the world, but there are plenty of 2-legged girls. For example, the pretty girl in front of him in the Rolls-Royce, her looks and figure are several streets ahead of his ex-girlfriend. The air conditioning in this car seems to be broken. Morong Chienyu bit her lip and complained. She took off her cashier's jacket, sending a wave of fragrance that made Meng Yu feel a little restless, but when he thought of his ex-girlfriend's cruel words, his face turned cold. But it made Morong Chienyu feel a little panicked. It's over. It's over. He must think she's frivolous. She should have been more reserved. Mr. Meng, please don't misunderstand me. I was just so excited to see you that my body started to heat up. I'm usually very conservative. Morong Chienyu began to worry. If it were normal, even if she met the school's most handsome guy, she would be too lazy to explain, but Meng Yu's savings exceeded the world's richest man, and he was really rich. Even if she is a cold goddess, she can't hold on. It's none of your business. I just got dumped. By the way, tell the driver to change lanes to the Marriott restaurant. I have to get back at him. Meng Yu said calmly. He had already seen through the little tricks in Morong Chienyu's heart. But he didn't say it out loud. Because Meng Yu is single now, and so is Morong Chienyu,
so it's only natural that Morong Chinyu would pursue him. After all, with the help of the system, his wealth is already extremely impressive.
What? Morong Chinyu was stunned by the news. What kind of woman would dare to dump Mr. Meng? Is she out of her mind? Chapter 3, Make a Friend for a Penny. Can a super handsome guy like Meng Yu be dumped? That woman must be blind. Morong Chinyu said she couldn't understand.
But when she looked at Meng Yu's simple clothes, she realized the key point. It must be that Meng Yu hid his wealth, so that woman chose to leave because she was poor and loved wealth.
But if that woman knew the truth, would she regret it and die on the spot?
To know that you have missed out on the world's richest young man is a terrible disappointment for a gold-digging woman.
Morong Chinyu thought with some schadenfreude. But she was a little relieved that the woman had given up her position.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have this opportunity to get close to the top second generation of the Xiao family. Without Morong Chinyu having to say a word, the driver had already sensibly changed the route to the Wanhao restaurant and reminded Meng Yu that he had 5 minutes to arrive.
Suddenly, Meng Yu had a good idea.
His mouth curled up slightly.
Beautiful Miss Morong, can you do me a favor and be a human shield? Afterwards, I will give you a penny.
This.
Morong Chinyu was initially going to refuse, but a penny was too much. It was equivalent to 10 million NTD, enough to buy a high-end Porsche.
And it would also give her the chance to get to know Meng Yu. She definitely had to say yes to such a win-win situation.
A penny is too much. How about this, let's be friends and you can treat me to dinner next time. Morong Chinyu smiled.
After thinking it over, she still refused the penny.
Because she didn't want to have a transactional relationship with Meng Yu. It was too cold and not conducive to the development of a relationship.
Besides, although a penny is a lot, she doesn't need it at home. What she needs is a handsome boyfriend who is also the richest man in the world. Meng Yu nodded slightly, of course, and by the way, prepare a mask for me. Since Morong Chinyu had offered to be friends, Meng Yu was naturally very happy. Putting aside her looks and figure, her status as the daughter of the Morong group would be of great help to Meng Yu in adapting to his new identity as a millionaire.
Morong Chinyu smiled like a flower. I happen to have a pair of masks here. I usually use them for parties. They are black and neutral. If you don't mind, I can give them to you. She took out a black half-face mask from her Hermes bag.
This mask can only cover the upper half of the face, and the chin and mouth are not covered.
Meng Yu took a look.
Although the outline of the mask is a bit softer, it is obviously not a mask for women.
Thank you. But can you sit a little closer? It's a bit crowded. Meng Yu took the mask and put it on his face.
He was a big man, so he didn't have any particular concerns about cleanliness, especially since the other person was a beautiful woman.
Hey! I'm sorry. Morong Chinyu's face flushed.
She didn't know when she had become so close to Meng Yu, but the truth was that he fit her ideal of a husband so well that she couldn't help herself.
Morong Chinyu coughed embarrassedly twice and sat far away on the other side.
This scene made her think of the boys who had pursued her. Those boys often sat like this in order to maintain their gentlemanly demeanor, but she never expected that the roles would be reversed this time.
5 minutes passed in a flash.
In a burst of tire and ground friction, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the main entrance of the Juanhao restaurant.
Mr. Meng, wait a moment. I had someone bring 2 suits for you, one by Dior and one by Armani.
They are the latest styles.
See if you like them. Morong Chinyu winked proudly.
She opened the car window and reached out to accept the 3 paper bags handed in by her subordinate, and handed them over to Meng Yu like a treasure.
Since you are going to your ex-girlfriend to make a scene, how can you continue to wear ordinary clothes?
Meng Yu also thought of this, and was slightly surprised by her meticulousness.
Miss Morong was thoughtful.
After changing into a black Armani suit, Meng Yu got out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom wearing a black mask and walked straight into the Juanhao restaurant, holding the arm of Morong Chinyu, who had also changed into a Hermes women's suit. With such a show of wealth, Meng Yu believed that even if his ex-girlfriend recognized him, she would definitely not recognize him. Meng Yu arrived at the front desk and, pretending to be Chen Xinxiang's friend, easily found out Chen Xinxiang's table number and location.
He was at table 9 in the Golden Jade Hall on the 5th floor. At table 9 in the Golden Jade Hall, 3 men and 3 women were drinking and eating.
Wang Li, you're with Chen Ge now, you'll be rich and famous in the future.
Don't worry, Chengu has already turned over a new leaf. He was just a fool at the university, but he'll definitely be faithful to you in the future. A flirtatious woman flattered. She is Wang Li's best friend and the matchmaker between Wang Li and Chen Xinxiang. Between the wine cups and the wine cups. Wang Li's face was complex, and she was already a little drunk. In a trance, she thought of her ex-boyfriend, whom she had been with for 7 years, and she missed him a little. But when she looked down at the diamond ring on her finger, this feeling of nostalgia completely disappeared. Yes, Chen Xinxiang is not a good person, but he is rich. He just gave her a diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to confirm their relationship. It was more than the value of all the gifts she had received from Meng Yu over the 7 years they had been together. And she thought that as a man got older, he would gradually become more sensible. Maybe she could make Chen Xinxiang change his mind? That would definitely be better than being with Meng Yu. That's right. Meng Yu is handsome, and it's not an exaggeration to call him the school's most handsome boy, but being handsome doesn't pay the bills, and it certainly doesn't buy handbags and expensive cosmetics. After all, having money is the key. Suddenly, the waiter led a man and a woman over and slowly sat down at table 8 in the Golden Jade Hall. Chapter 4. What a coincidence. That's what many girls say. In the Golden Jade Hall. After the two guests sat down at table 8, they attracted the attention of the neighboring tables. The male guest was dressed in black Armani, looking like a handsome and elegant man. Although he was wearing a black mask, the 3 women at table 9 knew from his chin, mouth, and eyes that he was a handsome man. After all, the woman next to him was a noble lady in the latest Hermes luxury women's clothing. Although the 3 women can't afford Hermes. But that doesn't stop them from being passionate about pursuing these world-famous designer clothes. And this young lady has an angelic face and a devilish figure, which is a complete blow to them. This makes the 3 women feel a little ashamed of themselves. The man who can make such a woman his girlfriend must be handsome and come from an unimaginable family background. He is simply the perfect Prince Charming. If possible, the 3 women would love to be the woman sitting next to the man, even if it was just a one-night stand. It would be a wonderful encounter. This beautiful lady in a beige dress, may I have the honor of having lunch with you? Meng Yu smiled. His voice was deliberately hoarse, which was quite different from his original tone. This was also one of the reasons why he was confident enough to dress up and find a place to meet. To be honest, he is an amateur voice actor. This Wang Li hesitated for a moment, but after a moment of thought, she politely declined. No, thank you. My boyfriend is here. But sir, haven't we met somewhere before? I feel like I know you. What a coincidence. Many girls say that. What about the other 2 ladies? I wonder if I'll have the pleasure of dining with you. I like it lively. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Clothes make the man. With the help of Armani's men's clothing, his temperament has improved a lot. Wang Li, I can't stand you, you gold-digging, pretentious green tea bitch. Familiar? I'm more familiar than you. You broke up with your boyfriend of 7 years for money, and you're still pretending to be pure? No one would believe it. Handsome guy, if she's not going, I'm going. The 3rd woman at table 9 sneered. After that, she simply and neatly sat down at table 8. As for the future, she won't have any friends? After all, she has a group of friends who are only interested in food and drink. Losing 5 of them is no big deal. But meeting people from high society is a matter of luck. She knew this as well as anyone. After a few words of exchange, Meng Yu learned that her name was Wu Rui, from a business family, a simple and straightforward material girl. The man at table 8 looked very gloomy, because Wu Rui was his female companion. Meng Yu's move was like a slap in the face. But the other party was very powerful, and he didn't dare offend him, so he decided to leave early. At this moment, Chen Xinxiang whispered a few words in his ear, and he looked at Meng Yu in surprise, his eyes revealing undisguised contempt. Another waiter came to table 8 with a menu. As the Juanhao restaurant is one of the largest restaurants in downtown Nanhang, the service is naturally meticulous and thoughtful. Each table has its own dedicated waiter. There are also professional waiters in charge of ordering and delivering food. Of course, the price is naturally very high. A plate of organic vegetables costs over $100, and the minimum table charge for the Golden Jade Hall is as high as $10,000. Meng Yu gestured to the waiter to let Morong Chin Yu order. I didn't expect Morong Chinyu to be so rude. I'm tired of Marriott's food. I don't need to order anything. Just bring me your signature dishes and 2 cups of honeydew juice. Okay, but we have a new Sichuan chef in our restaurant, so we have a new dish. This dish is called the Supreme Crab, and it uses a rare king crab, scientific name, giant fiddler crab, weighing more than 66 kilograms as the main ingredient, supplemented by 9 kinds of expensive mountain delicacies. Would you like to try it? However, the price is a bit expensive, and after the discount, it is still 660,000 NGN. The waiter smiled and said. Morong Chinyu hesitated for a moment. Although she was very willing to spend 660,000 to try something new, after all, this money was a drop in the bucket for her and Mengyu. But will this kind of spending give Mengyu a bad impression? Go ahead, I'm not short of money. Mengyu smiled indifferently. Although he had lost his sense of money due to the magic box of the system, he knew that he was richer than the richest man in the world, and that was enough. As long as he doesn't touch those bottomless pits, he can spend his wealth for 10 lifetimes just on eating, drinking, and having fun. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I'll inform the chefs to prepare it right away. The waiter left with the menu. Wu Rui witnessed the scene before her eyes and was even more convinced that her choice was correct. If she had sat at table 9, she would not have had the pleasure of trying the new 660,000 NTD dish, the Supreme Fresh Crab. Wow, a 66 catty king crab. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. You too. It's such a shame, Zhaoinger. Why do you have to pretend to be innocent like that bitch? Wu Rui looked at Wang Li defiantly. Wang Li glared at Wu Rui, then turned to Chen Xinxiang with a pleading look. Chen Xinxiang frowned. Although Chen Xinxiang is also a second-generation rich, he has just graduated and his family doesn't actually give him much money. It's about 100,000 NTD a month, and the Porsche and luxury house were both gifts from his parents when he graduated. So he can't afford the Supreme Fresh Crab. Miss Wu was talking nonsense. But the 3 of us at the table really can't eat 66 catties of king crab. It would be a waste. Why don't you 2 ladies come over and eat it together? Meng Yu continued to invite. The flirtatious woman Zhaoinger was tempted. That was a huge 66 gene crab, which she had never eaten before. If she missed this opportunity, she would never have a chance to eat it again in her life. Even Wang Li was struggling. Chapter 5, Does the king crab go better with red wine? Morong Chinyu looked at Meng Yu. Strangely. He knew that this tall, rich and handsome guy was looking for a place to play, but he didn't know what he was singing about now. Is he preparing to get back together with his ex-girlfriend? No way. She, Morong Chinyu, is far superior to Wang Li in terms of figure, looks, family background, ability, chastity, and so on. And in front of her current boyfriend. Suddenly, Chen Xinxiang stood up with a gloomy look on his face. Brother, we're fine playing our own games, but you've gone too far. I've crossed the line? Ha ha. Meng Yu chuckled, but in his heart, he wanted to rub the kid against the ground. The so-called hatred of killing one's father and taking one's wife is a matter of life and death. Although the gap between girlfriend and wife is very large, this is definitely not something that can be laughed off. He's going to get smashed today. Chen Xinxiang looked at Meng Yu's relaxed smile and his face became even more gloomy. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not following the rules. You're actually a gigolo who's being supported by the Morong family's eldest daughter, right? Morong Chinyu has a fiancé, the heir to the Wang group, so how could she be your girlfriend? Besides, your outfit, although it is indeed an authentic Armani, is obviously not very well-fitting, and you must have rented it on a temporary basis, right? Upon hearing this, Meng Yu smiled and said nothing, but instead looked at Morong Chinyu with a half-smile. When Morong Chinyu, who was watching the play, heard this, her face changed dramatically. Which little thing without rules is talking nonsense in front of my boyfriend? Do you want your wings to be broken? Muyang Qianyu was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. She thought that the young lady of the Morong family was picky and difficult to please. It was not easy for her to meet a man with suitable qualifications and who was also particularly interesting. How dare someone come out and ruin everything? Is she really being treated like a kitty cat when she is not showing her tiger's claws? Chen Xinxiang's face grew even uglier, but he didn't dare to respond, because the Morong family was far more powerful than the Chun family, and they were simply not in the same league. If he really angered the real Morong Chinyu, he might not be able to get away with it.
This can be seen from the fact that he knows Morong Chinyu, but Morong Chinyu doesn't know him. After scolding Chen Xinxiang, she turned her head and saw Meng Yu's smile.
She explained with a stiff neck, "My fiancé was agreed by my father and the Wang family elders. I was barely a year old at the time. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you with the family's trivial affairs. I'm not going to marry that idiot from the Wang family anyway." The daughter of the Morong group in Nanhang City?
Zhao Ying'er and Wang Li looked at each other in shock, seeing themselves as ugly ducks in the mud compared to the noble ladies of this caliber.
As for Chen Xinxiang's doubts, the two women did not believe it either.
After all, Miss Morong's behavior at this time, which was both anxious and worried, did not seem like that of a rich woman who kept a young lover, but rather like that of a young woman who had fallen in love. Zhao Ying'er stood up and said, "I'm sorry, Zhengge, I really was greedy for that big crab. I'll apologize to you later." But in fact, her craving for crabs was false, and her desire to befriend Miss Morong and this noble young man was real.
Wang Li was the only woman sitting across from the three men.
She was about to get up and follow them, but was scared by Chen Xinxiang's fierce gaze and didn't dare to move.
Seeing this scene,
Meng Yu shook the glass in his hand, savoring the blood-red champagne in the glass, and smiled at himself. It wasn't Wang Li who was blind, it was him who was blind in the first place.
"Waiter, what is your best wine?"
"Sir, it is a 1990 Romani Conti, priced at 600,000 rand. The waiter replied respectfully.
Morong Chinyu nodded slightly. "The candy here is real and the taste is very good." "Then 5 bottles first." Meng Yu smiled lightly.
Since it is real, he has nothing to hesitate about. After all, his wealth surpasses that of the richest man in the world, so he can't be picky about food and drink.
Besides, 3 million naira is only 0.003 yuan in yuan.
What can you buy with such a small amount of money in the world before the system is transformed? Wu Rue and Zhao Ying'er looked at each other and smiled in ecstasy. If they could drink a bottle of 90-year-old candy, they could probably brag about it for the rest of their lives. Wang Li at the next table had a dull look in her eyes. She would have had the chance to taste the big crab and the candy red wine. But she quickly accepted the reality that ordinary red wine and seafood were also fine, and it was much better than eating at a street stall with her ex-boyfriend. The three men at table 9 were sullen and silent. Whether it was the supreme fresh crab or the 90-year-old candy, it was undoubtedly beyond their spending limit. These three rich second-generation children who usually like to spend money on their employees were being spent on by someone else for the first time, and by a man who was as young as they were. What's more painful is that they can't figure out where they've offended this super-rich second generation. Could it be that they were targeted simply because they were sitting at table 9? The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. After all, they had done this kind of thing before, deliberately embarrassing ordinary people because of face issues. "Sir, your supreme fresh crab and 5 bottles of Romani Conti, please enjoy."
The waiter smiled.
2 waiters worked together to take a large plate covered with a lid from the trolley and carefully placed it on the table. Neither the plate of supreme fresh crab, which cost 660,000 NGN, nor the guests who ate it could be harmed in any way, or the consequences would be serious. The waiter is relieved to see that the dish has been safely served and reaches out to help the guest uncover the lid. A king crab larger than a wash basin, after being grilled in secret, appears on table 8. This attracted the attention of many diners in the Golden Jade Hall. After seeing the dish on table 8, they stared in amazement. What kind of god is at table 8? This is a huge king crab, but they must be really hungry. That's the supreme king crab, 660,000 yuan a plate. Not only that. There are also 5 bottles of 90-year-old candy, which is said to be the best wine in the world. It is rare to see the real thing, and I really want to have a sip.
Shoo! Keep your voice down. That woman is the daughter of the Morong family. The man who can keep her company must be someone of unimaginable status. I'm so jealous. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Yes. Even if I have to wash his socks every day, it's still a good deal. I really want to go over and talk to him. What should I do? If you want to die, you can go yourself. Miss Morong obviously likes this young master. Do you dare to compete with her for a man? Don't you want to continue working in Nanhang? However, Meng Yu's next words set the gossip fire raging in everyone's hearts.
Send a bottle of Canda to the woman in the beige dress at table 8. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. But in Morong Qianyu's eyes, that smile was so cruel. He was trying to kill her with his words. Because she knew Meng Yu's purpose for coming here, she had a rough idea of his plan. However, the more vicious Meng Yu's revenge was, the more she pitted the low-key world's richest man. What a good man, how could some people not know how to cherish it? Chapter 6. You deserve better. The waiter was stunned, but his professional service attitude made him carry out Meng Yu's instructions without saying a word. When the red wine was placed on the table, the 3 men and 1 woman at table 9 had 2 completely different expressions on their faces. Wan Li's eyes were filled with an uncontainable sense of joy. For a girl who loves vanity, a bottle of 90-year-old Romanée-Conti and a Hermes bag can make her pay a lot. Even if the object is a complete stranger. The 3 men were expressionless. Especially Chen Xinxiang, his face was ashen. His body, already weakened by alcohol and tobacco, was even worse than normal because of his nightlife. Wang Li lovingly held the bottle of Romanée-Conti in her arms, as if she were holding her dream lover. But she was also a bit strange. Because since she came in, the super-rich second generation seems to be paying special attention to her. Now, holding the bottle, she asked the question on her mind. Sir, why did you give me a bottle of 90-year-old candy? Because you deserve better. Meng Yu poured the wine back into the bottle and replied nonchalantly. This sentence undoubtedly hit Wan Li's sore spot. Because if there were a better choice, she wouldn't be with Chen Xinxiang. Although Wang Li had high hopes that Chen Xinxiang would change his ways, she knew in her heart that it was unrealistic to reform a prodigal son. The super-rich second generation is right. A little fairy like her deserves a better second-generation heir. Wang Li picked up her glass of wine, stood up and left table 9 without looking back, and sat down at table 8 with a smile on her face, not even looking at Chen Xinxiang again. Just like the way she suddenly announced her breakup with Meng Yu on WeChat, sitting in Chen Xinxiang's arms and laughing. The bitter wine made his heart ache. Chen Xinxiang coughed violently. But he wasn't sad about losing a girlfriend. After all, this is not realistic for a sea king. He was sad that someone had stolen his girlfriend, and that it was done in front of him, like a total stranger, making him lose face as a rich second generation. A man's face is his reputation, and a tree's skin is its skin. Now his skin has been literally peeled off by this super rich guy in front of him. You're the best, brother. I, Chen Xinxiang, admit defeat. I'm convinced that I've lost to a super rich second generation, and I'm willing to accept my defeat. I'm sorry for not recognizing the great talent in front of me. Although Chen Xinxiang is a playboy, he actually knows very well that he can't provoke those people. Among them were Morong Qianyu and the mysterious second-generation rich man in front of him wearing a mask. He stood up with a forced smile on his face, raised a full glass of red wine to Meng Yu, and drank it in one gulp. The waiter took the bill. The other 2 men at table 9 also followed suit, standing up and toasting Meng Yu with a glass of wine. The other diners, who were enjoying the spectacle, all chipped in with their own comments. How can you drink red wine as a penalty? That's right. If you really want to show your sincerity, you should drink a bottle of Mao Tai. That's what you call apologizing. No, the man is already red in the face. He's probably not going to make it. It would be bad if he had to go to the hospital. No, sir? A few glasses of red wine and he's done for? Chen Xinxiang's face darkened as he heard the crowd's comments. In the past, he was the most popular troublemaker. Many girls were easily taken down by him in the midst of the crowd's uproar. But this time, the jeers of the onlookers were particularly piercing, as if they were roasting him over a fire. Chen Xinxiang knew his own physical condition and how much he could drink. He had long been drained by alcohol and sex. Another bottle of Mao Tai? He'll be in the hospital. It's hard to refuse such a generous offer. How about this, waiter, give everyone in the Golden Jade Hall a bottle of Mao Tai, and put it on my tab. Meng Yu smiled indifferently. The waiter's smile grew even wider. Dear guest, would you like to try the 1,600 yuan worth of Flying Dragon Mao Tai? He is not a fool. After all, it is a drink for passers-by, so he naturally would not offer a better-aged Mao Tai to trick the guest. Otherwise, if the guest is dissatisfied, he will probably be fired. Meng Yu nodded slightly. A bottle of Flying Vintner Mao Tai for 1,600 yuan is not worth mentioning. There are only 100 diners in the Golden Jade Hall, and even if everyone orders a bottle, it still won't be enough to cover the half bottle of canned red wine he drank. Meng Yu didn't look at Qin Xinxiang again, but instead called out to the women, "Let's eat." A king crab weighing more than 66 catties is rare, and you can't always get it even if you have the money. However, none of the women were about to start eating, and they were just secretly looking at him. It is said that handsome men are delicious, and the same is true for girls. Moreover, Meng Yu, the host, didn't even pick up his chopsticks, so how could the women dare to eat first? In front of a rich and handsome man, don't you have to pretend to be a lady? The cutlery at the Marriott Hotel is extremely complete, with not only male and female chopsticks and spoons, but also various silver Western cutlery, and even the tools to break the hard claws of the king crab are ready. Dear guest, the crab meat in the crab claws is the most delicious. Would you like me to remove it for you? The waiter respectfully asked. Meng Yu did not refuse, "Thank you. It is our honor to serve such a distinguished guest as you." The waiter was very skilled and quickly used a tool to pry open the crab claws of the king crab. After putting on a transparent film glove, he took out a whole piece of crab meat that was larger than an adult man's arm. He placed the crab meat on a pearwood cutting board, cut off a small piece, and then cut it into small pieces suitable for eating with chopsticks. He then drizzled some freshly squeezed lemon juice over it, placed it on a silver plate, and carefully handed it to Meng Yu. How could he not be careful? This small dish of crab meat is worth several months of his salary. In an instant, the unique aroma of charcoal grilled seafood was mixed with the aroma of 9 kinds of precious mountain delicacies, and the fragrance of lemon mixed with it penetrated Meng Yu's nasal cavity. Meng Yu looked at the crystal clear crab meat on the plate and couldn't help but get excited. He cut some for the 4 ladies. The supreme 9 delicacy crab was truly extraordinary. The waiter replied respectfully and cut off a small dish of crab meat, first handing it to Morong Qianyu. He had witnessed the whole thing and of course knew which of the 4 women was Meng Yu's companion. Muyong Qianyu's mouth curled up slightly, and she took the silver plate without any courtesy and started eating. The remaining 3 women looked a little disappointed. Even though they knew that Muyong Qianyu was the white swan, they still had Cinderella fantasies. As for the Portia heir, Chen Xinxiang? With this mysterious, arrogant, super-rich second-generation heir in front of them, who would pay attention to him? Chapter 7, Another Box of Flying Dragon Wine. At this time, Flying Mutai was served to each table. 3 500 milliliters bottles of Flying Dragon Mutai were also served on table 9, causing the 3 men at table 9 to tremble as they picked up their chopsticks. Because they knew very well that, although the super-rich second generation next to them won't force them to drink, the 3 of them must drink today, even if they end up in the hospital. They know all too well what will happen if they don't drink, because they had arranged the fates of those young workers who had offended them. But back then, they were the ones in control. Now they are like 3 wagging dogs begging for mercy. They looked at Morong Qianyu in desperation, hoping that someone would step in to smooth things over, but Morong Qianyu just shrugged and continued to eat the king crab meat. After Chen Xinxiang introduced himself, Morong Qianyu already guessed who he was. The eldest son of the Chun family, a well-known playboy in Nanhang City, of course, not a good reputation. If it weren't for him stealing Mr. Meng's girlfriend, Morong Qianyu would have helped Chen Xinxiang out a little, given the family's friendship with the Morong family. After all, it wouldn't be good to see him end up in the hospital. But Chen Xinxiang had the audacity to offend Mr. Meng, who had a savings account of 10,000 yuan. That was a sure way to get himself killed. Morong Qianyu still wants to win Meng Yu's favor, so how could she speak for him? Chen Xinxiang's 2 drinking buddies looked stern. Disaster is imminent. The person across the way is very powerful. They no longer cared about brotherhood. Each of them picked up a bottle of Flying Sky Moutai and blew on it. Their throats rolled up and down as they gulped down the liquor. In the transparent body of the Flying Sky Moutai, the liquid in the bottle was rapidly decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Their bodies and alcohol tolerance were better than Chen Xinxiang's, so although it was definitely uncomfortable to force drink a bottle of Flying Dragon, it wasn't so bad that they had to go to the hospital for a stomach wash. Well, you 2 brothers have a good drinking capacity. I, Meng, am not a big drinker, but I admire you 2 for being able to drink like water. You 2 are my friends. Meng Yu laughed heartily. The 2 men, whose faces had turned red, were overjoyed at the news. Brother Meng is too kind. Since that is the case, I will leave first as I have some things to do at home, so as not to disturb Brother Meng's enjoyment.
Meng Yu smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter. After drinking so much, it's time to go home and rest.
The two men, as if they had been pardoned, stood up, covered their stomachs, and left in a flustered manner. The four women at Meng Yu's table saw this and laughed, amused by the two men's awkward posture.
At this moment,
the eyes of the audience unconsciously focused on table 9, where Chen Xinxiang was sitting alone. Chen Xinxiang felt the strange stares of the crowd. He was always very concerned about his reputation, and he was suddenly like sitting on pins and needles. He held the flying mitai in his hand and trembled, his eyes showing signs of struggle. Although he is ruthless to others and has done a lot of things by force. But the more such people there are, the more they bully the weak and are afraid of the strong, lacking the courage to make a decisive move.
Wang Li saw Chen Xinxiang's weak appearance and slightly raised the corners of her mouth.
A look of disdain flashed in her eyes. She had originally thought that although Chen Xinxiang was a playboy and mixed in with the underworld, he was also a well-known and powerful figure in high society.
She never imagined that he would act so badly in front of the second generation of the higher class. The two women at table 9 also looked at him with disdain. You have to compare goods to throw them away. Both are second-generation rich kids, but the one at table 8 is much more powerful than Chen Xinxiang. Everyone was whispering. Come on, sir. It's just a bottle of Mao Tai. Do you need to hesitate for so long? My wife gave birth to a baby without any complications. He looks like a rich man, but he's actually a fraud. These three girls have met the wrong people. I really want to go to table 8 to eat and drink. I don't have the looks or the body to compare with them. Why haven't any of the rich and handsome guys invited me? Everyone wants to try the supreme crab and confit red wine, right? Don't think about it. I think the young master in the mask definitely has an old grudge with table 9.
I just don't know what they did to him, otherwise it wouldn't have come to this. Because Meng Yu invited all the diners at Jin Yutang to drink a bottle of Fei Tian Mao Tai, the diners are obviously speaking up for Meng Yu. After all, people are soft-spoken and short-handed. This was also in Meng Yu's plan. Chen Xinxiang's face twitched, and he was provoked by the cold words of the crowd. He was so angry that he coughed violently and took a tissue. The bloodshot redness on the tissue was shocking. He was so scared that he let go of the bottle, and the flying sky Mao Tai fell to the ground and shattered. The clear and crisp Mao Tai liquor flowed all over the floor. Chen Xinxiang bowed his head and apologized repeatedly. Sorry, brother, I've wasted your good intentions. I'll definitely apologize to you in person in the future. But in his heart, he was secretly relieved. He didn't have to ride the tiger anymore. It's okay, it's just a small amount of money. Waiter, bring another bottle of flying mitai to table 9.
Meng. You gave him a sidelong glance. A case? Chen Xinxiang's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but shiver. Table 8. Wang Li looked at Meng Yu with a look of uncertainty.
When Meng Yu introduced himself as Meng someone, she was shocked and cold sweat broke out on her forehead, but after a little thought, she dismissed the suspicion in her heart.
What kind of family background did her ex-boyfriend have? She and Meng Yu had been in love for 7 years. How could she not know?
Besides, the two only looked alike, and their voices and dress sense were completely different.
Meng Yu could not possibly be this noble second-generation heir. The daughter of the Morong group would never agree to be his date. Meng Yu said calmly, Is the crab meat not to your liking?
Why is Miss Wan looking at me like that?
After the initial anger of betrayal, he had calmed down.
As Wang Li had said when they broke up, they were just not right for each other.
With a beauty like Morong Qianyu on his side, why would he be obsessed with a gold-digging woman who abandoned him?
The reason why he couldn't see the true face of Wang Li at the time was that he was blinded by love. Now that he has calmed down and analyzed objectively, he has discovered that Wang Li is really not suitable for marriage. Of course, he would never let this couple off lightly. Chapter 8, the only bottle of candy red wine on the table that hasn't been opened.
Facing Meng Yu's questioning look,
Wang Li waved her hands repeatedly. No, thank you for your hospitality, the crab meat is very delicious, I have never eaten such tender and refreshing large pieces of crab meat, and the candy red wine is also very delicious, this is the best meal I have ever eaten in my life.
She was telling the truth.
Putting aside the 5 bottles of candy red wine, which cost more than 3 million yuan, the 66 Gene King crab alone is not affordable for an ordinary family.
The reason I'm staring at you, and I don't mind if you laugh at me, is that my ex-boyfriend looks a bit like you.
Of course, you and he are worlds apart, and his voice isn't as nice as yours. Wang Li replied truthfully. Wu Rui said in a strange tone, "Oh, so you're calling him master now?
After we finish eating, are you going to call him husband? Your ex-boyfriend was a poor, unlucky guy, and he was actually worthy of being compared to Mr. Meng?
You really know how to flatter yourself."
Even Wang Li's best friend Zhao Inger couldn't stand it anymore. Lily, you're being too much.
Meng Yu has supported you for 7 years, from pocket money and living expenses to salary and bonuses.
You met a better man and left him, but now you're still spending money on him? Please be a human being. Zhao Inger sighed. Money is money.
But Wang Li's behavior is really a bit too much in her eyes.
Isn't this bullying an honest person?
She doesn't want such a heartless girlfriend, and who knows, she might turn around and sell her out one day. Wang Li was furious when she was stabbed in the back by her best friend. Meng Yu was the one who wanted to spend the money, and I didn't force him to do it. It's my right to pursue a better quality of life.
Why should I live a hard life with him? Wang Li looked at Meng Yu pitifully and whispered, "Young master, don't you think so?"
Meng Yu and Morong Qianyu exchanged a glance, and both of them looked a little strange.
It makes sense. I think you made the right choice. It's not a good idea to be together. It's not good for either of you. Morong Qianyu smiled like a flower and said something rare. Wang Li received support from Morong Qianyu, and Wu Rui and Zhao Inger suddenly dared not speak.
Meng Yu lowered his head, and his eyes under the mask were inexplicably sad. It was for the past self who was infatuated.
Waiter, what are you doing? Help Ms. Wang open the red wine.
He suddenly spoke up. The waiter was suddenly terrified and quickly picked up the corkscrew and opened the bottle of candy red wine that Meng Yu had given to Wang Li.
In fact,
this was not the waiter's negligence. In fact, he had noticed the only bottle of candy red wine on the table that had not been opened. It was obvious that Miss Wang did not intend to drink it at the banquet, but rather to return the money after the banquet. After all, it is only natural for restaurants to refund the cost of extra alcohol and tobacco, but it is usually the host who refunds the cost. But there are also many guests who like to take advantage of the good wine that the host gives them and ask for a refund. Although the waiter despises this behavior, he has long since become accustomed to it. Wan Li looked at the opened bottle of Romani Conti 1990 with a heavy heart. That was 600,000 yuan, and it was gone. She had completely forgotten. Meng Yu had given her the wine to drink at the banquet, not to keep for money. Really, sir? Someone actually ate and drank for free, and was even planning to keep the wine to exchange for money? This is too shameless, isn't it? Wu Rui said in a fake shocked voice. Wan Li's face turned red and she said, "How can you slander someone like that?
Am I that kind of person?
I just think that 4 bottles of red wine are enough for the 5 of us to drink, and the remaining bottle can be taken back by the young master to drink alone." She turned her head and looked at Meng Yu carefully, afraid that he would be disgusted by her. In her opinion, as long as she could get a little bit of a relationship with this distinguished young man, she might be able to use this opportunity to truly enter high society in the future. She might even marry into a wealthy family. As for her ex-boyfriend Meng Yu, in her mind, the two of them were no longer from the same world. "I didn't expect Miss Wang to be so considerate, but there's no need. The best wine is still best enjoyed at a banquet. Miss Wu must have misunderstood. There are no such people in this world."
Meng Yu's eyebrows raised slightly.
Wu Rui dared not contradict Meng, so she pretended to apologize to Wang Li. "I'm sorry, it seems I misunderstood Wang Li. Miss Wang Li could never be a shameless person." She deliberately emphasized the word shameless when she said it.
Wang Li was so angry that she clenched her teeth.
The diners in the Golden Hall all laughed in contempt at this, but they didn't say anything. After all, this Mr. Meng is a man of great status, probably from a wealthy family in the imperial capital, and he is surrounded by rich and powerful people. It is normal that he does not know the ways of the common people.
At this moment, the waiter brought a box of Fei Tian Mao Tai and placed it on table 9.
The diner's attention was once again focused on Chen Xinxiang, ready to see the joke of this rich second generation.
These days, it's common for rich second generation children to use money to bully workers, and it's not much
of a spectacle. Even the diners would feel the coldness of their lips, and some would sympathize with the workers who were beaten in the face, but it was still rare for a rich second generation to be challenged by a super rich second generation, and they also wanted to see the fun. Chen Xinxiang looked at the box of Maotai on the table and wanted to get up and leave without thinking about the consequences. He knew that Meng Gongzi would definitely not stop him from leaving. But doing so would be a slap in the face to Meng Gongzi. Afterwards, he would inevitably be held accountable, and the consequences would be even worse than being hospitalized. Mu Rongqianyu shook the empty glass in his hand, with red wine dripping from the corner of his mouth.
The Chen family is one of the 8 great families of Nanhang, so how did you let it collapse? If you get beaten up, you have to stand up straight. If you don't drink the toast, you have to drink the penalty wine.
Chen Xinxiang shuddered at the news. If this matter is not handled properly and it gets back to the Chen family, his father will probably break his leg when he hears about it.
This is the cruelty of the family. Chen Xinxiang glared at Morong Qinyu resentfully. He reached out and picked up a bottle of Maotai, opened it, and then gritted his teeth and blew into the bottle. If you die, you'll end up in the hospital, right? Damn. Chapter 9, The Truth is Revealed. He is Mengyu? Inside the Golden Jade Hall.
Under the watchful eyes of the other diners, who were gloating at his misfortune.
The entire 500 milliliters bottle of wine was poured into Chen Xinxiang's mouth, drop by drop.
After drinking, he coughed violently, stood up holding onto the table, and staggered towards the door.
In a daze.
Chen Xinxiang secretly vowed that if he ever sat at table 9 again, he would be a dog.
Wait.
Mengyu suddenly stopped him.
Chen Xinxiang's mental defenses completely collapsed under the influence of the wine.
He turned around and burst into tears.
Mr. Meng, I really know that I was wrong. I shouldn't have sat at table 9 in front of you. 9 is the supreme number.
I don't deserve to sit there.
Please be magnanimous and let me go like a fart.
The 3 women sitting at table 9 finally showed a look of realization. They had been wondering why Mengyu had been targeting table 9 since he had entered the restaurant, and now they finally understood. Mengyu sat at table 8, and Chen Xinxiang and the others sat at table 9. In many ancient families, because they have survived from the dynastic period, they are particularly taboo about this kind of thing. No wonder Chen Xinxiang and the others used to like to sit at table 9 when they ate. If table 9 was taken by a waiter, they would even ask the waiter to give up his seat. If they encountered a worker who refused to give in,
Chen Xinxiang would then use the tactics of the rich second generation to let the waiter taste the cruelty of society.
However, this time the roles were reversed, and the one being bullied was actually Chen Xinxiang, the perpetrator of the violence.
There is always someone better than you. The guests all laughed.
They had already guessed this, otherwise why were tables 8 and 9 empty, when these numbers are so auspicious? But this is only true for the Golden Jade Hall at the Marriott Hotel, a place frequented by the sons and daughters of wealthy families. If it were a street-side restaurant, there would be no such fuss. Young people these days like to act big, not knowing that there are people out there who are even bigger.
However, I think this young man, Mr. Meng, is definitely worthy of table 9.
Accompanied by Miss Morone, he is probably a young master from a big family in the imperial capital.
Not many people in Nanhang City would dare to provoke him.
The Chen family boy is also unlucky, he actually bumped into Mr. Meng. If he had bumped into Mr. Morong or Mr. Wang, he would have at least saved some face. As he heard the people's comments, Mengyu's mouth curled up slightly, and he reached out to remove the mask on his face.
Chen Xinxiang, do you know who I am?
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were drawn to his face. It was a handsome face with sharp angles, with a pair of sword eyebrows and starry eyes. With the Armani men's clothing as a backdrop, he looked very imposing.
He is Mengyu?
Chen Xinxiang froze in place, unable to believe it, wiping his eyes.
It's impossible. Mengyu is just a poor loser.
I stole his girlfriend, played with her for a while, and then threw her away.
He definitely can't do anything to me. I must have drunk too much.
At this moment, he felt like he was going crazy, because the face under the mask was actually Wang Li's ex-boyfriend. Chen Xinxiang still had some impression of this handsome face, because he had once pursued a military school goddess in college, who was secretly in love with Mengyu. When she rejected him, the military academy was in an uproar, and he was humiliated. and she boldly threatened that if Chen Xinxiang dared to affect Meng Yu's graduation, she would send him to the border to serve the country for 3 years.
This scared Chen Xinxiang to death.
For a man of leisure like him, whose body had been drained by alcohol and women, if he had to serve in the army for 3 years, he would either die or lose his skin. It was precisely because he heard that the woman had kept her body as pure as jade and had never had a boyfriend that Chen Xinxiang was jealous and hooked up with Wang Li.
After all, even the handsome guy that the woman wanted was taken by Wang Li, so isn't Wang Li greater than that woman?
In a sense, although Meng Yu had no interaction with that woman, he was also Chen Xinxiang's half-rival. It must be exciting to steal a rival's girlfriend.
Now that he thinks back on it, he suddenly feels that everything is unreal. Could it be that Meng Yu is really a hidden heir?
The direct descendants of certain families do like to hide their identities and travel the world.
Otherwise, how can you explain the behavior of that woman and Morong Qianyu?
You have to know that a goddess may like a poor boy because of her feelings, but 2 goddesses like the same man, and there must be something behind it that he doesn't know.
So, from beginning to end, was he just a clown? Like a circus monkey that makes people laugh?
Chen Xinxiang looked at Meng Yu's indifferent expression and laughed miserably, spitting out a mouthful of bloody red blood. In the midst of everyone's screams, he fell straight to the ground.
He lost.
He lost to Meng Yu, completely and utterly.
Meng Yu said calmly, "Call an ambulance."
"The medical bill will be charged to my account." The waiter replied respectfully, bowing to Meng Yu at a 90-degree angle.
This young man at table 8 is terrifying. He was able to make a rich second-generation heir vomit
blood and faint with just a few words, and he even offered to pay for the medical expenses. There was nothing wrong with his manners.
Is this the son of a noble family in the imperial capital? So terrifying.
As for whether the medical bill can be charged to the restaurant, of course not for ordinary guests, but for VIPs like Mr. Meng, Wanhao Restaurant can definitely arrange a personal assistant to provide one-stop service. Wang Li looked at Meng Yu's handsome face and felt both familiar and strange. At this moment, seeing him sitting next to Morong Qianyu, she felt 100 different emotions in her heart.
You've been secretly dating Miss Morong for a long time, haven't you?
Wang Li still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. That is, the money for the meal and drinks was all paid by Miss Morong, so she has nothing to regret.
She could even laugh at Meng Yu for being a gigolo. Chapter 10, Is this monkey the rescue force? Wang Li's voice had just fallen. Before Meng Yu could say anything, Morong Qianyu refused to do it. What does it mean that Meng Yu hooked up with her? Does Mr. Meng, who has over 10,000 yuan in savings, need to be supported by a rich woman? Even if there is a rich woman who wants to support him, which rich woman is richer than the richest man in the world?
Morong Qianyu definitely had reason to suspect that this Meng Gongzi's stupid ex-girlfriend was indirectly slandering her for having an unseemly private life and insinuating that she had a gigolo. How could she, a young and innocent girl, put up with this?
Wang Li, right? Please watch your mouth.
I have been a virgin for 24 years, and it is not up to you to point fingers here.
You don't have to run away from reality. Mr. Meng is richer than our Morong group. Regret it all you want.
Wang Li's face turned pale, and it seemed as if there were countless mosquitoes flying before her eyes.
It's impossible. He's just a poor kid.
His parents are both laborers, and he'll probably be a laborer for the rest of his life.
I don't believe it. You're all lying to me. The whole world is lying to me.
For a gold-digging woman, missing out on the chance to marry into a wealthy family is definitely 100 times more painful than killing her.
No.
The pain of being torn apart by 5 horses is not even 1,000th of the pain she is feeling right now. She once had a sincere diamond love in front of her, within her reach, but she kicked it away.
Now she has completely lost it, and she regrets it.
Finally, in the midst of extreme remorse and self-blame, Wang Li's emotions were too volatile, and she was blinded by her own tears.
She collapsed on the table and fainted.
The diners suddenly realized the real reason why Chen Xinxiang was being bullied and began to whisper among themselves.
Holy cow!
It turns out that Mr. Meng and Chen Xinxiang really have a story.
Unbelievable. How could Wang Li, with her kind of goods, actually get Meng Gongzi's favor? God is so unfair. Does that mean I have a chance to have a fling with Mr. Meng? Cut it out. Look at the way Miss Morong looks at him. Where is there any chance for you commoners? It's more like a concubine.
Hey, if it's a rich and handsome guy like Mr. Meng, then being a mistress is also something to consider.
Chen Xinxiang is really reckless, he even dared to steal Meng Gongzi's girlfriend.
But he did a good thing by mistake, otherwise Meng Gongzi, a young, rich and handsome man, would have been ruined by Wang Li, a gold-digging woman.
And these two gold-worshipping women, I don't think they are good goods either. That's right.
In ancient times, they would have been put in a pig cage. Zhao Enger and Wu Rui exchanged glances, and both saw fear in each other's eyes, worrying that they would be implicated.
But Meng Yu never looked at them again.
He just drank his wine in silence. He had been in love with Wang Li for 7 years, but when he woke up from his dream, he realized that everything in the past was just a mirage. It is always inevitable to be sad.
People are not made of wood or grass, so who can be heartless? Morong Qinyu didn't say anything comforting, but just held a glass of wine and drank with Meng Yu. After a while, the ambulance arrived.
Chen Xinxiang and Wang Li, the couple, were carried on a stretcher and taken out of the Wanhao restaurant. Meng Yu leaned over to Morong Qinyu's earlobe and said, "The past is the past.
Morong, beautiful lady, can you please take me back?"
At this point, he was already a little drunk, and his words and actions were more bold and reckless. Morong Qinyu softly responded, and the breath with the smell of alcohol from her ear brushed past her cheeks. She lowered her head in a daze, a little afraid of what would happen when she got to Meng Yu's house. But deep down, she was also a little bit looking forward to it. After all, she had been single for 24 years, and it was hard to find a man who could make her heart flutter.
After drinking a little wine, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. However,
she was also curious. It was the extremely low-key Mr. Meng, and she was curious about what kind of low-key luxury his home would be like.
However,
just as Meng Yu paid the bill and the two of them walked out of the Marriott restaurant and were about to get into the car to leave, a luxury motorcade came right at them.
What a show! Meng Yu sighed inwardly.
There were more than 30 cars in front and behind, and each one was a luxury car starting with Porsche.
These are the license plates of the Wang family.
It seems that the Wang family's idiot is here.
Could it be because of the Chen family's son's nonsense? No, he's not that stupid. Morong Qinyu frowned slightly. She seemed to dislike the Wang family's eldest son.
This made Meng Yu a little strange. During their casual conversation, he learned more or less about the relationship between the Morong group and the Wang group, which could be described as a good relationship between generations. And the young Master Wang is not a scion of a wealthy family like Chen Xinxiang. He is even ranked 20th on the Forbes list of the world's young billionaires, and can definitely be called a promising young entrepreneur in China. How could he become the fool that Morong Qinyu had described him as? To be honest, if he hadn't met Morong Qinyu, Meng Yu would have wanted to make friends with her. After all, when you're out and about and don't have enough money in your pocket, making more friends with young rich people will definitely help you adapt to the new world.
Qinyu, you're really here. Didn't you go to experience the life of a cashier? Alas!
It would have been so much better if you had followed me as the company's vice president for 2 years and taken over the ready-made company of the Morong Group directly. Before she even arrived, her voice could be heard.
Meng Yu was very
comfortable listening to his hearty, authentic Beijing accent. Then the main character, Wang Daxiao, came over in a sharp suit and shiny crocodile shoes, surrounded by his bodyguards. Wang's first impression on Meng was that he was a successful, handsome man, the ideal man for girls on campus.
However,
Wang Daxiao was a little less handsome and a little less fit than Meng Yu. Most importantly, the gap between the 20th richest young person on the Forbes list and the richest person in the world is also a little bit huge. Meng Yu's keen eyesight also spotted two familiar figures among the crowd approaching, although the two young men kept their heads down and did not dare to make eye contact with Meng Yu.
They were Chen Xinxiang's two drinking buddies in the Golden Jade Hall. So, is this a rescue? Or is it to provoke a war between Meng Yu and Wang Daxiao? Chapter 11, A Mysterious Rich Man. Wang Daxiao led a group of subordinates and walked up to Morong Qinyu. Morong Qinyu looked a little impatient. Stop calling me Qinyu. Do I have anything to do with you? If you have something to say, just spit it out. If you have nothing to do with me, then stay away from me. Alas, you don't even spare me a little face in front of outsiders.
I'm here with the president of the Xia State Bank to visit an extremely distinguished guest. If I'm lucky enough to get to know him, I estimate that if he casually spills a little bit of information to me, I'll have a chance to become the top of the global youth rich list.
Qianyu, do you want to come with me to see it? Wang Daxiao's attitude towards Morong Qianyu was obviously not strange at all.
His bright smile did not diminish in the slightest, and he sincerely invited her.
I'm warning you again, don't be so familiar, don't let Mr. Meng misunderstand. Morong Qianyu's expression was somewhat helpless.
If someone else was so clingy to her, she would have had her bodyguard grab him and throw him into the Huangpu River for a bath. But the Morong family and the Wang family have been friends for generations, so no matter how willful and mischievous she is, she can't go too far.
Wang Daxiao's expression was somewhat stunned. Mr. Meng misunderstood? The young Master Meng who lost his girlfriend to the Chen family brat? A man who can't even crush a mere scion of a family is worthy of competing with him for a woman? And it seems that Morong Qianyu is serious about it? Is this the annihilation of humanity or the loss of morality? This world is crazy. In his impression, Morong Qianyu has always been a very rational woman, and her standards for choosing a spouse are even harsh. She shouldn't have been carried away by love at first sight. Wang turned around, looked at Meng Yu quickly and seriously, and then extended his right hand and smiled. Hello, Meng, nice to meet you. My name is Wang Zhang.
As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit a smiling face. Besides, he and Wang Zhang had no real conflict at the moment. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he reached out and shook hands with Wang Zhang.
Hello, I'm Meng Yu.
From Wang Zhang's simple and humble self-introduction, Meng Yu could tell that Wang Zhang was definitely not a spoiled rich kid, and it was even more appropriate to call him a young entrepreneur.
The rich families of the rich families advocate elite education.
With a large amount of educational resources, most of the second generation often have excellent abilities in cultivation. Of course, there are some who are spoiled, such as Chen Xinxiang. Moreover, the rich and spoiled are often more high-profile, often active in the public eye and in works of art, leaving the public with the stereotype that the rich and spoiled are the same.
Meng, I never thought that Qianyu would actually agree to be pursued by you. I'm really jealous of you. There are thousands of women in the world, but I only love this one. I'm afraid I can't let you have her. Wang Zhang shrugged.
A smell of gunpowder spread between the two men.
Meng Yu's eyebrows raised slightly. I'm afraid you've misunderstood, she and I.
But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Morong Qianyu. It's not that Mr. Meng is pursuing me, it's just that I want to pursue him.
Wang Zhang, you idiot, are you only satisfied when you make me angry to death? Morong Qianyu was really angry.
She stared at Wang Zhang with her big, watery eyes. After all, they had grown up together in the same compound, and this idiot not only pursued her, but also ruined her chances of pursuing the man of her dreams.
How much hatred did that entail?
She is a lady of the house with a thin face.
Can't she be a little more reserved? Does she have to force her to take the initiative to break it? Is she really a bad teammate?
Wang Zhang looked at Morong Qianyu with a dumbfounded expression, as if he had been petrified, standing still for several tens of seconds.
Morong Qianjin is chasing after Meng Yu? How is this possible? The people around Wang Zhang were also shocked.
The daughter of the prestigious Morong group is actually chasing after an unknown Mr. Meng. If this gets out to the upper echelons of society, it will be a shock to the jaw.
May I ask who Mr. Meng is?
It wasn't until Meng Yu and Morong Qianyu were both sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom that the driver started the engine that the crowd woke up from the muffled sound of the engine.
Wang Zhang quickly said, Qianyu, are you sure you won't reconsider?
Love affairs can be put aside for the time being, but that person is a mysterious figure that even the president of the Xia State Bank would personally meet.
He has a huge amount of cash and deposits and is very low-key.
If you miss this opportunity, you may not have another chance to make friends with such a person in the future.
Haven't you always wanted to start a business, and are you looking for an angel investor? This is the best opportunity.
I dare say that it would be difficult to find a richer tycoon than him in the whole world.
Morong Qianyu looked at Wang Zhang with a strange expression. Low-key? The Bank of Xia? Massive deposits of cash? Does that mean that the one Wang Zhang and the president of the Xia State Bank are dying to meet is Meng Yu, who was sitting next to her? Morong Qianyu suddenly felt a little pity for Wang Zhang.
He is also the first successor of the Wang Group, and he is used to being on top of the company.
If he knew that Meng Yu was the mysterious person he had praised to the skies, wouldn't he be so angry that he coughed up blood?
No need, Wang Zhang, I'm actually not interested in the mysterious billionaire's angel investment, I just like low-key handsome guys and want to go to his house to take a look.
Isn't that right, Mr. Meng? Morong Qianyu blinked.
Meng Yu smiled indifferently upon hearing this.
Wang Zhang looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom that was disappearing into the distance
and felt a twinge of pain in his heart. The woman he loved had actually gone home with another man.
And that man is even more handsome than him. Did Morong Qianyu change her mind? Suddenly lost interest in starting a business? Just looking for a rich and handsome guy to spend the rest of her life with?
This is too painful. But in his heart, a woman is not as important as a kingdom.
So he didn't drive after her. He was still waiting for the president of the Xia Kingdom Bank to arrive. This opportunity to meet is too rare.
If he can get to know that important person, the Wang Group will have a very good chance of breaking out of the Asia-Pacific region and going global.
He absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away because of his personal feelings for his children. Chapter 12: The Bank President Who Was Rejected.
The Rolls-Royce Phantom was on its way to Meng Yu's house.
Inside the car,
Morong Qianyu carefully explained, well, just now, I was a little embarrassed.
Wang Zhang is a real pain in the ass. It's okay.
You saved me from being shot, and I helped you out, so we're even.
Meng Yu waved his hand, appearing very carefree. However, Meng Yu thought of the angel investment and asked curiously, Miss Morong, are you planning to start a business? With the size of your Morong Group, you shouldn't need to find investors yourself, right? Meng Yu went to university in Nanhang City and worked for half a year after graduation. He still had some understanding of the famous Morong Group in Nanhang City.
He even sent his resume to a subsidiary of the Morong Group. Morong Qianyu smiled wryly and said, no. If a family member wants to start a business, he or she cannot use any of the family's resources.
Even companies related to the Morong family will deliberately exclude companies started by family members. Meng Yu was surprised. Aren't we all family? Why are there internal struggles? Morong Qianyu added that this is a kind of trial. Family members enjoy the best education, so the challenges they face are naturally higher.
And if a family member succeeds in starting a business against the odds, they will most likely become the next head of the family, which is a chance for the whole family to move forward.
Wang Zhang is a perfect example.
Although his company is not yet comparable to the Wang Group.
However, he is the one who has risen the highest in the circle of the rich second generation in Nanhang. Of course, if that woman were still in Nanhang, it would be a different story. Meng Yu rubbed his chin. That's it.
He understood a little bit why the family had been able to last for 1,000 years.
By the way, Mr. Meng, have you received any strange phone calls? Morong Qianyu asked.
Unconsciously, her body leaned against Meng Yu again. Meng Yu scratched his head, as if there were several bank presidents or something, and I didn't bother to respond.
But isn't that right? What does the bank president have to do with a laborer? It's definitely a scam. Even the first emperor of China would call for money, so what's the big deal about getting a few calls from bank presidents? Morong Qianyu's face became strange. She didn't even bother to answer the call from the bank president? If this were the Morong family, he would be treated like a VIP. Is this the difference between ordinary families and hidden families? Morong Qianyu's breathing became a bit short. No wonder she had never heard of Mr. Meng's name after so many years in Nanhang City. Mr. Meng is really too low-key. Miss Morong, are you drunk? Meng Yu asked with some concern.
A sly look flashed in Morong Qianyu's eyes. Brother Meng, we've been friends for a long time, so you can just call me Qianyu.
I'm a little drunk, so can I lean on your shoulder?
Now she is not in a hurry to invest. Meng Yu has a lot of money, so as long as she finds an opportunity to take him on a tour of her team and introduce him to the company's project prospects, there is no reason for Meng Yu to refuse the opportunity to make money.
However, if the scene of Morong Qianyu asking the man to call her Qianyu was spread to Wang Zhang's ears, Wang Zhang would probably faint in the toilet. Before Meng Yu could say yes, Morong Qianyu leaned on his shoulder.
And half of her body was squeezed into his arms. With the soft, warm jade in his arms, Meng Yu couldn't help but feel a little excited. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted by this beautiful woman who looked like a fairy. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was speeding along, and the man and woman in the back seat were immersed in the elegant aroma of the candy red wine, hugging each other in silence. Mu Rongqianyu half closed her narrow, slanted eyes and looked at this handsome face that was so close. Her heart was pounding like a deer, and her breathing was heavy. Drip, drip, drip. The phone suddenly rang, breaking the beautiful silence. Meng Yu picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from the company's prestigious work group.
Zhang Rongfan, Ed Meng Yu, Meng, what's wrong with you?
Not only did you not meet last month's sales target, you were late for work this afternoon.
Hurry up and get your ass to the office.
Li Yu, manager Zhang, I don't think Meng Yu is very reliable. He was late for work just after his probation period. Su Qin, no, I remember that Meng handsome guy met the sales target last month.
Lu Haifeng, Su, you must have remembered it wrong. Meng Yu frowned slightly. Last month, his sales performance far exceeded the standard, so how could he not meet the standard? Supervisor Zhang Rongfan is such a fat ass. He must be jealous and underreporting his sales. Is it wrong to be handsome? But Meng Yu didn't care.
The real estate sales industry is exhausting, and after a year, he only earns 200,000 New Zealand dollars, not even a penny. Thinking about this, Meng Yu didn't bother to reply, and directly blocked the message.
Brother Meng, whose message is it? Of course, I'm just asking. Morong Qianyu pouted, obviously dissatisfied with this prestige.
Meng Yu glanced at her casually. It turned out that the company director who was at work was criticizing me for being late for work in the work group.
However, I am too lazy to deal with them anymore. Morong Qianyu nodded in understanding.
The rich experience life and return to experience life, and they don't really care about their work identity. Just like when she was a cashier, when she wanted to be a cashier, she was a conscientious and beautiful cashier. When she is busy, the identity of a cashier has nothing to do with her.
However, Morong Qianyu was still a little angry. The director of that company was really out of line.
It was just a matter of being late, but he had to send a message of authority to criticize her, using vulgar language.
To be honest,
it would be best if she never found out the name of that small company, otherwise she would definitely have her father buy it, then sign a 1-year contract with the manager, and then demote him to a cleaner for a year to reform his attitude. This is how the daughter of a wealthy family can do whatever she wants.
Chapter 13, We're Here.
Get off the car yourself. Amid the sound of tires screeching, a shiny Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the gate of an old residential area, attracting the attention of passers-by. After all, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, which costs 40 million naira, has a really cool design. And the golden flying goddess statue on the front of the car is like a firefly in the night, standing out from the crowd of BBC.
What amazed the onlookers even more was that there were 4 escort cars with bodyguards. What kind of important person is coming? Why is there such a big show? The driver bowed his head and opened the rear door.
Morong Qianyu stepped out of the Rolls-Royce with her long legs, looked around, and frowned slightly. Her long, straight black hair, a purple dress that hugged her slender waist, and a delicate, painted face made her look like a picture. Her delicate and picturesque face, lightly powdered, was already infinitely charming. Her plump and round legs were long and straight, with brown gold patterned stockings and a pair of diamond-encrusted crystal high heels, making her unforgettable.
The onlookers were all stunned by Morong Qianyu's beauty and figure, and were speechless. However, Meng Yu then got out of the car. Morong Qianyu smiled and took Meng Yu's arm, breaking the hearts of the onlookers.
Meng Yu looked at Morong Qianyu strangely.
Was she drunk? Or not?
Women are really a strange creature. It was only when the two of them walked into the community that the crowd dared to talk about it.
Holy shit! Which big star is this? She's even prettier than on TV.
She's not a star at all, she's probably the daughter of some rich family.
Didn't you see all those bodyguards?
Besides, when a star leaves the screen, she's never this pretty.
AWSL.
3 years of hard work, it's worth it even if you get the death penalty.
Go to bed. Those 4 bodyguards are not just for show.
But that young handsome guy looks familiar. It seems to be that college student surnamed Meng, who has lived in the community for half a year.
I never thought he was such a low-key big shot.
If I had known, I would have done whatever it took to get on his good side, even if it meant going bankrupt.
It's too late.
He's not pretending anymore, he's already shown his hand.
I guess he'll be moving back to the villa soon. I heard that this is popular in high society now. What is it called? Experiencing life. Yes, I heard that the supermarket in Wufujing Shopping Plaza has a cashier who is the daughter of the Morong Group. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, when I went there, she was already gone. Alas. I've heard that Morong's daughter is as beautiful as a fairy and as cold as ice. I wonder how she compares to the one who just left. They should be about the same. They are both beautiful, but what does that have to do with us working people? Even if you get lucky, you and I can't afford it. With all the stairs and bodyguards along the way, Mengyu and Morong Qianyu arrived downstairs. Mengyu looked down at the crystal high heels on Morong Qianyu's feet. This made Morong Qianyu a little shy and a little happy. She was very confident in the beauty of her legs and feet. Even compared to international supermodels, she was only stronger, not weaker. Brother Meng, can we look at them at your place? There are too many people here. Morong Qianyu whispered, her head bowed. Mengyu's mouth curled up slightly. No, you've misunderstood. I was just thinking, my home is on the 8th floor, and there's no elevator. How are you going to get up there in your high heels? Why don't you come back another time? Mengyu tried to suggest. Morong Qianyu suddenly looked dumbfounded. It is indeed a beautiful fantasy, but reality is very skinny. But she was not an ordinary rich girl, and she glared at Mengyu with her white teeth tightly clenched. This time, don't you think you can get rid of me? You haven't even added me on WeChat. How will you contact me? Mengyu coughed and said, I forgot. You can scan my QR code. We can keep in touch. He took out his phone and opened his personal WeChat account. Morong Qianyu took out her phone and quickly scanned it, looking at the prompt that her friend had passed the verification. She thought to herself with a smile. Her father, the presidents of major banks, and Wang Zhang were all looking for the mysterious tycoon, but who would have thought that she would get there first? This is the luck that a beautiful girl deserves. Wait, the subtext of keep in touch when there's something going on isn't don't bother me when there's nothing going on? Mengyu, are you rejecting me? Morong Qianyu pouted. Mengyu shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the unit door, starting to climb the stairs. Morong Qianyu stamped her foot, ordered the bodyguard to wait downstairs, and then chased after him. But when she had only climbed to the 2nd floor, she felt a bit out of breath and had to beg Mengyu to wait for her. Climbing the stairs in high heels was indeed a bit difficult for a young lady. In the end, Mengyu was worried that she would twist her ankle, so he carried her up to the 8th floor. For Mengyu, who had been on the track and field team, it was relatively easy to carry Morong Qianyu up the stairs. There's so much dust here. And there are snack bags. Doesn't the property management care? This is an old neighborhood, there is no property management. Mengyu, am I too heavy for you? It's okay, about 100 pounds, but you're about 5 feet 7 inches, so you're still pretty thin for your weight. Mengyu, do you want to die? Don't move around. If you roll down the stairs, I won't be responsible. Mengyu looked at the stairs in fear, shut his mouth tactfully, and leaned his cheek against Mengyu's thick back, feeling at ease and secure. They had only known each other for less than a day, but she was already somewhat dependent on Mengyu. Perhaps the first time she was moved was because of wealth and good looks, but after the incident in the Golden Jade Hall, she already admired Mengyu's intelligence and devotion. She even sometimes fantasized that if she could hold Mengyu's hand and be with him for the rest of her life, would she not be the happiest woman in the world? But Mengyu's perfection always made her feel that it was not real. The 8th floor is here. Mengyu reached out and touched the rusty door. Morong Qianyu, you're here. Come down. Chapter 14, Is there gold in the book? Mengyu took out the key from his pocket and opened the rusty door. He walked into the room and turned on the chandelier in the hall. It was a small house with 1 living room, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen and a bathroom, and a small balcony. The monthly rent was 1500 NTD. Morong Qianyu followed Mengyu behind him, curiously looking at Mengyu's usual living environment. At first, she was a little disappointed. Because Mengyu's home, whether it is the placement of objects or the quality of objects, is so ordinary that it is even a bit shabby. But when she saw the coin bank on the computer desk, she was shocked by the low-key luxury she had not seen in a long time. It was full of coins and banknotes worth more than 10 cents. 100 cents equals 100 million NGN. 1 yuan equals 1 billion naira. This little coin bank should have at least 100 yuan in it. Is it really okay to have more than 100 billion naira in cash just lying around? Isn't this really a bank vault? You just stand here and don't move. I'll go make you a cup of tea. Meng Yu also treated Morong Chenyu as an ordinary friend, without any unnecessary pleasantries. As for the scattered coins and banknotes, Meng Yu had thrown them away before opening the magic box of the system. After all, no one had taken a dime or a dollar seriously before. To be honest, on a rainy day, if a dollar falls into dirty water from your pocket, who would be willing to bend down and pick it up? Especially a dime. But times have changed. A dime can already buy an entire residential building. Muyong Qianyu obediently agreed, but her eyes darting back and forth showed her excitement and restless heart. Having discovered the treasure in the piggy bank, Morong Qianyu was like a great incentive. She began to carefully look at the first corner of the room, as if she were participating in a real-life puzzle game. Soon, she found a paper airplane made from several 2 yuan bills on the bookshelf. This greatly shocked her. According to Morong Qianyu, the $2 bill is no longer in circulation because it is not very useful. Those who could collect them were all top people in Xia, such as her grandfather, who had one framed with several world-famous paintings. Whenever a distinguished guest visited, her grandfather would take it out and show it off for a long time. She had always been proud of her grandfather, and she was proud that the Morong family had collected a 2 yuan note. Until she saw the paper airplane in front of her. It took at least 5 2 yuan bills to make a paper airplane, and she had never thought that anyone could do such a luxurious thing. Even if you leave aside the collection value, it's still more than $10. In terms of Nan Yuan, it is worth 10 billion, enough to buy a small listed company. This is not a paper airplane, it's a flying machine. Even the cost of the space shuttle in the lighthouse country is probably not half as much as this paper airplane. I'm sorry to disappoint you, I'm not very good at folding paper. Meng Yu came over with 2 cups of tea and handed one to Morong Qianyu. Meng Yu took the teacup and gave him a coquettish look. If she didn't know Meng Yu's low-key personality, she would have thought he was showing off his wealth. Is the key to the ability to do things? The key is the material for the origami plane, right? The $2 coin that others regard as a rare treasure is only suitable for making origami planes here. This is inhuman. Morong Qianyu was upset. She was the daughter of the Morong group, and had been pampered with luxury since she was a child. She had a luxury car and a villa, and this was the first time she had envied someone for being richer than her. Sipping her tea, Morong Qianyu shook her head. This tea is too ordinary. It's not worthy of this paper airplane. It seems that Meng Yu, this low-key young man, will not take the initiative to show off his wealth, and she needs to continue exploring. Thinking about this, Morong Qianyu looked up and scanned the bookshelves. She felt that there was a treasure-dense area on the bookshelves, and there must be more treasures hidden there. Suddenly, Morong Qianyu saw a copy of the Book of Songs. She liked this book very much, and she didn't expect to see it on Meng Yu's bookshelf. It seems that the two of them still have many common interests. Morong Qianyu stood on tiptoe, her long, slender fingers as white as spring onions, and she ran her fingers over the books on the shelf, taking down this copy of the Book of Songs. After flipping through it, she was stunned with her eyes wide open. What a guy! What did she see? There was a $5 bill, used as a bookmark, stuck in the book. Is this the true meaning of the saying there is gold in the books? Let's be honest. 5 yuan equals 5 billion nanograms. If this much money were exchanged for gold, it would indeed be enough to build a golden palace. Morong Qianyu almost started to cry. Why is there such a big difference between her and him, even though they both love reading the Book of Songs? She was still racking her brains over how to start a business. He already had a 10 trillion nanometer deposit and was standing in the sky. Even the bookmarks for his books are $5 bills. A low-key billionaire is really terrifying. Meng Yu discovered this and felt that something was wrong. After all, 5 yuan is a huge sum of money in the New World, and it is a bit too extravagant to use it as a bookmark. Morong Qianyu, help me take out the banknotes and I'll deposit them in the bank later. The show was too grand today, and I think the thieves are going to target this place. I have to move. Meng Hao smiled indifferently. Morong Qianyu suddenly blushed. You haven't bought a villa yet, right? Otherwise, why don't you stay at my place for a few days? Actually, I live there alone with a few maids. It's quite empty.
Faced with the invitation to live with a stunning beauty, Meng Yu hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head and refused.
He didn't like the feeling of being a guest in someone else's home.
In the past, he couldn't afford to buy a house, but now that he's the richest man in the world, how could he possibly live in someone else's home?
A flash of disappointment crossed Morong Qianyu's eyes.
The request to live together was rejected?
Chapter 15. May I ask, what is your relationship with Wang Zhang? Morong Qianyu quickly recovered from the embarrassment of being rejected.
The two of them were sorting through books together.
Meng Yu was not worried that Morong Qianyu was hiding money.
This girl was very picky and came from a wealthy family. Although she needed investment to start a business, she would never steal. The final stack of paper money bookmarks was 180 yuan, or 180 billion yuan.
This is definitely a huge sum of money, and it's all in cash.
Morong Qianyu suddenly laughed and covered her mouth. When she saw Meng Yu looking at her with a strange expression, she hurriedly explained. I was just thinking, if the residents of
this building knew that you had so much cash in your room, would they regret it and cry bitterly?
Meng Yu folded the 180 yuan bills in half and put them in his jacket pocket.
I think they don't want to know the truth. It's tiring to know too much. After that, he looked at Morong Qianyu meaningfully. Indeed, it's rare to be confused.
Morong Qianyu smiled like a flower.
Knock, knock, knock.
There was a knock on the door. Meng Yu raised his eyebrows and walked steadily to the front door.
He looked through the peephole and saw the visitor outside. It was a voluptuous beauty with a hot body and a cool outfit, with big wavy golden curls that caught the eye.
She was standing in the dusty stairwell, talking on the phone, and looked out of place in the environment.
No way, sir? He had just gotten rich from the system, and in just one day, he was already being targeted by a bad woman?
At this time, he really wanted to open Jihu and post a comment.
What should I do if a beautiful woman with big waves is blocking the door? Online. It's urgent. Just as Meng Yu was a little panicked, Morong Qianyu walked over with a pink and white cell phone. It's a call from the vice president of the Nanhang Bank. It's for you. Is it a beautiful woman? Do you want to answer it? Yes. Meng Yu's face was a bit strange, and he reached out to take Morong Qianyu's phone. Is it really the president of Nanhang Bank calling him? Meng Yu was a little dazed. He was a laborer with a yearly deposit of less than 100,000 yuan, but he could actually receive a call from the deputy president of the Nanhang Bank himself?
But he quickly realized that the world had changed. Under the new global monetary system, 10,000 yuan was enough to buy the entire Pinghua company. The poverty of being unable to afford a house has completely become a thing of the past. He is now richer than the richest man in the world, and all of it is in demand deposits.
It seems very normal that the vice president of the Nanhang Bank would come to his door. So, the scam calls he had rejected, such as those from the president of the Xianghua Bank and the president of the Gongshang Bank, were all real?
Meng Yu thought about this, holding Morong Qianyu's phone in his hand, and his face showed a little excitement.
Oh, men.
Morong Qianyu pouted and turned to go into the bedroom.
Hello, is this Mr. Meng? I'm already outside your door.
For the sake of the 8 floors I climbed, please open the door and give me a glass of water.
Please.
A very sweet female voice rang out on the phone, like a piece of white chocolate, which made his heart tingle. Meng Yu opened the door and immediately a rich fragrance filled his nostrils. It was not too strong, not too sweet, and not too common.
He nodded slightly and invited her in.
The beautiful woman with big waves looked at Meng Yu's youthful face in surprise. Although she had seen the information, she was still shocked by his youthful good looks when she actually saw him in person. A heart that had been silent for a long time suddenly began to tremble, and the smile on her face became more and more charming.
Thank you, Mr. Meng, for receiving me. You are really too low-key and mysterious. It is really difficult to meet you.
The big wave beauty walked lightly into the hall of the room, and Meng Yu closed the door behind him. Meng Yu smiled and said nothing, and went to the kitchen to prepare tea for the guest. The beautiful woman with big waves quickly scanned the furnishings in the hall, and paused for a moment at the closed bedroom door. She faintly heard the sound of clothes rustling inside, and her expression changed slightly.
That sound? Could it be that Morong Qianyu and Mr. Meng have already reached that stage?
Mr. Meng, please allow me to introduce myself.
I am the deputy head of the Nanhang Bank, surnamed Wang and named Lingyu, the U in the name representing the divine pearl. Wang Lingyu took the teacup with both hands. Wang? Mengyu raised his eyebrows and asked, what is your relationship with Wang Zhang?
Xiao Zhang is my brother's son, and he is also my nephew, but because I was born in my mother's middle age, I am only a few years older than Xiao Zhang.
Wang Lingyue deliberately explained in detail.
She didn't want to become the senior relative of this young handsome man in front of her for no reason.
Mengyu's face was a little strange. In other words, you are Wang Zhang's aunt?
He had a bold idea in his mind.
If Mengyu and Wang Lingyue were together, wouldn't the young and talented rich and handsome Wang Zhang have to call him uncle? It's quite interesting to think about it.
Well, that's true. But I'm only 3 years older than him, so you don't have to worry about the generation gap.
Wang Lingyue reminded him. In old families, this kind of strange relationship between relatives with a large age gap is still very common.
Wang Lingyue sat on the old sofa, fanning her flushed cheeks with her small hand, her whole body dripping with sweat.
Mr. Meng, I feel so hot.
She took off her coat and unbuttoned the collar of her shirt.
Mengyu smiled.
She had climbed 8 floors in one go and had drunk hot tea. It would be a miracle if she wasn't hot.
Chapter 16, Why are you wearing my clothes? Suddenly,
the bedroom door was suddenly opened. A beautiful figure rushed out.
Wang Lingyue, you sly fox.
I thought you were my best friend, but you were just trying to steal.
But
when Morong Qinyu saw the two people talking more than a meter apart with a teacup in their hands, she had to swallow her half-finished rebuke and turn it into an awkward cough.
Oh. She thought something erotic was happening in the hall. It was a false alarm. But in fact, Morong Qinyu knew very well that she could not hold back a man as outstanding as Mengyu.
Because she would be too involved, not to mention getting together, she might not even be able to be friends. After all, there are so many beautiful women in the world, and the richest man in the world is only the one in front of her. What's more, he is so young and handsome. He is simply the perfect boyfriend. So all she can do is to constantly improve herself, show off her beauty and be considerate to keep Mengyu.
Why are you wearing my clothes? Mengyu had a lot of question marks on his head.
At this moment, Morong Qinyu had formally changed into a man's shirt. Because the model was Mengyu's, it was exceptionally loose, and his fair and tender shoulders were exposed, as white as if they would glow.
Mengyu was a little stunned. An ordinary shirt, but when worn by Morong Qinyu, it looks like international fashion. It really is true that beautiful women look good in anything.
Morong Qinyu was a little smug, holding her pink fists in a gesture of encouragement.
Your home is so messy, I think it needs a good clean.
However, it is obviously not suitable to hire a domestic helper here, so I'll just have to do it myself.
What? Do you have an opinion? Mengyu looked at Morong Qinyu with some suspicion. Housekeeping? She is the daughter of the Morong group.
She's a lady of the house who never touches water.
Can she do housework? Mengyu expressed his doubts.
Although he admitted that what Morong Qinyu said made a lot of sense, places like his family's, where $1 or 10 cents would be turned over at any time, were indeed not suitable for hiring a housekeeper to clean.
After all, 1 yuan is 1 billion nanograms.
Mengyu wouldn't be so foolish as to test the character of a domestic helper with a huge amount of money. Don't forget that when we met today, I was a competent cashier. If you underestimate me, you'll be in for a surprise.
Morong Qinyu laughed lightly and covered her mouth. Mengyu helplessly spread his hands and said, okay, you can do whatever you want. Wang Lingyue looked at the two people who were getting along well and was very envious.
However, she did not dare to suggest cleaning the room together because she had already seen the ridiculously expensive paper airplane.
Damn! Folding paper planes with 2 yuan coins, is this the fun of low-key rich people? Do you know that the entire Wang family doesn't have a single $2 bill in their collection?
Last time, when Wang Lingyue went to the Morong family to visit with Wang's grandfather, she saw Wang's grandfather showing off the rare banknote.
She thought to herself, compared to the Morong family's heritage, the Wang family is indeed a bit lacking. Grandpa Wang was so envious that his eyes were almost glued to the frame.
Afterwards, the old man was so inspired that he announced that he would spend 3 billion NTD to buy a 2 yuan note, but because this denomination of banknote is too rare, or because the collector himself is not short of money, he simply could not buy one. Unexpectedly, at Mr. Meng's place, it was only suitable as material for making origami airplanes.
Wang Lingyue really wanted to complain at this point.
Although she is the vice president, she still feels that poverty limits her imagination. If she had a 2 yuan note, she would have it carefully framed in a sandalwood frame and built a special safe room for it. Even if she occasionally wanted to show it to guests, she would wear white gloves and carefully remove it with tweezers.
She definitely wouldn't dare to use it to fold paper airplanes.
I wouldn't dare to think about it in my dreams. Of course, even Mr. Wang didn't have a 2 yuan note, so she definitely wouldn't have one.
The extravagance of this room is evident in this paper airplane.
Under the plain furnishings, there is definitely a staggering amount of wealth hidden. In this case, it is absolutely impossible to call housekeeping to clean up. Even Wang Lingyue wouldn't dare to clean up, because if she dropped the paper airplane into the water, it would be worth more than her life to compensate for the damage.
Besides, even if she had the courage to ask to help clean, would Mr. Meng let a strange woman touch his room? The answer is definitely no.
So she didn't open her mouth and invite trouble. It is probably the case that she is just sitting there watching the fishermen, longing to catch the fish, but unable to do so.
Miss Wang, I wonder what you are doing here this time. Meng Yu said calmly.
The distance in his words made Wang Lingyue feel a bit aggrieved. Usually, when a man sees her outside, he is not just fawning over her.
Why is he so indifferent to her when he is with Mr. Meng? Can you give the 34F panda a little face?
But this time, she really came to ask for something, so she naturally didn't dare to say anything. Mr. Meng, the reason for my visit is that the Nanhang Bank would like you to deposit some money with us. The annual interest rate will be higher than that of the Xia State Bank.
Wang Lingyue directly stated the purpose of her visit.
Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly.
Oh. I do have a little spare money. It depends on whether you Nanhang are sincere.
After all, it is safer to deposit money in the big four banks than in local banks.
Since it is a business discussion, Meng Yu has nothing to be polite about.
After all, the market is like a battlefield, and he can't make a few $100 million less in interest because the other party is a beautiful woman. Moreover, for small deposits, interest may be the first priority, but for huge deposits of hundreds of millions of dollars, the stability of the principal and the strength of the financial institution itself are the first priorities. This is also the reason why the four major banks have the lowest interest rates but are still able to attract the most deposits. Because the four major banks are backed by the central bank, the rich are not worried at all that the four major banks will go bankrupt.
But local banks are different.
They need to offer higher interest rates to attract wealthy depositors.
Wang Lingyue smiled wryly. It seems that you are indeed an expert. How about 8 points of annual interest rate for demand deposits?
When it comes to demand deposits, she deliberately emphasized her tone. You should know that the current annual interest rate for a certain treasure is only less than 3 points, and the four major banks are generally less than 2 points.
Wang Lingyue gave 8 points right away. At first glance, the Nanhang Bank is indeed very sincere. Chapter 17, Real Cash. But Meng Yu is not so easily fooled.
The 8% interest rate is not low, but if I want to deposit 100 yuan and withdraw it in full, I believe the banks in the Magic City will offer a higher price.
He raised the corner of his mouth in a confident arc. When is a man most confident? When you have money in your pocket, of course. It's only $100.
He has a $100 bill in his shirt pocket and another in his pants pocket.
That's a total of 200 billion yuan.
Not to mention the vice president of the Nanhang Bank. Even if the president of the Xia State Bank were here, he would have to treat this large sum of cash with great care.
$100? A lump sum withdrawal? That's a bit low, isn't it?
But Mr. Meng, we are alumni of Nanhang University, so for the sake of our friendship, please help me.
Wang Lingyue looked at Meng Yu pitifully.
She knew that compared to the rich and powerful, Nanhang Bank was definitely not as good as the listed banks in the city of Mo. She began to play the emotional card.
However, Meng Yu was unmoved. What kind of joke is this?
Before he got the system, he was a real estate salesman. He has seen all kinds of sales tactics. Besides, although Meng Yu graduated from Nanhang University, he was definitely not in the same year as Wang Lingyue. Maybe the little demon in front of him had already graduated the year he entered the university. To be clear, the bottom line in the industry is 10 points, and this is already the limit.
No matter how much the central bank is unhappy, Wang Lingyue bit her red lips. However, our Nanhang Bank is after all a local snake. Can I provide you with some special services? Special services? Meng Yu's heart fluttered. He looked at Wang Lingyue sharply, especially at her two big, fat pandas, and lingered on them for a few seconds. Big. So big. If Daji had such a size, King Zhou would not have died in vain. Pa! Mr. Meng, where are you going with this? Wang Lingyue puffed up her cheeks and said, "What I mean is that if you invest in Nanhang, I will provide you with the most comprehensive service. After all, there are many local customs in Nanhang, and my family is a big family in Nanhang, so I can avoid a lot of trouble for you." Meng Yu coughed awkwardly and straightened his face. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to provoke, but the little devil is hard to deal with. Although he has a lot of money now, he doesn't have a strong foundation. It's really not easy to deal with some problems. He can't always ask Morong Qianyu for help, right? Where would his reputation as the richest man in the world be? Wang Lingyue's words hit the nail on the head. Okay, I'll give it to you. Meng Yu smiled and took out a stack of bills from his jacket pocket, handing her the largest one, a 100 yuan note. If it were before the great world changed. If there was a lot of money in his jacket pocket, or if it was mixed with small bills, it would look a bit tacky. But now that the value has increased 1 billion times, his behavior is too extravagant no matter how you look at it. Wang Lingyue's heart was pounding. Was she concerned about the more than 100 yuan? No, it was the generous way Meng Yu paid. $100 is not much, equivalent to 100 billion yuan, less than 1% of his net worth. With a stable annual income of 10 billion yuan in Nanjing, and the protection of the Wang family, he is definitely making a killing. Of course, the Nanhang Bank also definitely won't lose money. After all, Meng Yu is really cash in cash, and the Nanhang Bank can easily make more profits by lending it out or conducting share financing operations. Thank you, Mr. Meng, for your generosity. I am eternally grateful. Please allow me to add to your prestige. If you need any services, you can contact me at any time. Wang Lingyue took the 100 yuan note with trembling hands, her chest rising and falling violently. She was a little dry-mouthed. This was the largest deposit she had ever made since becoming the vice president. Mr. Meng is truly the most distinguished and mysterious individual customer of the Xia State Bank. His generosity and mystery exceeded her imagination. No wonder even the president of the Xia State Bank has missed several opportunities to meet Mr. Meng. And Mr. Meng could not be reached by phone. If it weren't for Wang Lingyue's knowledge of the scene at the supermarket at noon and her longtime friendship with Morong Qianyu, she would probably have been turned away at the door as well. Wang Lingyue was really curious about how much wealth he had in his Xiaodua bank account. Could it be more than 1,000 yuan? Suddenly, a scream came from the bedroom, filled with extreme fear. Meng Yu raised his eyebrows and quickly walked into the bedroom. Just as a dark figure jumped out of the bedroom door, Wang Lingyue, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, screamed in fright. Morong Qianyu threw herself into Meng Yu's arms, her face pale and trembling. A mouse. There's a mouse. It's huge. Meng Yu looked at her in his arms, about to burst into tears, and he didn't bother to discourage her. He just thought to himself. A mouse? What's the big deal? Isn't it normal to have mice in an old neighborhood? It would be strange if there weren't any. With that kind of nerve, how dare she say that she surprised him? Meng Yu said that he was indeed shocked. Morong Qianyu came back to her senses and explained that she was helping you sort through your old clothes to see if there was any missing money, and she really found a lot of it. She handed Meng Yu a small paper box from the bedside table, which contained a lot of banknotes and coins, but the face value was not high, and the total was only a few tens of dollars. Meng Yu guessed that he had left it in the old clothes before. He never imagined that after the world changed, it would become a huge fortune. Don't you need to invest? I'll invest this money in you. Work hard. Don't let me lose money. Meng Yu waved his hand generously. He is now the richest man in the world, absolutely financially free. Investment does not have to be for making money, just do it for fun. From the time he first met Morong Qianyu, Meng Yu still had a very good impression of this Morong group's daughter.
She is beautiful, has a good figure, and we get along well. Although he also knew that she approached him for a purpose, whether it was for his money or his person, it was only natural, right? If Morong Qianyu was fat, ugly, and had a bad temper, Meng Yu would not be interested in looking at her.
Hey, Meng Yu, what do you mean by not losing money? Don't underestimate people, okay? My company has great prospects.
After you've done some field research, you can consider investing. Morong Qianyu raised her head proudly. As the daughter of the Morong group, she of course had a pride that ordinary women did not have.
Although she really needs investment, she doesn't need any charity. Chapter 18, A Stack of 100 Yuan Bills. Wang Lingyue walked into the room and was shocked into a trance.
Looking at the few tens of dollars in the small paper box, she recalled the scene of Mr. Meng casually taking out more than $100 from his jacket pocket.
Is it true that the truly wealthy don't care about money? Coins and banknotes worth 100 million NGN are casually stored in the pockets of their clothes instead of being carefully deposited in the bank vault? What if it gets lost? Wouldn't that be a heartbreaking loss? What's more, if you deposit your money in the bank, you get interest. Could it be that Mr. Meng is so rich that he doesn't even care about the interest? That's too scary. Morong Qianyu explained the mouse incident again. In fact, I'm not that afraid of mice, because I've even kept hamsters before. It's just that the mouse suddenly came out of your cotton padded jacket, and it was big and black, almost biting my hand, which was really scary. Meng Yu laughed in silence on hearing this.
Mice do like to burrow into wardrobes, and they have already bitten holes in several of his old clothes. And if a big rat suddenly jumps out of the clothes without any psychological preparation, the scene is really quite scary, especially for a girl.
He walked over to the closet and took out the cotton padded
jacket, looking at the tear marks on it and feeling a little sad. His parents had bought him this jacket the year before last. Although it was not expensive, it was a token of his parents' love, and he had never worn it. He never thought that it would be damaged by a mouse. He reached into the inside and outside pockets of the jacket, and after a few fumbles, he found a few coins in a small paper box. Suddenly, he felt a stack of paper.
His face lit up.
He remembered that he had lost his New Year's money the year before, which had caused him a lot of pain.
He never thought it was in this pocket. This is a big gain.
It had multiplied 1,000,000,000 times, thanks to the fact that he had not found it.
Meng Yume thought happily.
Seeing this, Morong Qianyu and Wang Lingyue both gathered around, looking curiously at his large hand reaching into the pocket of his coat. In their eyes, Meng Yu was the son of a hidden family that didn't show its true colors, and what could make him so happy must be something extraordinary.
Then,
the two women were shocked by the object in front of them and stopped breathing.
100 yuan bill.
A crumpled stack of 100 yuan bills, about a dozen in number, new and old, shimmering in the light with a dazzling pale gold glow. The two women's minds were suddenly a little confused.
How much money is this?
If you convert 100 yuan to 100 billion NGN,
isn't this stack worth more than 1 trillion? Is it really appropriate to just leave it in the closet? What if a burglar breaks in? You know, with so much money, it's enough to make an ordinary person take a risk. And it seems to have been washed?
Although the 100 yuan red banknote uses special paper that won't be damaged by water, and it's fine to put it in the washing machine with your cotton padded jacket, there's still a risk of damage, right?
Isn't Mr. Meng a little careless?
The casualness of top-notch low-key rich people is really something that these beautiful rich women can't understand. It's really too extravagant.
This?
Wang Lingyue brushed the hair in front of her ear, a little excited but didn't know how to say it, because the trillions of dollars had exceeded the capacity of the Nanhang Bank. Unexpectedly, Meng Yu was the first to speak up. Vice President Wang, you arrange for a cash truck to come. I'm moving, and this money is temporarily stored in the Nanhang Bank vault. Meng Yu of course knew the principle of not showing off your wealth. He didn't want to parade around with a large amount of cash that would definitely be looking for death. Temporary storage in the vault. Wang Lingyue was a little disappointed. Because the temporary storage vault means that the Nanhang Bank cannot use this huge amount of money. But she also knew that the amount of cash deposits was no longer within her reach. But she wasn't too disappointed. She believed that as long as she maintained a good relationship with Meng Yu, the money would be there. In the future, her position as vice president of the Nanhang Bank would be as stable as Mount Tai. It is not impossible to even become the bank president with this relationship. I know, the armored car is already on its way, but such a big move will definitely not be able to hide from the four major banks, and Mr. Meng's identity may be exposed. Wang Lingyue lowered her head and said with a frown. She had already made up her mind to cling to Meng Yu's thick thighs. She would never let go of such a thick thigh.
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to hide my identity anymore. Meng Yu's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat. What the hell is there to hide? Before he got the system, he was just a worker with less than 20,000 yuan in savings. What was there to hide? It's just that the magic box of the system is too powerful. It has even changed the world's price and currency system, allowing him to soar to become the world's new richest man with 10 trillion nanograms. Suddenly, Morong Qinyu widened her eyes and pointed at a torn 100 yuan note, exclaiming, "Oh my god! This note looks like it's been nibbled on by a mouse." "Yeah, it's just a single note." Meng Yu shrugged. He had seen the torn banknote a long time ago. But this stack of 100 yuan bills was originally an unexpected joy. They were all accidentally found in old clothes, and their value had increased 1,000,000,000 times. Even if one was torn, it wouldn't matter. He still made a profit, so he didn't have any heartache on his face. But the two women didn't know the inside story, so they looked at Meng Yu in shock. Wang Lingyue swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at the torn 100 yuan bill in shock. What is Mr. Meng talking about? Just eat it? Just one? According to the bank's system for exchanging damaged currency, a torn 100 yuan note is only worth 75 yuan, or 75 billion NGN. That's 25 yuan less than a whole 100 yuan bill, which is 25 billion naira in naira. 25 billion NGN. It was eaten by a stupid mouse? Oh my god. Doesn't Mr. Meng have the slightest expression of pain? Wang Lingyue thought of the excitement she felt when she had just secured the 100 yuan deposit, and compared it to Mr. Meng's calmness at this moment. She said she felt so sour, even more sour than a lemon. When will she be able to be as calm as Mr. Meng when he loses 25 billion NGN? Of course, she would first have to have 25 billion NTD to be able to afford losing 25 billion NTD. Thinking about this overly realistic premise, Wang Lingyue's eyes became resentful. Although she is a true blue second-generation rich girl, in front of Mr. Meng, why does she not have any self-confidence of a rich person? Why does she feel that the gap between the rich and the rich is even greater than the gap between the working class and the rich? Can Mr. Meng not pretend to be sad and comfort her poor, helpless, wounded heart? Chapter 19. Don't just stand there. Morong Qinyu was more composed about it. After all, she was already numb from the shock. Seeing this scene, she had only one thought in her heart. Mr. Meng, you are worthy of your reputation. Meng Yu, are you ready to go out? I have already asked the family bodyguard to come over and guard this room for you while you are away. Morong Qinyu said softly. At this moment, she was wearing Meng Yu's white shirt and smiling sweetly. If Wang Lingyue didn't know the inside story, she would probably think that she was already Meng Yu's virtuous little wife. Meng Yu nodded slightly and cleaned up before leaving. It is comfortable to be with a smart girl. He doesn't need to tell her anything. Morong Qinyu continued, Lingyu, you should also arrange for some people. Mr. Meng's wealth is too shocking. I'm worried that the people below will not be able to control their greed. She was deliberately trying to avoid suspicion. After all, friendship is friendship. If she loses the money, she really doesn't know how to explain it to Meng Yu. Wouldn't Meng Yu suspect her of embezzlement? Of course, an extra layer of protection is necessary. Mr. Meng is our most distinguished guest at the Nanhang Bank. I will directly transfer people from the bank to guard Mr. Meng 24 hours a day to ensure that everything is safe. Wang Lingyue nodded solemnly. The Nanhang Bank moved very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, a cash truck with flashing lights stopped at the building where Meng Yu lived. 2 teams of security guards, fully armed, carrying a special safe, jogged up to the 8th floor. Wang Lingyue took the safe from the security personnel. In front of Meng Yu, Wang Lingyue counted the banknotes and coins that were about to be deposited in the vault 9 times. After confirming the amount was correct, she dared to place the banknotes and coins into the safe, then closed the safe tightly and affixed a one-time seal. Finally, Wang Lingyue wrote a deposit slip to Meng Yu. The amount on the receipt was over 1,752.3 billion.
Even the security personnel, who had received professional training, had a slight tremor in his arm as he carried the handheld safe with the seal attached. There is just too much money in here.
If there is the slightest mistake, the consequences will be unimaginable.
However, the cold barrel of the gun gave him some confidence.
This is Xia, a country with good public security, and gun control is extremely strict.
There should be no criminals who dare to attack a cash truck.
Wang Lingyue left with the security personnel.
With such a large sum of money, she definitely had to see it delivered to the vault herself before she could rest easy.
After the bank staff left one after another,
Meng Yu and Mu Rongqianyu were the only two people left in the room, a man and a woman. Mu Rongqianyu's heart beat a little faster, and she lowered her head and played with the hem of the large men's shirt. The exposed shoulders were as white as snow, warming Meng Yu's gaze.
"Qianyu, wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes," Meng Yu suddenly said tenderly.
Mu Rongqianyu lowered her head and gave a soft sound.
Her pretty face instantly turned red, like the fiery clouds at dusk.
She was a little confused at this moment. In terms of reason, she felt that the two of them had only known each other for less than a day, and the pace was a bit too fast. But she didn't know how to refuse Meng Yu. After all, his conditions were too good. He was tall and handsome, he was low-key and passionate, and he had a deposit that surpassed the richest man in the world.
Perhaps deep down, she didn't want to reject any of Meng Yu's intimate behavior. In fact, it doesn't feel good to confirm the relationship first and then cultivate the relationship, but if it's him, it's completely fine, right?
There was a rustling sound of clothes being changed in the bedroom. Mu Rongqianyu's breathing became heavy, and she panted softly, her eyes soft and charming like autumn water. She was both looking forward to it and nervous.
Finally, Meng Yu came out of the bedroom wearing old clothes. "Qianyu, don't just stand there. Didn't you say you were going to help me clean the room?" All talk and no action. Mu Rongqianyu was full of question marks. Cleaning the house? Fake? After all this time, this is what I get? In an instant, the shyness on Mu Rongqianyu's face turned into anger. She said she didn't want to talk to Meng Yu and threw a sofa cushion at him. Then she went to work with the bucket and rag she had prepared. "Why are you so angry? Hey, Mu Rongqianyu, what did I do to you? If you don't want to clean, then don't clean. I can do it myself."
Meng Yu caught the throw pillow with his hand and his face showed some helplessness.
As the ancient sage said, it is difficult to raise women and petty people. Meng Yu and Mu Rongqianyu continued to clean the room until the whole room was completely new.
Then they took a shower in turn, changed into new clothes and prepared to go out. During this cleaning process, Meng Yu also realized the gentle and virtuous side of Mu Rongqianyu. It turns out that the daughter of the Morong group really knows how to do housework and is very dexterous. This surprised Meng Yu so much that he became curious about the chairman and his wife, who had raised her. What kind of educational philosophy did the chairman and his wife have? How could they let their own daughter learn these things? When he left, he closed the rusty door with a somewhat nostalgic expression on his face. Although the life of a wage earner is undoubtedly plain and bitter, when he becomes the richest man in the world and the past becomes a memory that cannot be returned, he somehow misses it inexplicably.
Maybe this is the price of being poor?
Meng Yu reached out and rubbed the rust on the door, smiling at himself. This time, he came back to clean up, which was the end of a beginning and fulfilled a wish of his. And he also gained a lot of treasures and surprises. His old life was finally over, and he was ready to start enjoying the life of the world's richest man.
At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was his colleague Su Qiner. Chapter 20, Who was being arrogant? Meng Yu answered the phone. "Hello, is this Meng?" Su Qiner sounded a little anxious. Meng Yu frowned slightly. Su Qiner is a beautiful colleague at their company. She usually gets along well with Meng Yu and often brings each other takeout.
Although her appearance, figure and temperament are definitely far inferior to Mu Rongqianyu, she is definitely a 100% beautiful woman on the street.
"What's wrong? Big Beauty Su? Did an old man take advantage of you again?" Meng Yu joked casually, to relieve Su Qiner's nervousness,
so that she could regain her composure and clearly explain the incident she had just experienced. "You're the one who got groped by an old woman."
"Humph.
It was Supervisor Zhang who got angry and said you were too arrogant and was about to throw your things out,"
Su Qiner said angrily. Oh, I see.
Tell manager Zhang that I'll be right there.
Meng Yu said calmly. Too arrogant? Who was being arrogant?
Meng Yu was too lazy to bother with his former boss. After all, they had worked together, and now that he had made it, there was no need to be unreasonable and hold on to a little old conflict. But some other supervisors really like to push their luck. Meng Yu gave Zhang a little face, and he really didn't know who he was. He actually dared to throw his things away, which was simply shameless. Besides, he did leave something at the company, and he had to get it back. Thinking of that thing, Meng Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia, recalling the good times at university and the face of that beautiful and unearthly beauty. It was 3 months after he accepted Wang Li's confession that he met her at the Nanchang bookstore. The two of them had a great time talking and regarded each other as close friends. One night, under the moonlight, she poured out her heart and expressed her love for him. However, Meng Yu thought that Wang Li's love for him was too strong to be ignored, so he politely declined, even though she was 1,000 times more beautiful than his girlfriend Wang Li. The girl was also a proud person, and knowing that Meng Yu and Wang Li were in perfect harmony, she never mentioned the matter of men and women again. This relationship was based on feelings, but ended with propriety. After the two graduated and went their separate ways, they tacitly severed their ties. The only thing that the old friend left Meng Yu was the bracelet she took off her wrist as a memento of their brief acquaintance. He usually kept the bracelet in his briefcase and wore it close to his body. After all, it is rare to find a true friend in life. It was only on the day he got the system that he was taking a lunch break and went to the supermarket in Wufujing Shopping Plaza to buy some daily necessities. He left his briefcase and the bracelet in the office. It was only now that he remembered. This is also the real reason why Meng Yu is indifferent to women. As the saying goes, once you've seen the ocean, you can't be impressed by a puddle. In terms of looks, figure, talent and temperament, even the daughter of the Morong group is half as good as his old friend. She was a proud blue beauty. Who is this beautiful lady? Meng Yu, do you have any pretty colleagues in your company? Morong Qianyu's sour words interrupted Meng Yu's memories. Meng Yu said honestly, yes, she is a nice person.
I am going to the company, do you want to come with me? If Morong Qianyu doesn't go, he'll have to take a taxi.
And taking a taxi is definitely not as comfortable as riding in a Rolls-Royce. He had to find time to buy a good car.
Morong Qianyu gave him a look, and a smile came to her face.
Of course, I'm still waiting for you, the big boss, to invest some money in me.
Besides, I want to meet that domineering director Zhang. Meng Yu smiled indifferently. If it weren't for the sentimental value of the bracelet, he wouldn't bother going back to the company. He didn't need any of his other personal belongings anyway. Come on, I'll carry you down. You're wearing high heels, you'll probably twist an ankle. It's my fault?
I didn't know your house didn't have an elevator.
Morong Qianyu, don't move around. Hey, you actually have muscles.
It won't hurt to touch them. In the midst of their conversation, Meng Yu carried Morong Qianyu down the stairs. After the 2 scenes at the Wanhao restaurant in Meng Yu's home, the two of them had obviously become much closer, and they were not shy about joking around with each other, their friendship being no less than that of partners who had fought side by side. What the two didn't realize was that the downstairs was already surrounded by residents watching the fun. After all, since Meng Yu came home, with the Rolls-Royce Phantom luxury car, the stunning beauty, and the bank armored car, it was hard not to attract attention. Moreover, the people of Xia have always liked to gather and watch the fun. The residents of the community were talking about it. I'll tell you, a couple of beautiful people just came in a customized Rolls-Royce. They looked like they were in a movie, and they went upstairs together.
That guy, that scene, the pinnacle of life. Is that true?
The car is here, but this Rolls-Royce must cost at least 20 million.
Can a young person afford this car? Could it be a big boss?
Look at these 4 bodyguard cars.
Dozens of bodyguards are escorting them. How famous must they be? I think the woman must be a big star. Come on. Even a celebrity wouldn't have this much pomp and circumstance. I think it's probably the son or daughter of a wealthy family. Did you see the armored car just now? The security guards left with a safe, but I wonder what precious treasure was in it.
So many security guards were mobilized.
Who was that beautiful woman who just got off? She was so enchanting. At least 36D.
If she were my girlfriend, I would be willing to shorten my life expectancy by 20 years.
I think she's a senior executive at the Nanhang Bank. I saw the logo. You're not even worth 20 years of my life. A lot of people have come in succession. I heard that they were the bodyguards of the Morong Group and the security personnel of the Nanhang Bank. There must be 40 or 50 of them. What's going on? I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the first couple. Could it be embezzlement? Or an affair? It doesn't seem like it.
It's more like a forced marriage or a marriage breakup.
Stop guessing. I think a national treasure might be coming out. From the looks of things, there's definitely going to be a big show. What's the rush? Maybe it'll be on the news tomorrow.
I never thought our neighborhood would have such a glamorous day.
Look. Look. It's the first couple. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Meng Yu arrived on the first floor with Morong Qianyu on his back.
When they saw the scene, Meng Yu and Morong Qianyu looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Fortunately, the bodyguards of the Morong Group and the security personnel of the Nanhang Bank were already in place. Under the cover of the staff, Meng Yu and Morong Qianyu got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove away.
However,
just a few minutes after the Rolls-Royce Phantom left, a luxury convoy made up of senior staff from more than a dozen banks arrived in a non-stop rush.
Chapter 21, Hundreds of banks gathered to compete.
Dozens of luxury cars with Porsche logos started to pour into the old neighborhood where Meng Yu used to live. Then several more batches arrived. Residents of the neighborhood who didn't know about it thought the car show had chosen the wrong address. In fact, the old neighborhood where Meng Yu rented a room has been around for more than 20 years, as can be seen from the old buildings and the worn-out ground. But since its construction, the community has never seen such a big scene. 100 luxury cars worth tens of millions of dollars were parked in the neighborhood, blocking all the roads.
Yang Changbin is a branch manager at the Nanhang Bank.
He is now a level 6 employee, and the highest-ranking employee of the Nanhang Bank here. When he was young, he traveled with his superiors all over the country and had seen many big scenes. But a grand scene like this, he had never seen before, except at the International Banking Conference. It's not that there are hundreds of luxury cars.
That's common at international auto shows.
It's the bigwigs sitting in the back of the cars. The presidents of the 5 major banks in Xia, the president of Xiaguo Gongsheng Bank, the president of Xiaguo Jianshi Bank, the president of Xiaguanenji Bank, and the president of Jiaodong Bank. The heads of the 5 major banks in Xia have all come in person.
There were also representatives from well-known domestic banks such as the Bank of Shanghai, the Bank of Communications, the Bank of China, the Bank of China, Hong Kong, the Bank of Communications, the Bank of Shanghai, and the Bank of Communications. Even the dozen or so foreign banks in the country were all there, not a single one missing. And looking around, the representatives of each bank were all industry giants at the level of deputy general manager. Yang Changbin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and was shocked by what he saw, his eyes wide open. But he was able to become a branch manager, so he was not a fool. He immediately thought of what Vice President Wang had said. There was no doubt that the distinguished clients that Vice President Wang had mentioned were also the targets of these people at the level of branch manager. After all, there is little chance that an old neighborhood would hide 2 dragons at the same time. So, who was the VIP that Vice President Wang had just visited? Why would so many important people at the level of president gather to visit him at the same time?
Even the richest man in Xia, Ma Nanhang, probably doesn't get this kind of treatment. These people are all real big shots in the domestic banking industry, and just one of them stomps their feet and the entire banking industry trembles.
The crowd watching the commotion started to talk. Holy cow!
These people all seem to be very important.
What exactly were the identities of that man and woman? I don't know, but I think they're scary. I know that the man who came in a long Bentley is the head of the Swiss bank in Xia. I used to work as a security guard at the Swiss bank, so I can't be wrong. I've seen a photo of that man too. He's the president of the bank in Xia, and he's a real veteran. Damn!
This camp is too luxurious.
I'll be honest, I'm jealous.
I used to throw trash out with that guy named Meng. If I had known, I would have tried to get close to him.
If I had a connection with him, I would have been able to get ahead in life. Me too.
I even had dinner with him at a small restaurant last time, and his girlfriend wasn't with him then.
He's young and successful, so he's not self-deprecating. He must have a lot of girlfriends. I'm so jealous. So what did the bigwigs at the bank want with him? I'm really curious.
Not only the residents of the community were curious, even Yang, the branch manager, was shocked and felt like his heart had been scratched by a cat. But he also knew that in the special environment of the banking industry, excessive curiosity could kill a cat. Since Vice President Wang had not given him any instructions, he dared not ask any more questions.
Are you the person in charge here? Nanhang Bank?
The president of the Xiagua Bank got off the car and walked over, giving him a dignified glance. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the guests all fell on Yang Changbin, and their smiles were a bit strange.
Nanhang Bank? What kind of second-rate little bank is that? Trying to get close to that person to get a share of the pie?
Yang Changbin's forehead suddenly broke out in large beads of sweat.
The ignorant are fearless.
Since he knew the terrifying identities of these guests, he would be under tremendous psychological pressure. To put it bluntly, if he accidentally let slip a provocative remark, he would have no place in the banking industry in the future.
Yes, I am Yang Changbin, the branch manager of the Nanhang Bank, and I am here to guard the house of a distinguished guest on behalf of Vice President Wang Lingyue.
The shirt behind Yang Changbin was already soaked with sweat. The president of the Xiagua Bank frowned slightly.
Wang? That would be the Wang family of Nanhang, right?
He had long since noticed that the personnel here were somewhat mixed, and he must have assumed that in addition to the bank security personnel, there were also the bodyguards of the Wang family of Nanhang.
However, even the entire Wang family of Nanhang could not possibly support the financial needs of Mr. Meng.
The guests looked at each other.
Since the news that the low-key and mysterious Mr. Meng had appeared in Nanhang, the eyes of the global banking community had been focused on Nanhang City, and they were just the first to arrive in a hurry.
There are also a large number of overseas banks that are on their way to Nanhang by plane. After all, Mr. Meng is the person with the most cash deposits in the world, without a doubt.
He is also the only one.
The ultimate hidden giant who can stir up the global financial storm with his personal financial resources. Note, in the world monetary system after the system change, the money held by the host is recognized by all banks around the world. According to some rumors, the wealth he possesses is enough to make a small developing country leap into a developed country.
The most frightening thing is that
none of the governors present were qualified to know how he had come to possess so much wealth. The central bank had always been very secretive about this matter, and not even the four major banks had been informed.
Having said that, if the Wang family was involved, then there was someone there who should know more about Mr. Meng. The governors focused their attention on Wang Zhang, the next head of the Wang family in Nanhang.
Wang Zhang was dumbfounded at this moment.
Be reasonable.
He came with the president of the Xia Country Bank this time as a junior, to learn from the big boss. After all, although he has succeeded in starting a business,
and has also been recognized by the older generation of the Wang family,
but his own company is still too small, with a total asset of less than 10 billion New Zealand dollars. Before he took over the Wang family business, he was naturally not qualified to participate in this competition. Even Wang Zheng didn't know the name or age of the mysterious tycoon, only that he was extremely rich. And the purpose of Wang Zheng's visit this time was also very simple. After the mysterious tycoon has given the banks a big slice of the pie, he can just pick up the leftovers and be full. After all, the mysterious tycoon is the existence that all major banks are eager to get close to. As long as you are familiar with him, you can invest billions of dollars with him like you are giving money to a beggar.
Begging. For charity? This is business, not embarrassing. Chapter 22, The Tycoon Who Influences the Business World. After recovering from the shock, Wang Zhang looked incredulous. He was just accompanying the prince to study, but how did he suddenly become the key person? Has the branch manager made a mistake? He asked again and again to confirm. Branch manager Yang, are you sure it was my aunt Wan Lingyue who arranged for you to be on duty here? If this is a mistake, the Wang family in Nanhang will be humiliated all over the world.
As the future head of the Wang family, he can't be too careful. Although Wan Lingyue was not a flower vase in the family, her abilities were too mediocre compared to her stunning beauty, especially her lack of initiative.
How could she have been the first to contact that person in the entire Wang family?
Not to mention that so many bankers in front of him were unable to contact the mysterious tycoon.
What does his sister-in-law, Wang Lingyue, a vice president of a small bank, have to do with it? Why should she get there first? Could it be that the mysterious tycoon has his eye on his sister-in-law? Or is it that his aunt has been hiding her strength?
Wang Zheng thought of 1,000 things in an instant, but his face gradually calmed down.
Yan Changbin saw that the person following the president of the Xia Country Bank was actually Wang Zhang.
Indeed, I am here to look after the house for the distinguished guest on the orders of Vice President Wang. He then looked at Wang Zhang strangely.
Isn't Vice President Wang a member of the Wang family? How come the Wang family in Nanhang doesn't know about this? Does Vice President Wang have other plans?
Yang Changbin originally wanted to mention the fact that the daughter of the Muyang group was present. But after a quick glance, he decided to keep it to himself. After all, he was an old employee of the Nanhang Bank and a direct subordinate of Wang Lingyue.
The Wang family's interests had nothing to do with him. You mean that mysterious tycoon lives here? Is he still here? Wang Zhang's eyes lit up. Yang Changbin shook his head.
The guest had just left, and it was said that he had gone back to the company. He should not be back for a short time. When this news reached the ears of the bank managers, they all looked disappointed. Because no one present knew where Mr. Meng's company was located. It seems that they have missed another opportunity. But this was also within their expectations. After all, due to the ambiguous attitude of the central bank, the bank managers simply did not have the courage to hire a private detective to investigate Mr. Meng. It would be strange if they didn't end up hitting a dead end. The reason they are still so enthusiastic is just to show their sincerity, just like the 3 visits to the thatched cottage, hoping to win the world's largest customer with sincerity.
Don't say that their domestic banks are humble.
As far as they knew, the heads of the international banks had already flown to Nanhang on international flights as soon as they heard the news that Mr. Meng had joined the WTO.
Without being a senior executive in the banking industry, it is impossible to imagine the influence that a wealthy tycoon like Mr. Meng will have on the global banking industry and even the global business landscape.
During the 3 Kingdoms period, the one who could win the favor of the young geniuses would be able to win the world. Then the bank that gets Mr. Meng as a client will basically become the largest private bank, and it will be far ahead of the second place. As for the fact that the Nanhang Bank was the first to contact Mr. Meng,
in fact, it was also within the expectations of the other bank presidents. After all, Nanhang Bank is a local bank in Nanhang City.
Although it is small in scale and has a limited range of influence.
But in Nanhang City, its influence is probably penetrating. As the saying goes, even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Sometimes, snake paths are more convenient than dragon paths for finding important people. It seems that we will have to cooperate with the Nanhang Bank. This time, the Nanhang Bank has benefited from Mr. Meng.
It can't be said that the Vice President Wan was able to get in touch with Mr. Meng first, no matter what connections she used. Indeed, being able to get things done is real ability. After all, the Nanhang Bank is so small that it can swallow 1 trillion Nan yuan in savings at most, which is nothing. It is estimated that Mr. Meng's deposits have exceeded 10,000 yuan, and there are even huge amounts of gold banknotes.
This is the case with old families.
They have a soft spot for banknotes. After all, digital currency is a new product. It's fine to keep a little money in it, but for large transactions, cash is still the most reliable.
Isn't that right? From ancient silver notes to modern vault notes, it's always been the same.
I just don't know which family Mr. Meng comes from.
Don't pry into his personal affairs. You've been warned not to do so. Alas, Mr. Meng comes and goes like the wind. I don't know when I'll be able to see him.
I heard that he is young, handsome, and talented, and even the Eastern family in the imperial capital wants to marry him.
The princess of the imperial capital? Didn't she graduate from the first military academy in Nanhang? Could it be that they've known each other for a long time? Who knows?
One is the daughter of a top family in the imperial capital, and the other is the heir to a 1,000-year-old family.
It feels like a good match. Matching? Although I am a banker from the Sakura Kingdom, I also know about the hidden struggles between the great families.
If Mr. Meng and the Dongfang family join forces, not to mention the other top families in Xia, I'm afraid even the Rothschild family and the Masonic Consortium will be unable to sit still. The bank managers gathered in groups to discuss the matter. Since Mr. Meng's final clue ended here, they still had to go back and discuss it at length.
In the end, They were afraid to test Mr. Meng's bottom line of privacy. If they couldn't get the savings, it would be a small matter. If they angered the low-key Mr. Meng, they were afraid that he could really overturn the terrifying financial power of several banks with his own strength. You see, in the global banking world, Mr. Meng's very existence is a bug. That is why Mr. Meng has another nickname, Bug Meng. This refers to his low-key personality, which he likes to hide, and his immeasurable wealth, which is rivaling that of a nation. Now that Mr. Meng has finally shown his face, although he only spent more than 3 million New Zealand dollars at the Marriott restaurant, it has also sent out a subtle signal that Mr. Meng is likely to make a big move. After all, Mr. Meng is such a hidden giant, and everything he says and does must have a deep meaning. As a result, the business community in Xia and even the global business community will be hit by an unprecedented earthquake. After all, Mr. Meng has a lot of money. Is really too much, so much that it can affect the fate of Xia and the world. The bank managers looked regretful, and the luxury cars left one after another. The crowd watching the fun gradually dispersed, and the old neighborhood returned to its former tranquility. Only the security personnel of the Nanhang Bank closely guarded Mr. Meng's old house. On the other side, in front of the main entrance of the Fengyuan International Trade Building, a Rolls-Royce Phantom with a jasmine-scented interior slowly pulled up, surrounded by 4 bodyguard cars. Passers-by stopped to admire the car and looked at it with envy. A 40 million yuan Phantom series luxury car? The owner of a small company renting office space in the Fengyuan International Trade Building can't afford it. Is this the father of the small company that is here to inspect? Chapter 23, I get it. This is the company that came to make connections. The company has arrived. Meng Yu looked out of the car window at the familiar scene outside. It was still a little while before the end of the workday. The gate of the International Trade Building was still old and clean, the convenience store at the gate was deserted, the security guard standing in the lobby, and the busy delivery personnel were still the same, unloading small packages from the delivery tricycle. Only he who has access to the system has seen his life trajectory change completely. Things have changed. Yesterday, he was still working from 9 to 5, struggling to buy a house and a car. Not only did he have to deal with difficult customers, he also had to face the jealousy of his colleagues and was exploited by his company's director. He even broke up with his gold-digging girlfriend. Today, he has enough wealth to buy Apple Incorporated. He can drink a bottle of candy wine that costs 600,000 NGN, has a rich girl chasing after him, and has even made his ex-girlfriend regret it so much that she fainted. The days of being a wage earner are over. He has achieved the pinnacle of his life. Meng Yu, you were here to experience life. I remember you said you were a real estate salesperson at the Greenbank Group, which is one of the world's top 500 companies. It should pay a good salary, right? Morong Qianyu came over curiously. Meng Yu smiled lightly. It's just a small company under the Greenbank Group. The base salary is 3,500 yuan plus a 1% commission. That's not bad. I'm a cashier, and I only make 5,000 yuan a month in dead wages. It's not even enough for a lipstick. Muyang Qianyu suddenly rolled her eyes. Why don't we pool our wages together and go for a hot pot? I heard from my college roommate that the money you earn from working is delicious even if you eat instant noodles. And I know there is an old restaurant nearby that serves really good food. The most important thing is that you can't find it online. 2 people's wages, 1 hot pot? Do you have a mine at home? Meng Yu's mouth twitched. Indeed, a daughter of a noble family is not something that ordinary people can afford. In the past, he would have turned around and left. Okay. Meng Yu was full of emotion, but he didn't refuse. After all, he had already eaten his 660,000 NTD king crab, so he didn't mind spending a little more. At this moment, the driver had just opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. Morong Qianyu walked down with her long legs, and under the sunlight, the gold-embroidered brown stockings shimmered with a noble and elegant luster. Oh my god! The Fengming series of stockings from the German brand. No way? No way? You must have made a mistake. A pair of stockings from that series costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Unless you are a real rich and beautiful woman who can afford to wear them. They are all for collection. There is no mistake. The Fengming series uses the finest gray silk, which was used as tribute silk in ancient times. Yes.
Especially on the stockings, this delicate golden thread pattern is noble and not flirtatious. It is said to have been completed in collaboration with the chief designer of Hermes. There are only 10,000 sets per month worldwide, and it is the favorite of the upper class in Xia.
I have always wanted to own a pair.
No, we can't afford to buy such a luxury item as stockings.
This must be the daughter of a wealthy family. I guess she's here to review the company.
I wonder which company is lucky enough to be able to work with her.
She is so beautiful and young. She looks like a movie star.
Forget it, we working girls can't compete with her. Some women are born with silk stockings, but they can't afford to wear them for the rest of their lives.
Morong Chinyu smiled.
She had grown accustomed to these envious glances since childhood.
Then, Meng Yu, dressed in a black Armani suit, got out of the car.
His gorgeous clothes and handsome face with sharp angles. It attracted the attention of the 4 working beauties standing in the distance, and they were so excited that they screamed.
He's so handsome. I'm in love. That's the latest Armani top-of-the-line jacket. It's made of snow wolf fur. It costs millions. I'm so jealous. Why isn't the woman standing next to me? Yes. I'd rather cry myself to death in a Rolls-Royce Phantom than laugh in a BMW. Nowadays, you need a Porsche to start looking for a boyfriend, and if you meet a Phantom, you should just marry him.
Sisters. I admit that I am infatuated with him.
I want to give birth to a monkey with him. Calm down. Other people have rich girlfriends. How could they possibly like working girls like us? If you want to marry a Phantom, you have to have a Porsche 911 yourself, right? My Mr. Right. Wait, he looks familiar. Isn't he the sales guy from Nanhangled Real Estate? I even asked him for his WeChat ID last time. But he rejected me. No way. Your salesman wears a Snow Wolf Armani? Exactly, it's impossible. Girls, let's not be afraid. Let's go over and talk to this rich guy. Let's be friends forever. Right. Take a chance, what if he likes you? I'm so scared. Will I be scolded by that young lady? It's okay.
I think that young lady is afraid of that young master.
She probably has to pay him. She definitely wouldn't dare say anything to his face. As for men, who doesn't like a little bit of color? That's right. Let's go for it.
The 4 beautiful part-time workers in the distance made up their minds and walked towards Meng Yu and his friends, looking timid and scared. Seeing this, Morong Chinyu naturally reached out and grabbed Meng Yu's shoulder, wanting to declare her sovereignty over these working girls with ideas. But she didn't expect that her hand was casually pushed away by Meng Yu. Meng Yu looked at her strangely, frowned slightly, and thought to himself.
What the hell is this Morong Chinyu? A mollusk?
She leaned on him in the car, let him carry her upstairs, and now she's holding his arm as if he were a human walking stick.
Shit. She's sick. The 4 working beauties were delighted to see this. It seemed that the rich couple were having a fight. Wasn't this the best opportunity for them to step in?
Although they are not as good-looking or as well-built as the young lady, they are shameless and open-minded, and they might get the chance to be favored.
And if they get pregnant, they can marry into the rich family. It would be like a gray sparrow flying onto a sycamore branch, becoming a phoenix.
Not only will she never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of her life, she can also show off to her old classmates and ex-boyfriends, acting like a high-class socialite.
Handsome guy, this is my WeChat. Feel free to contact me if you need anything.
The first one was still relatively restrained, but she just handed over a small note, and what she said was very vague. The next one was more open-minded.
Boss, I'm an amateur cosplayer. Do you want to hire me as your secretary?
I'm very capable, and I have all the looks you want. After that, he handed Meng Yu a pink business card. Meng Yu scratched his head, glanced at the 4 women blocking the way, and looked at Morong Chinyu, who had a lot of black question marks on her head.
What is going on?
He was just thinking about how to manage his savings, and he hadn't noticed when 4 beautiful street girls appeared in front of him.
Humph. Men. It's for you. Morong Chinyu's tone was obviously a little unhappy.
After all, Meng Yu had embarrassed her in front of 4 ordinary women.
However, she and Meng Yu did not have a confirmed relationship.
So even if a woman pursued him in person, she couldn't do anything about it, and could only sulk in her own anger. Mengyu looked back at the four women's frightened expressions and suddenly realized. I get it. They're here to make connections. I've heard that once you become rich, you'll have more relatives, friends, and old classmates and colleagues. It seems that this is true. They had just arrived at the office building where the company was located. But Mengyu didn't reject them bluntly, and he took the note and pink business card with a smile, making Morong Chinyu beside him frown in anger. Seeing this scene, the two women's smiles became even brighter. Chapter 24. What kind of magic is this? Mengyu also smiled and looked at the remaining two beauties. They're not trying to get close to me, are they? The third long-haired beauty was obviously a lot higher in rank. Little brother, my wife just got dumped by a scumbag, and my mother had a car accident. Can you buy me a drink tonight? I'm afraid I can't tonight, but some other time. Mengyu smiled indifferently. The two of them don't know each other. This beauty actually wants him to treat her to a drink? Although he was sorry for the unfortunate situation in the beauty's family, there were many more miserable people in the world, and he could not use this as an excuse to get free drinks. The long-haired beauty sighed with regret. The long-haired beauty looked at Mengyu with a small, resentful expression for a few seconds, then took out a gold-plated business card and handed it to Mengyu. When Mengyu reached out to take it, her finger tickled Mengyu's palm, and the look in her eyes became more and more charming, reminding Mengyu of the female cat in the courtyard of his hometown. The careful Morong Chinyu noticed her little action, and her expression became a little more serious. She originally thought that it was just a group of poor girls who wanted to eat swan meat. I didn't expect her to be so skilled. Suddenly, the fourth beautiful woman burst into tears, sobbing so hard that it broke the listener's heart. Passers-by who heard the woman's cries gathered around. Little sister, what's going on? Yes. Why are you crying? Has someone been bullying you? Look at this girl, she's crying so sadly. It must be that this rich second generation started messing around and then abandoned her. The sons of rich families are not good people. Passers-by instinctively sympathize with the weak, especially when it comes to a beautiful woman who is sobbing. Although her beauty is not as good as the rich lady next to her, the more it can stimulate the cheap sympathy of passers-by. They have already created a plot in their minds. Maybe the rich kid is a philanderer, or maybe the rich girl is a gold digger. People are always willing to believe what they imagine, and they don't really care about the truth. No. No one is bullying me. I just fell in love with this young man at first sight. I really like him, but I don't think I'm good enough for him, so I'm very sad. The beautiful woman wipes her tears pitifully. The pitiful little eyes really aroused the tenderness and protective instinct in every man present. Except for Mengyu. He was now thinking about his own 10,000 yuan savings, and in the face of such great wealth, he had no time to think about anything else. The onlookers' eyes darkened, but they still laughed and teased him. Young man, give her a chance. Right, the most important thing in a wife is true love. Your family looks very wealthy, you drive a few million phantom luxury cars, and you wear Armani. All you need is a wife who loves you. I think you two are a good match. I also offer my blessings. If you get married in the future, remember to invite us to your wedding banquet. Mengyu raised his eyebrows. What's the point of a wedding banquet when he and Morong Chinyu haven't even met yet? Why mention a wedding banquet for his wife? He knows that he is rich now, but he has not yet experienced the love of a rich man. What if he meets a better half? Wouldn't he have to wait a few more years before considering getting married and entering the grave? Besides, even if he stays single for the rest of his life, he feels pretty good about it. Girlfriends are a pain in the ass if they don't work out. It's better to be single. The beautiful woman took out a business card, kissed it, left a red chun seal on it, then slightly bowed, and handed it to Mengyu with both hands, her posture extremely low. Mengyu took the card and put it in his pocket along with the other three. Then he waved goodbye to the four beautiful part-time workers with a smile. Passers-by also dispersed. Morong Chinyu's fists were white from pinching, and her face was as gloomy as water. Obviously, she had not expected that among these four poor girls, there was actually a 1,000-year-old fox spirit hidden. She's very skilled. She was careless and didn't guard against them, and they got their way. She thought that she, a young woman, would have to compete with four old hags for a man in the future, and she felt very upset.
On the other side, the four beauties who had left to work together again. Each took out their cell phones and waited for the rich guy to choose them. As long as they could add to the rich guy's prestige, they would go and get an ovulation injection and then try every means to get him to come out and have sex with them. It is estimated that the fourth sister won. Your crying really scared me. You are a drama performance major who has been through the crossroads. You performed so vividly. Right. Those idiots even defended you, they're so gullible. If you become rich, don't forget your sisters. Don't worry, sister. If I can marry into a wealthy family, I will help you find a good partner. In fact, third sister also has a chance. You were dumped by a scumbag and your mother had a car accident. I guess the wealthy young man is heartbroken, but he can't comfort you gently because his girlfriend is by his side. Comfort? Slowly, it will be comforted to the hotel room. Actually, big sister and second sister also have a chance. Every rich guy has different tastes. Last time, that Mr. Chen liked to steal other people's girlfriends, right? That's really bland. Meng Yu was here. After he had dealt with the emergency, he walked into the lobby on the first floor of the office building, turned left and walked towards the elevator hall of Building B. When he passed by the express delivery locker, he took out an express delivery package. Mr. Meng, what's in this? Morong Qianyu was a little curious. However, after what had just happened, she was a little disappointed in Meng Yu's vision, so she was a lot more distant in her address. Nuts. My ex-girlfriend liked to eat nuts. Meng Yu smiled at himself. Suddenly, Meng Yu remembered something. Right, hold the package for me. If you don't mind, you can open it and eat it. Morong Qianyu ate it with a disdainful look. She swore that even if she starved to death here, she would never eat anything from Meng Yu again. Especially when she thought of Meng Yu rolling in the sheets with those broken goods, she felt sick. Morong Qianyu is not unable to accept competition, but the competitors are not only refined ladies, but at least they should be decent people, right? Those four broken goods who don't know how many hands they have are also worthy of competing with her for men? Wouldn't that lower her standards? As Meng Yu walked to the elevator door, Morong Qianyu didn't know what else Meng Yu had to do. Could it be that he was in a hurry to add prestige to those broken goods? That would be too much. She, Morong Qianyu, is a golden branch and jade leaf, a beauty that can make fish fall and geese fly, and she is still as beautiful as ever. Is she really that unattractive? Or is there something wrong with Meng Yu's XP? When Meng Yu walked to the trash can, he stopped. After taking out the 4 business cards from his pocket, he casually threw them into the trash can. Then he walked back behind Morong Qianyu. Muyang Qianyu was stunned on the spot. Good boy. She said directly, good guy. What kind of magic is this? Chapter 25. Throw out all his stuff. Meng Yu, since you're not going to add their contact information, why did you take it? Morong Qianyu asked in puzzlement. Meng Yu looked at her in puzzlement. Didn't your teacher teach you not to throw trash around? Besides, it's a very uncouth act to refuse someone's business card to their face. That's true. Since he was a child, Meng Yu's father had taught him that if someone offered him a cigarette, he should take it even if he didn't want it, and throw it in the trash can afterwards. It was better than refusing in public and embarrassing the other person. It's true that you should always tell the truth. What a good one, don't litter, it's so funny. Morong Qianyu laughed so hard that her body shook. Especially when she thought of the 4 losers, waiting with their phones in hand for Meng Yu to contact them, she felt particularly comfortable and couldn't stop laughing. The cruelest thing in the world is to reject someone clearly, but still leave them with expectations. It's like those broken goods, keeping several spare tires in their circle of friends. They are determined to marry into a wealthy family by hook or by crook, but they are having an affair with a working-class guy from a poor family, and then hinting at all kinds of things, like sending red envelopes on Valentine's Day, Christmas gifts, and the first cup of milk tea in the fall. Mercilessly reaping the wallets of the spare tire workers as their plan to marry into a wealthy family. These trashy people have met Meng Yu, a low-key rich man, and they have hit a brick wall. They were also too deserving of being teased by Meng Yu. After all, Morong Qianyu was also confused by her own concerns, which is why she lost her head. Otherwise, she would not have been so agitated. Because even she and Wang Lingyue couldn't make Meng Yu pursue them, So I think Meng Yu is a normal person and wouldn't have any thoughts about those 4 broken goods.
She should have thought of this long ago. While waiting for the elevator, Morong Chinyu quickly tore open the package, took out the 2 bags of nuts inside, and tore open one bag to share with Meng Yu. As she had vowed before, even if she starved to death, she would never eat anything from Meng Yu.
Morong Chinyu pouted and threw a nut into her mouth. It smells so good. It's so fucking delicious. She thought, somewhat rascally, that she wasn't starving to death yet, so there was no problem eating Meng Yu's nuts. And they were incredibly delicious. After all, the snacks shared by the lover are completely different from those she bought herself. And these 2 bags were originally bought for his girlfriend. Although Wang Li, the gold-digging woman, is a thing of the past, but now she is eating these nuts, isn't it the same as Meng Yu buying them for her? Nuts are nuts. So she is Meng Yu's girlfriend? She is really a math genius. Morong Chinyu thought happily. The elevator arrived quickly. Meng Yu and the 2 of them entered the elevator with a few construction workers waiting, and pressed the number 15. Morong Chinyu naturally leaned on Meng Yu's body, maintaining an absolute distance from the others. The construction workers, seeing that Meng Yu and his girlfriend were well dressed, deliberately crowded to the other side, not wanting to provoke Meng Yu, the rich second generation. But when their eyes fell on the 2 bags of nuts in Morong Chinyu's hands, they were a little surprised. They didn't expect a rich girl to eat such common nuts at a popular price. And she was eating them with relish. If she didn't have a faint, elegant fragrance, and if she wasn't wearing Hermes, and if she wasn't beautiful, they would have suspected that she was the legendary Yuan Yuan. Feng Yuan International Trade Building, Block B, 15th floor, Nanhangel D Real Estate Company. Zhang Rongfan's face was ashen, and he was directing his subordinates to throw Meng Yu's personal belongings out of the company's door. This briefcase, that teacup, and all these things, throw them all into the trash can at the bottom of the stairs. Damn Meng Yu. He didn't even reply to a dozen messages. This really shows that he doesn't take him, the supervisor, seriously. Is it because he is a son-in-law that even his subordinates can ignore his dignity? He is obviously a competent supervisor, but he is a bit greedy. Isn't it normal for a supervisor to deduct a little bit of performance from his subordinates? If he doesn't rip off these workers, how can he buy a new Ferrari at the end of the year? This Meng Yu actually dared to be dissatisfied, he really went against him. Manager Zhang, Meng Yu is coming right now. Even if you want to fire him, there's no need to make such a scene, right? Su Qiner was very puzzled. Could it be that because Meng Yu is so handsome that he has attracted the attention of Director Shang's wife, that he is so angry that he has done this? Everyone loves beauty. Su Qiner thought that although Director Zhang was very capable, he was too narrow-minded. What do you know? Go back to what you were doing. Women should mind their own business when it comes to men's affairs. Zhang Rongfan sneered. Originally, this beautiful subordinate had a little admiration for him. Since Meng Yu came, her values have been skewed by Meng Yu's appearance, and she has helped Meng Yu speak up everywhere. That's fine. Is he targeting Meng Yu because of work-related issues? If he doesn't get rid of Meng Yu, I'm afraid that in 2 months, the department head will be surnamed Meng. Throw them all out. This kind of unorganized and undisciplined employee, even if their business ability is excellent, is not worthy of working in our Nanhangel D. Zhang Rongfan shouted loudly. It was more like an outburst of pent-up anger and jealousy. Because in Meng Yu, he saw the reflection of himself when he was young, and Meng Yu was even more handsome and younger, while he had already begun to make up for it. Every time he saw his wife bringing chicken soup to Meng Yu, he felt a deep sense of crisis. But he dared not say a word. Because he is a son-in-law. When the employees heard this, they took Meng Yu's personal belongings and threw them in the trash at the stairs. One speaks the truth. Meng Yu's relationship with his colleagues in the office was average. Because handsome guys are easily jealous, and he had a girlfriend at the time, he didn't get along with the single guys in the sales department. Pa! What's so great about being good-looking? His girlfriend ran off with a rich kid. Serves him right. Li Yu spat in the trash can. In the trash can, thick phlegm was hanging on the briefcase, which looked very disgusting. Li Yu had a little run-in with Meng Yu in the past, and was the one in the office who hated Meng Yu the most. Although he usually pretended to be very polite, today, when Director Zhang lost his temper, he just happened to be the one who stepped on Meng Yu when he was down.
He could get his revenge and also please Zhang, killing two birds with one stone. Other colleagues watching this scene were a bit scared, but they were too afraid of Zhang's authority to say anything.
Even the most capable of the new employees, Meng Yu, was fired by Zhang. Not to mention the old people with mediocre business skills. Suddenly, the elevator door slowly opened. A young man and woman in luxurious clothes walked out. Chapter 26, Where is my briefcase? The entire audience fell silent. Everyone was petrified, unable to move, and stared at Meng Yu in his luxurious Armani clothes. And behind him, the beautiful woman in Hermes. They were shocked and cried out in their hearts. How could it be? He is just a laborer, how could he afford Armani, and it looks like it's made of snow wolf fur? Is this beautiful white beauty his new girlfriend? Damn! Being handsome really gives you the power to do whatever you want. When did Meng Yu become so rich? If I had known, I would have licked him like crazy. It's a pity that I missed the opportunity to curry favor with the big boss. Su Qiner's eyes also darkened. She had originally been spreading the news of Meng Yu breaking up with his girlfriend in Liu's office, and she was secretly happy inside, thinking that she finally had a chance. But then, in the blink of an eye, he had a new girlfriend. And unlike Wang Li, who was a gold-digging woman, Su Qin knew that she was in front of a real rich beauty. After all, she had been a real estate salesperson for more than a year. Although she didn't make much money, she still had good judgment. Oh? You are the department head of the Green Bank in Nanhang. Is it very powerful? Morong Qinyu resisted the urge to go up and slap Zhang Rongfan a few times, and snorted. Zhang Rongfan couldn't believe it when he looked at Morong Qinyu. You are the daughter of the Morong group? Ha! Someone in this shabby place recognizes me. You're a little knowledgeable. Morong Qinyu frowned slightly. Since she had been recognized, she didn't want to take the opportunity to lash out. After all, the Morong group has deep roots in Nanhang City, and even she, the daughter of the Morong group, only knows some of the main partners. If she is not careful, she will easily hurt her own people, and the outsiders will laugh at her. The employees were stunned. The daughter of the Morong group? She actually came to their small company, isn't that a great honor? Oh my god. No wonder she was dressed so extravagantly. I took a quick look and saw that she was wearing a pair of stockings from the Fengming series by German brand Jerby, which cost hundreds of thousands of RMB. What's the big deal? The daughter of the Morong group is the top white beauty in the country. If I could be in Meng Yu's position, I would be willing to lose 10 years of my life. Hey, Meng Yu isn't being kept by someone, is he? After all, Meng Yu is really handsome. It's a shame that a handsome guy like him has no dignity and has become a gigolo. I think it's a good idea to be a gigolo for the Morong heiress. She's so young, beautiful, and rich. Zhang Rongfan glanced at Meng Yu. That's right. This Meng Yu should be like him, married into the Morong family, or become a gigolo, otherwise there is no reason why he can suddenly afford to wear Armani. Indeed. He was right, the $1 million Armani wolfskin suit was indeed a gift from Morong Qinyu. But Meng Yu also invited Morong Qinyu to eat 660,000 yuan of the supreme fresh crab and 600,000 yuan of the 1990 candy red wine, so Meng Yu definitely doesn't owe Morong Qinyu anything. Not to mention that Meng Yu is a gigolo, and Morong Qinyu is still waiting for Meng Yu to invest in her company. Unfortunately, Zhang Rongfan only guessed half of it. So he ignored Meng Yu and turned to Morong Qinyu with a respectful expression. Dear Miss Morong, may I ask what I can do for you? Just listen to him. Morong Qinyu said listlessly. Obviously, she wasn't interested in talking to him. She just wanted to get the business done quickly and then go with Meng Yu to eat hot pot. Isn't it a romantic idea? Zhang Rongfan's face was slightly shocked. It seemed that Meng Yu, this little white face, was quite favored. In that case, he had to be a little more serious. Maybe he really had a slight chance of marrying into the Morong family. If Meng Yu really becomes a Phoenix man, he will definitely have to flatter him. I don't know, what does Meng Go want? I'll get it done for you, Zhang. There's no problem with performance. Even if you don't close a single deal this month, I'll help you close them all. Zhang Rongfan behaved very understandingly. Although in his heart, Meng Yu is a fart. But as long as Meng Yu is still favored by Miss Morong, he has to pretend to be nice. After all, you don't look at the monk's face, you look at the Buddha's face. Everyone watching this scene was shocked. They couldn't believe it.
The manager who had just scolded Meng Yu was the same person as the man who now called himself Xiao Zheng in front of Meng Yu. He can change his face faster than turning the pages of a book.
No wonder he can be a supervisor. However, the next second, Supervisor Zhang taught them what it meant to be ruthless and merciless. Li Yu. What do you mean?
Meng Yu was only a little late, and you threw all of his things in the trash.
Are you rebelling? Zhang Rongfan was furious, pointing at Li Yu's nose and yelling at him. Li Yu was full of black question marks. Wasn't it Manager Zhang who just ordered the employees to throw things away? How did he become the mastermind just by following suit? Manager Zhang, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. You. Shut up.
I was going to overlook your mortgage problems and take care of you in the sales department, but I never thought you were such a person. I was blinded by greed and listened to your lies, and I made some small mistakes that made Brother Meng unhappy at work.
Zhang Rongfan's tone suddenly turned cold. He patted Li Yu on the shoulder. Li Yu has to take the blame for this today.
Because Li Yu, who was carrying a mortgage, has no choice. When Li Yu was reminded of the mortgage by Director Zhang, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat.
Zhang Rongfan is his direct supervisor.
And his business ability is average. The down payment for the house was put together from all over the place. If Director Zhang gives him a hard time, he'll really be finished. Li Yu began to tremble and began to slap himself in the face.
Brother Meng, I was wrong. I was ignorant at the time.
I was jealous of your good looks and your business ability, so I let Zheng deduct your performance. You are a generous person, so please forgive me this time.
He really could do it.
The slap was loud and clear, and he hit himself in the face, swelling it up.
But the employees watching were secretly delighted. This kind of colleague who stoned a man when he was down deserves to be punished. Where's my briefcase?
Meng Yu rolled his eyes. He knew what was going on, and he didn't have time to watch the two of them sing a duet. Since Zhang had admitted defeat, Meng had called for backup, and a nasty guy had taken the blame. The matter was settled.
Brother Meng, I'll go get it for you.
Li Yu ran over to the trash can, reached in and took out the briefcase, then ran over to Meng Yu and handed it to him respectfully.
Meng Yu was about to take the briefcase and leave.
But when he saw the spittle on the briefcase, his face immediately turned dark.
He, Meng Yu, was too lazy to argue with his former colleagues.
That was his magnanimity, but it didn't mean that he was an easy target. The thick sputum on this briefcase.
If he doesn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he's going to ruin the entire Nanhang D company, and even the entire D Group's stock price will plummet. Even if the richest man in Xiagua came, it would be useless. He said. Chapter 27, Do you want cash or a transfer?
Morong Chenyu saw Meng Yu change his expression and followed his gaze to the briefcase.
His expression instantly turned gloomy. Good guy. Dare to spit on Meng Yu's briefcase, or a mouthful of phlegm, is this playing with fire? Ha ha.
You D Group are really something.
You've become one of the world's top 500 companies, so you've gone soft? A mere subsidiary company, and you dare to look down on the Morong family? Morong Chenyu was really angry. Zhang Rongfan's face changed dramatically.
If the group headquarters knew that he had offended the daughter of the Morong Group, he would probably be thrown out as the director to take the blame and calm the anger of the Morong Group.
The poor Taoist will not die. Zhang Rongfan's eyes were bloodshot and he looked at the employees with a crazed look. Who was it that spat? Come out and tell me. Otherwise, you're all responsible. The employees were completely panicked.
They were just ordinary workers, and they had no way of withstanding the anger of the Morong Group's heiress. So, they all pointed their fingers at Li Yu.
It was him. Yes. It was him.
I saw him spit in the trash can with my own eyes.
Manager Zhang, it was Li Yu who spat. Su Qiner and I were just scolding him for being two-faced.
He was always smiling at Meng Yu, but before he left, the tea had already gone cold.
He really has no human feelings at all. Li Yushu, who was being pointed at by thousands of people, trembled and tried to say something.
Although it was true that he had spit, he couldn't take the blame. His strong desire to survive made him afraid to admit it. In fact, he had intended to use this action to please Director Zhang, but it had unexpectedly become a death warrant.
Pop.
Zhang Rongfan, who was in a hurry, came over quickly and slapped him hard.
That slap was fierce. He didn't hold back. It was so hard that Li Yu's eyes were filled with stars. What are you doing?
Use your tongue to lick it clean.
It's okay to eat the saliva you spit out, right?
Zhang Rongfan said sternly.
Although there is nothing wrong with this statement logically.
As long as you are a normal person, you have probably eaten your own spit at least once. But I'm afraid that not many people have tried to eat their spit back into their mouths after spitting it into the trash can.
Just thinking about it makes me feel sick and unable to eat. Li Yu hesitated. He looked around.
He looked at his stern boss, then at the noble Morong's daughter, then at the indifferent looks of his colleagues, and finally at Meng Yu's indifferent expression.
Li Yu regretted it.
If he had known, he would never have stoned his former colleague.
The spit that was spit out will eventually have to be licked back. Miss Morong, I'll lick it clean. Can you forgive me?
Li Yu walked up to Morong Qianyu, collapsed in a mental breakdown, and cried out in a hoarse voice.
Morong Qianyu snorted angrily, don't ask me. If Meng Yu is satisfied, I'm satisfied.
Li Yu held his briefcase and crawled to Meng Yu's leather shoes with his hands and feet.
Brother Meng, I know I was wrong. Give me a chance. Brother Meng.
My son is less than a year old. I need to buy milk powder and pay the mortgage. I can't do without this job.
Li Yu wept bitterly.
He took the briefcase and licked it clean, not only eating back the thick phlegm he had spit up, but also licking the entire briefcase clean.
Meng Yu squatted down and looked at him, unzipped the briefcase and took out a delicate women's bracelet.
It was the one that his beautiful friend had left him.
Since you are in such a bad situation, why did you spit out this phlegm in the first place?
If you had just thrown away my things, I would have been too lazy to get involved.
Meng Yu said calmly.
There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. Li Yu was relieved, and he fell to the ground, like a dead dog.
Thank you, Meng Gu, for sparing me.
He kept thanking him, his expression somewhat blank, not sure if he had been beaten silly. But this obviously had nothing to do with Meng Yu. It was Zhang Rongfan who had hit him.
Meng Yu did not order Zhang Rongfan to beat Li Yu.
He was only going to ask Greenland Group for an explanation. After all, spitting was something that had crossed his tolerance threshold.
Meng Yu, you came back to the company just to find this bracelet? Wang Li's? Morong Qianyu said sourly. She was jealous. Why is this women's bracelet so important to Meng Yu? Meng Yu shook his head.
No, it belonged to an old friend of mine who was no longer in Nanhang. Morong Qianyu's narrow eyes narrowed slightly.
She said it, how could a man as good as Meng Yu not have a woman chasing after him?
It turns out that the main character is not in Nanhang.
Zhang Rongfan was stunned by Meng Yu's explanation. Shit. Can a gigolo be so domineering these days? Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? Why didn't he meet Morong Qianyu when he was young?
You know, he is the son-in-law of the Qian family, and since he married into the family, he has been treated with contempt. His head is like a green grassland, and every year, I don't know how many grassmud horses are galloping past.
Meng Yu walked over to Su Qiner, playing with his bracelet.
He is a man who knows how to repay kindness. Su Qiner was good to him in the past, and now that he has become rich, he can definitely help her out without losing money.
I remember you have a second-hand apartment building near Nanhang University? Meng Yu said calmly. He remembered this apartment building very well.
He had just come yesterday because the owner of the apartment building was about to go bankrupt, so he was selling the apartment building at a loss to get back the capital.
But the apartment building was sold for 90 million yuan.
And it only accepts cash transactions, so for the time being, no one who wants to buy it can come up with that much cash.
Moreover, the seller was in a hurry to sell.
The few buyers also hoped that the price could be lowered to around 88 million. After all, there are only so many people who can come up with 90 million in cash. If the seller is in a hurry to cash out, he will definitely lower the price.
Yes, Meng Yu.
That apartment building is in a great location, and 90 million for the 24th floor is a bargain. Su Qiner looked at him with a confused expression. She didn't understand why Meng Yu suddenly brought this up. She wasn't very smart, or even a little bit dumb, otherwise she wouldn't have been so mediocre.
However, Meng Yu has a good impression of stupid women. After all,
compared to those smart and narrow-minded snobs.
Isn't a stupid girl cute?
Okay, I'll take it.
Do you want cash or a transfer? Meng Yu took a dime out of his pocket. What could you do with a dime in the past? It's not even enough to buy a bottle of mineral water.
But in the present, where prices have fallen 1 billion times, it is worth a full 100 million naira, more than enough to buy a 90 million quality apartment building.
Chapter 28. So what do you think? Meng Yu, am I awesome?
Su Qin was stunned by Meng Yu's words. Her eyes were fixed on the 1-cent coin in Meng Yu's hand. The coin exuded a faint metallic luster, more seductive than a gemstone, more moving than a diamond.
Is this the legendary vault banknote? It is said that vault banknotes are only used in large transactions between banks, large companies, and even countries.
Ordinary people like her would be hard-pressed to see one in real life in a lifetime. She could only see it in some extravagant scenes on the big screen.
Where did Meng Yu get the 1-cent coin? However, no matter how it was obtained, Su Qiner did not question its authenticity.
All coins worth more than a dime have anti-counterfeiting marks and are tied to an identity.
Coins that are stolen or robbed cannot be exchanged for yuan in the bank.
Even if illegally obtained banknotes occasionally appear at black market auctions, it is very
difficult to get the face value of the original price.
Moreover, because of the huge face value of illegal banknotes, whether it is used, carried, or manufactured, it is a major crime in the world, and once caught, the sentence is extremely strict. In short, the number of banknotes is scarce, the cost of related crimes is high, and it is difficult to realize them.
Wait a minute. Meng Yuga, I'll contact the seller. Su Qiner was a little flustered as she dialed the seller's phone number. Meng Yu smiled.
He sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs, playing with a dime in his hand. Yesterday he was a salesperson at a real estate company, and today he is a big boss who buys a house with cash, surrounded by the envious glances of his former colleagues.
This feeling is really fucking awesome.
All of his colleagues were staring at him.
That's a dime.
That's a whole 100 million nandos.
What if he loses it? Meng Gu. Let go of that coin and let them have it.
If they can earn a dime in their lifetime, they can live off the interest alone for the rest of their lives.
The phone is connected. Hello? Is Sister Lon there? Su Qiner was a little anxious. Is that you, Qiner? Are the buyers pressuring you again? Forget it, 88 million is 88 million.
As long as I can get the cash to tide me over, I, Wei Yulan, will resign myself to fate.
There was a female voice on the other end, mature and soft with a hint of obvious fatigue. Su Qiner calmed down a bit and said excitedly, Sister Lon, no. A colleague of mine wants to buy it. He said he would pay a dime. Your colleague?
The woman on the other end of the line was stunned.
Are real estate salespeople also rich?
If she hadn't bought a house from Su Qiner before, and if she had any idea of Su Qiner's IQ, she would have thought Su Qiner was playing a joke on her.
Can a real estate agent have a dime? That's a whole 100 million yuan. Isn't this ridiculous?
Su Qiner realized that this might sound a bit strange, so she added a fact.
Lon, you know the daughter of the Morong group, right? She was there too. A real princess, hee hee. Su Qiner smiled innocently. Morong Qianyu was speechless. This is so slow. By the time the real estate transaction is completed, a hot pot restaurant will have closed down. Can this Su Qiner be more efficient?
She was originally wary of Su Qiner because of the 4 women she met at the company's entrance, but now it seems that Su Qiner is completely a simple-minded person without any guile.
Morong Qianyu snatched the phone away, somewhat impatiently. Are you the seller?
I, Morong Qianyu, my friend likes your apartment building, the price is 88 million, send the account number quickly. She's not afraid of paying first and getting the goods later.
In Nanhang City, only the Morong Group has the audacity to steal money from other companies. How dare other companies steal money from the Morong Group? Even if a fraud group accidentally cheats the wrong person, they have to obediently return the money.
You have to know that a family like the Morong family, which has existed in Nanhang for thousands of years, may not be as large as the Ali Group on the surface, but their close network of relationships in Nanhang is definitely not comparable to the Ali Group's decades of operation. If they defraud the Ali Group of even a single cent, the gang can escape to the ends of the earth, hide in the dark, and not necessarily be caught. Even if they are caught, they only need to pay money and go to jail.
But if they defraud the Morong group, will anyone burn paper money for the gang next year?
So Morong Chinyu was only worried that because of this deal, she and Meng Yu would be late for their hot pot dinner. By then, Meng Yu will definitely find another excuse to get out of it.
Account number XXXXX. Name Wei Yulan.
Opposite her, it was not known whether he recognized the voice of Morong Chinyu, but he readily gave her an account number.
Morong Chinyu recorded the conversation on her cell phone.
Then she sent the message directly to Wang Lingyue, asking her to transfer 88 million yuan.
Wang Lingyue did not hesitate, and used the special authority of the vice president to complete the transfer within half a minute. After the transfer was completed, Wang Lingyue sent a text message back, "Zhenyu, why did you move the account of the Morong group? Aren't you in the process of starting your own business? It wasn't me who spent the money.
Meng Yu was buying an apartment building, and I didn't want to deal with the real estate agent, so I paid for it first. You can ask Meng Yu to confirm the follow-up transfer procedures and then fill it out."
Wang Lingyue sent an emoji of envy. It is enviable to be able to accompany a giant like Mr. Meng. Morong Chinyu handed Su Qiner's phone back to her. "I've helped you out. You can ask Wei Yulan for the commission. Just say it was Morong Chinyu who told you to do it. She'll definitely give it to you." What a domineering woman. Is this the daughter of the Morong group?
Su Qiner was stunned by Morong Chinyu's domineering and confident words, and stood there with her phone in her hand.
The employees present were also intimidated by the majesty of Morong Chinyu.
She is indeed the daughter of the Morong group. She has no scruples and casually transferred 88 million yuan.
She acts without the kind of restraint that ordinary women have. Isn't that too domineering? But in the awe-inspiring gaze of the crowd, Morong Chinyu walked over to Meng Yu and sat down. "What do you think? Meng Yu, am I awesome?" She looked at Meng Yu earnestly. Her proud and arrogant look was like a primary school student who had just received good grades and wanted to be praised by the teacher. Meng Yu was holding a cell phone and was dealing with the flattery of the president of the Nanhang Bank. He casually replied, "That's amazing, but you still need to keep working hard. Miss Morong is naturally powerful and easy to use. Otherwise, why would he carry it around with him?" As for the handover of the apartment building, he believed that Wang Lingyue would help him with it. The Wang family was one of the most powerful families in Nanhang, and Wang Lingyue was the vice president of the Nanhang Bank. Everyone felt a bit sour. The goddess in their eyes, why in front of Meng Yu, a former colleague, was as obedient as a kitten. Does being good-looking really mean you can do whatever you want? And the 1-cent coin in Meng Yu's hand, where did he get so much money? Is he a hidden rich kid? It's really enviable. Chapter 29 Manga, I wasn't very understanding in the past. Things have developed to this point, and Zhang Rongfan on the side also saw that something was wrong. The attitude of the Morong family's daughter towards Meng Yu was so respectful that it was almost like she was paying him back. Just when Meng Yu threw away a dime, the casualness on his face was not like someone from an ordinary family. Zhang Rongfan suddenly remembered a rumor that the daughter of the Morong group worked as a cashier at the supermarket in the Wufujing shopping plaza. Could it be that Meng Yu was also a rich young man experiencing life? This is very possible. After thinking about it, he was horrified. Zhang Rongfan looked at the dime in Meng Yu's hand, recalled the bits and pieces of Meng Yu's time at the company, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Manga, I was not very sensible in the past. If I have done anything wrong, I apologize to you here in person." Zhang Rongfan was extremely eager to survive. Meng Yu looked at him in a state of fear and couldn't help but laugh like a pig. "You're right. It's really funny to see the once powerful boss looking so scared. If it were in the past. Not to mention that he casually tossed a coin, even if he juggled 3 bundles of 100 yuan bills, he would probably be regarded by his boss as a nouveau riche who had never seen the world. The price magic box that the system gives you at the start is really awesome. His net worth has suddenly increased 1 billion times. It's absolutely awesome." Meng Yu also remembered that his parents had prepared 200,000 yuan for his wedding. If that money was also immune to devaluation, then the wealth he possessed would be unimaginable. "I'm afraid that if he just deposits it in the bank to earn interest, his daily income will easily beat most of the rich people." Meng Yu waved his hand. He waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to mention the past. This time he came to the company mainly to get back the bracelet. After all,
it was left by a friend and had special commemorative significance. As for other things that money can buy, for example, the 88 million yuan apartment building he just bought is not worth even a penny, and he doesn't even care. It's like Mengyu buying a bottle of mineral water on the side of the road. Mengyu, it's almost time for dinner, let's go eat hot pot quickly, Morong Qianyu said coquettishly. Mengyu did not respond to her, but instead turned to look at the despondent Su Qiner. Su Beauty, I may not be working here anymore. Do you want to have a farewell dinner together? Su Qiner looked up in surprise at Mengyu. Do you want to go? Meng Dashuai invited her, and she definitely wanted to go. However, she looked at Morong Qianyu, who had turned her head away, weakly, and was about to refuse. But then Mengyu took her hand and led her to the company's front door, saying in a light tone, Manager Zhang, is it okay for Su Qiner to leave early? Zhang Rongfan squeezed out the brightest smile he could muster and said, No problem. No problem. If Mengo has spoken, then all problems are no problem. Also, if Su Qiner is overworked tonight, she can take a day off tomorrow with pay. After saying this, Zhang Rongfan gave a smile that every man would understand. Morong Qianyu snorted in response and quickly walked out of the company gate. In fact, she wanted to say something, but she was not yet Meng Yu's girlfriend, and it seemed that a suitor was not qualified to say anything. She still had some self-awareness. Meng Yu shook his head and laughed, obviously the former boss had misunderstood. But he didn't bother to explain, lest he hurt Su Qiner's self-esteem. He still had quite a good impression of this beautiful colleague who had taken good care of him in the past. Hey, when did Director Zhang become so easy to talk to? When I wanted to take 2 extra days off to go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, you wouldn't let me. Su Qiner said in a strange voice. But she was still very happy to be able to spend more time with Mengyu. Mengyu casually explained, probably Zhang's conscience has been awakened, and he feels it's not good to exploit workers. The employees just wanted to say one thing. So-called conscience only applies to Su Qiner, right? They still had to work an extra hour today to organize customer information, even if nothing unexpected happened. But they only envied Su Qiner. Not to mention that they can't hate a beautiful woman. The relationship between her and Mengyu in the past is also there. It's just that they used to exclude Mengyu, the new graduate, and as a result, they missed the best opportunity in their lives to make a valuable friend. This will undoubtedly make them regret it for the rest of their lives. Many years later. Guys, I'll tell you, I once had the chance to privately invite Nanhang Ma for a drink. But I didn't cherish it until the Nanhang Ma's A-Li group was established. What a pity. Mr. Meng used to work in our company, and I could have been kissing his ass every day, but I never did it once. Is that Mr. Meng? He is a man who is richer than the richest man in the world. Yes. Isn't it terrible for me? Tears in my eyes. The three of them got out of the car and rode in the Rolls-Royce for 10 minutes before arriving at the entrance to a small alley in Nanhang. This kind of old alley. Even though Nanhang is a big city, it still retains many of these old alleys, including the one where Mengyu used to live. The reasons for not demolishing them are complicated. Some are because the developers find it too expensive to demolish them, while others are because of the local government's special urban planning. The short time spent in the car together had made the three of them much more familiar with each other. Mengyu, this Armani suit you're wearing doesn't look very good. It's a standard version, after all, and it doesn't fit you. When you have time, let's go to the Nanhang building. I'm not free right now. I have to go back to my hometown to see my parents and pick up some things. Okay, remember to go to the Hushin apartment building tomorrow. Wan Lingyue should be able to take care of the rest. You, the lazy boss, just need to sign the final documents. By the way, do you like sports cars or sedans for the car? Do you want a long version? What brand do you like? Hey, woman, you're very talkative. Be careful, no one will want you in the future. If no one wants you, then you'll be stuck with me. I promise I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. At this point, Morong Qianyu giggled. Mengyu looked a little helpless. This girl is really able to flirt after getting to know her. Comparatively speaking, her colleague Su Qiner is much more reserved. Don't sit so far away, Su. I'm not going to eat you. Mengyu teased her. Su Qiner pulled back her long hair and revealed a sapphire earring, and her expression on her face became even more embarrassed. I didn't mean it, Mengyu brother, I'm just not used to it.
Oh. It's all Meng's fault. She had already gotten used to it.
But then he made a pass at her, and she immediately went back to her old self.
Maybe my father was right. She is too thin-skinned and not cut out for sales. Chapter 30, Unlocking the Unlimited Scanning System. I've always been curious.
You're not an archaeology major, so why do you have to work in real estate sales?
Mengyu asked calmly.
Although the sales industry does not distinguish between majors, in this industry, you can see almost all graduates of undergraduate and junior college majors. But Su Chiner's personality is obviously not very suitable for sales. Although she has the appearance of a girl next door, which can make strangers lower their guard against sales, this advantage is the same in other industries.
Because I'm not good at sales, I want to conquer it. Su Chiner said softly. This is indeed an important reason why she chose to work in real estate sales. Su Chiner has always felt that if she challenges things that she is not suited to, her abilities will continue to improve. Otherwise, her weakness will always be her weakness. However, she seemed to be unaware of how arrogant this statement was, and only heard Mengyu's surprised smile. Mengyu turned his head to help her explain to Morong Qianyu, so that this beautiful colleague would not be targeted by Morong Qianyu, but he found that Morong Qianyu had been staring at Su Chiner's sapphire earrings. It was rare to see such an impolite behavior from Morong Qianyu. Su Chiner obviously realized this as well, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes as she played with her hair to block the earrings. It looks like the tears of the stars, or like the sun and moon shining on the moon. Can you take it off and show it to me? Or make an offer? You know that our Morong group is not short of money.
Morong Qianyu pointed at her chin with her white fingers and smiled.
Jewelry for women is like
weapons for men, it is very attractive. If Su Chiner's earrings are really the two lost earrings, especially the sun and moon candles, then she is willing to pay a high price of tens of millions of yuan for them.
Su Chiner's face was a little stiff.
I'm sorry, Miss Morong, these earrings are my mother's legacy.
They have special meaning for me. I can't take them off for you.
There are no objects that cannot be bought, only bargains that cannot be reached.
How about this? If it really is the earrings I guessed, how about I pay 20 million yuan? Morong Qianyu smiled.
She knew that Su Chiner and Mengyu had been colleagues for half a year and were relatively close, so she didn't play games with the price. Now it was Mengyu's turn to be surprised.
Could it be that Su Chiner is also a beautiful, rich woman who doesn't show off her wealth? Otherwise, how could she afford to wear earrings worth tens of millions of dollars?
No wonder Su Chiner always gave him the impression that she was not interested in money.
But it didn't quite seem like it either. After all, Su Chiner's faint sense of inferiority didn't seem like an act. Ding! Host is under threat, system is waking up. Please choose one of the following 3 services provided by the system.
Option 1, Unparalleled mode. The system will provide full automatic escort, and will intelligently eliminate any factors that endanger the host.
No reward. Option 2, Challenge mode. The host solves the difficulties independently throughout the process.
The system will provide strong support, but will not actively solve any hidden dangers.
Reward, Unlimited scanning system.
Option 3, Survival mode. The host faces all difficulties alone, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor depend on the host's personal abilities.
Reward, a knife and a dog. Mengyu was stunned.
He thought that the system would give him a beginner's package and then give him a box lunch. It turns out that he hasn't encountered any threats, so the system is sleeping.
This is too much.
But these 3 options seem to have their own advantages and disadvantages. At first glance, option 1 is the most comfortable. After all, the system handles everything automatically, so he basically only needs to play the role of soy sauce. But this is like the game where the king goes to bronze to fry fish. It may be a bit interesting at first, but after a long time, the novelty wears off and the fun is really very limited.
To put it more crudely,
Mengyu doesn't want his future life to be completely without challenges, like a flower in a greenhouse. Option 3 looks very challenging, but Mengyu also knows that there are people outside of people and there are people outside of heaven. Without the help of the system, although he has a huge fortune, he may not be able to guarantee his own safety. If he encounters a threat, he will probably die even faster with all that money.
Forget about bodyguards. Bodyguards are trustworthy, but you can't trust them completely. Who knows who the boss of the bodyguard company is? And what's the point of a reward of a knife and a dog? Why would he give up his comfortable life as a rich man and become a mercenary abroad? That would be a real struggle for survival. After thinking it over,
Meng Yu still felt that option 2 was the best for him.
the unlimited scanning system is a very high-end thing. I choose the second one. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the unlimited scanning system.
And you have unlocked the host panel. Host, Meng Yu. Deposit, 12,830 yuan. Assets, Nanhu apartment building. Confidant, none.
Perfect partner, Dongfang Diqing, 62 out of 100, Morong Qianyu, 33 out of 100, Wang Lingyue, 21 out of 100, Su Qiner, 17 out of 100. Note, a trusted subordinate is a capable and loyal subordinate, and a good spouse is a suitable aesthetic object for the host. When the favorability progress reaches 100, it will enter a state of unwavering loyalty, and the favorability progress will never decrease. Meng Yu looked at the interface of this host and felt great. With the powerful assistance of the system, he can easily build up his own team.
If he wants to do something big in the future, it will be much easier. Having the system is like winning the championship. But among the best mates, who is Dongfang Diqing, whose progress and favorability is nearly double that of Morong Qianyu?
Meng Yu was sure that he had never heard of Dongfang Diqing before.
Could it be a beautiful woman who secretly loves him? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Back in the day, Meng Yu was the #1 school hunk at Nanhang University.
After the freshman training camp, his bed was full of love letters from girls. Meng Yu thought to himself with a smug smile, but soon he remembered the key point, which was that the reason the system had awakened was because it had detected a threat to him.
So where did this unknown threat come from?
Meng Yu thought for a moment and set his sights on Su Qiner.
If there was anything wrong, it was undoubtedly Su Qiner.
After all, Morong Qianyu had been with him for a long time, and the system had not issued a warning. Scan the system and immediately scan the source of the threat.
Ding! 7 malicious targets have been detected in the vicinity.
The danger level is 5, and the system recommends that the host continue to observe.
Of course, the host can also hire the night organization to eliminate potential unknown threats in advance. Meng Yu smiled. It was enough to know that he could solve it at any time. There was no need to startle the snake by acting early. He was actually very curious about the so-called malicious targets. Chapter 31, The Young Master from the Imperial Capital Who Came to Nanhang to Fry Fish. Facing Morong Qianyu's determination to win, the weak and gentle Su Qiner showed a resolute look for the first time. Miss Morong, I told you, this was left to me by my mother. It is very important to me, and I will never sell it for any amount of money. I know. You have to pay more, right?
Morong Qianyu smiled indifferently.
You're quite greedy. But I like it. You're exactly like me. Why don't you stop messing around at the Green Dyke and come work for me as a financial officer? Su Qiner clenched her fists into small pink fists, clenched her teeth tightly and turned her head away. Meng Yu glanced at Morong Qianyu and said, You're joking too far.
If she really wanted to make money, she wouldn't be selling houses on the Green Bank. But Su, you're a beautiful woman, and these earrings don't look cheap.
What does your family do? Of course, if it's inconvenient to answer, just don't. My father didn't want me to say, but if it's Meng Yu, it should be fine. My family runs a pawn shop. If it's okay, Meng Yu, you can just call me Qiner.
Suddenly being cared for by her lover, Su Qiner looked down shyly at the hem of her dress. The anger that had originally burned in her heart quickly turned into tender affection. From Meng Yu's perspective, he could see her swan-like, snow-white neck and the delicate half-breasted collarbone. Meng Yu had never really looked at Su Qiner before, after all, it was very rude, but now that he had doubts in his heart, he didn't care so much. As a result, this look actually made him see many problems. The color of Su Qiner's neck was a little different from her face, and apart from the freckles on her face, her facial features were obviously extremely delicate. Scan system, scan Su Qiner and Morong Qianyu's information, I want to compare them.
Ding. Scanning complete. Name, Morong Qianyu. Face value, 95. Body, 95. Ability, 97. Family background, 92. Name, Suningyun, Qiner. Appearance, 97. Body, 90. Ability, 72. Family background, 97. Note, the full score is 100. The name in parentheses is an alias or nickname.
Meng Yu read the two sets of data and suddenly had a lot of questions.
The data of Morong Chenyu is not much different from his estimate. But what the hell is a 97 for both looks and family background?
He and she have been colleagues for half a year.
How come he didn't know? This is too well hidden. Ningyun, where is your family's pawnshop? Meng Yu suddenly asked tentatively. Su Ningyun replied with a smile, in the city of demons? Brother Meng Yu, how did you know my name was Ningyun? Did I let it slip? I really can't do anything right. She looked at Meng Yu blankly. It's all over. Her father had said that when playing outside, you can't reveal your real name. If her father finds out, she will definitely be taken back.
Meng Yu smiled without saying a word, and in his heart, he had no more doubts about the results of the system scan. He had heard that some women of extraordinary beauty but ordinary backgrounds preferred to wear makeup that made them look ugly in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. But with a 97-point beauty mark, Su Qiner is already close to a perfect 100. Even with ugly makeup, she is much better than the so-called goddesses on the street. And Morong Chenyu is the daughter of the Morong Group. And the Morong Group is one of the top 500 companies in the world, and her family background is only 92 points. So what level is Su Yun's family background of 97 points, and why is it in the Greenbank Group? If Meng Yu didn't have the system, I'm afraid he would have been kept in the dark. However, he did not doubt Su Ningyun herself. After all, after 6 months of working together, he can still see a lot of things clearly. No matter how pretty this girl is, she is just a simple person. Maybe she has some secrets, but she is not at all the same as a scheming woman. Although Su Ningyun was a little uneasy. But thinking back on the bits and pieces of the past 6 months, she didn't say much because of her fondness and trust in Meng Yu. After being glared at by Meng Yu, Morong Chenyu was angry and refused to speak to Meng Yu, but with her kind and gentle personality, she must have guessed a hint of mystery. In the sound of tires on the ground, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of a small shop. Meng Yu looked at the 3-story restaurant in front of him. The old marble walls, bamboo fences, and glazed tiles covered the roof. Outside the house, however, it was full of all kinds of luxury cars. It seemed somewhat inexplicably cyberpunk. Meng Yu's eyes widened in surprise, and he sighed inwardly. Rich people really know how to have fun. Although he is now the richest person in the world, he has only become rich in less than half a day. It is already good that he can keep his composure and not become arrogant. It is probably unrealistic to expect him to become an experienced tycoon overnight. 3. Table 17 on the second floor. Morong Chenyu spoke calmly to the receptionist. The hostess smiled and said, "Very well. Please come inside, sir." With just one simple sentence, she already knew that they were regular customers, so she didn't bother to introduce them. Table 17 is in a good location, a small pearwood table by the window. Meng Yu could tell that the owner of this restaurant was aiming for a classic and elegant style, from the furnishings to the waiter's clothes, including the low-key luxury of the antique tables and chairs, all of which gave him a different kind of beauty. The three of them ordered a double-boiled hot pot and a few side dishes, and they ate the hot pot laughing and chatting. A few minutes later, 2 guests, a woman and a man, also came to the small table next to them. The man was dressed plainly, wearing a suit from a street stall. The woman was young and beautiful, wearing 2 leather gloves, white silk high heels, and purple hair tied into 2 purple ponytails that jumped about, making Meng Yu unable to help but look at her twice. Seeing this scene, the young man at table 18 had a slight smile on his lips, and it seemed like it was time for him to play the role of the tiger and perform a wave of cup and face. Although he was dressed in rags, he was actually the son of a wealthy family from the imperial capital, named Tangyu. As for why he deliberately dressed like this? The reason is that he wants to go to Nanhang to fry fish. He is wearing a Dior gold leather jacket, which scares the fish away. How can he fry it? It is said that a beautiful woman is a disaster, so he is sitting next to a beautiful woman in such poor clothes, and a rich second generation will surely jump out to target him, thereby creating excellent conditions for him to pretend to be a cup. And he has done this several times already. It really works better than chasing after girls with money. After all, deliberately pretending to be a cup is too stiff. How can it be as fun as being passive and pretending to be a cup and getting slapped in the face? Not only does he get rid of the competition, but he also shows off his charm in front of his female companion. The best part is that the rival's female companion may also fall in love with him because of this. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone.
But Tang Yu waited for a while. Meng Yu was completely still. This made him a little strange.
Because Meng Yu brought 2 girls to dinner, and from the intentional or unintentional glances of the 2 girls, he could tell that both of them had a very good impression of Meng Yu.
Meng Yu was playing with 2 girls at the same time, and he was a scum.
There is no reason why he would not be interested in a third prey.
Chapter 32, The Mengs Don't Have Any Martial Virtues. Tang Yu was holding a wineglass and was waiting for Meng Yu to make a move. Suddenly,
the purple-haired woman sitting across from him, Bei Mingyin, stood up and walked over to table 17, which made Tang Yu stunned.
This is not right.
This is not how the script in the novel goes. Shouldn't he pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, then Meng Yu come over and step on him, and then he step on him back, and finally he successfully hit his face with a cup, and win the hearts of 3 beautiful women?
Shit.
Meng doesn't follow the rules of martial arts.
He's not playing by the rules. Do you know him, Yin? Tang Yu asked curiously.
Bai Mingyin turned her head and gave him a fierce look.
Tang, you're really nosy. I only agreed to have dinner with you, and you're still a million miles away from becoming my boyfriend. Don't be a busybody.
Meng Yu coughed a few times and almost choked on the wine in his mouth. He was probably used to the gentle ladies, and suddenly a feisty little girl came out.
For a moment, he really couldn't accept it.
Fortunately, he didn't try to chat her up, or he would have been rebuffed. Although he is rich and handsome, it doesn't mean that every girl will fall for him, right?
Yin Zi, is that you? Why are you in Nanhang? Su Ningyan asked weakly.
Bai Mingyin did not answer, and ran over directly, hugging Su Ningyan and spinning her around.
It really is Princess Qin. I said that besides you, who else has this kind of temperament? What happened to your face? How did you become this ghostly? I didn't recognize you until you spoke. Su Ningyan shook her head quickly. It's a long story. Yinzi, put me down. Let me introduce you. This is Meng Yu, who is very good to me. This is Morong Qinyu, the daughter of the Morong family. Bai Mingyin frowned slightly. The Morong family of Nanhang. Alas, your highness is eating with her. I don't like these local snakes. They always like to lord it over their own 3-acre plot. Who knows anything about the Morong family outside of Nanhang?
She says whatever comes to her mind, and she's not afraid of
offending anyone.
She didn't care at all about the pale face of Morong Qinyu. If Meng Yu wasn't sitting here, there would probably be a real-life show in Dompa Pavilion. Most of the sons and daughters of the families attach great importance to family honor.
Meng Yu? I've never heard of any big family with the surname Meng.
The biggest one in Xia is the Shandong Meng family, but it's not as good as the southern Hangzhou Morong family.
He's quite handsome. How about adding him as a friend? I'll introduce you to a girl. Bei Mingyin smiled. While she was talking, Meng Yu was raising his glass to drink.
On hearing this, Meng Yu's mouthful of beer sprayed out, directly splashing Bai Mingyin in the face.
Introduce a girl? This? Isn't that too direct? Meng Yu said that the little heart of the post-90s generation could not stand it.
Bai Mingyin's face instantly turned gloomy, and she touched the wine on her face with her slender fingers, looking at Meng Yu with a kind of extremely darkened, delicate and charming gaze, making Meng Yu feel a cold shiver down his neck. Meng Yu handed her a tissue with a look of apology. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. Miss Yin, please wipe your face first.
As an apology, I'll pay for your expenses tonight. Miss?
Your sister is the real miss, and you called Yin Zi. I am not changing my name, and my surname is Bei Mingyin. If it weren't for the fact that you know Lord Qin, I would let you crawl out of here today.
Sorry, Miss Baiming, I am an only child, so I don't have a sister. If you need compensation, we can discuss it.
If you insult a relative, the consequences may be a little more serious. Meng Yu's apologetic smile gradually turned cold. Bai Mingyin wanted to say something, but Su Ningyun immediately got up and covered her mouth.
Yin, don't be silly. Meng Yu didn't mean it.
Besides, he's already apologized. Under Su Ningyun's pleading gaze, Bei Mingyin snorted and nodded slightly.
What the hell?
Meng Yu's spit has sprayed into her mouth. Bah! Why do boys like to drink such bitter beer? How could this be allowed to pass? She doesn't even like the Lamborghini Tang you gave her, so how could she be short of money for food? It's ridiculous. But it's better to back down for now, and not make a scene, so as not to put the princess in a difficult position. At worst, he can be cleaned up after dinner. Su Ningyun let go of her hand, and Bei Mingyin glared at Meng Yu. After exchanging contact information with Su Ningyun, she turned and returned to table 18 to sit down. After seeing this scene, Morong Qianyu revealed a thoughtful smile. Tang Yu felt that his chance had come. It was time to teach the villain a lesson. Although he couldn't pretend to be a tiger in a pig's skin, it was a waste of his outfit today, but he could always force himself to act. Are you paying for her meal? I'm afraid you can't afford it. Tang Yu smiled confidently. Waiter, bring a whole set of Dompa Feast. Bei Mingyin's eyes lit up. That's right. If she can't fight, she can fight with words. Dompa Feast is super expensive, and a few bottles of 100-year-old wine are definitely more expensive than those Western red wines, such as 90-year-old Chateau Lafite Rothschild and 82-year-old Chateau Lafite Rothschild. In total, it would cost 5 cents, or 50 million New Zealand dollars. My goodness! Although her family is wealthy, her parents can't possibly let her eat 50 million francs at a time. That's not extravagance, it's blatant waste. Because these things are usually only used on important life events such as the coming-of-age ceremony of the eldest son of the family or the 60th birthday of the patriarch, and are only used extravagantly once in a while. Waiter, bring a jar of Sohexiang wine, another jar of Rose-Dew wine, and, another jar of Puzhong wine. Bei Mingyin looked at Meng Yu defiantly. She really wanted to see Meng Yu scared out of his wits. After all, although the small restaurant was not very big, most of the people who could make a reservation to eat here were from the families of the world. Ordinary people don't have the connections to make reservations. So they should at least have some knowledge of the wine she ordered. Morong Qianyu's face changed drastically. She was a little worried about Meng Yu's money. This set of food and wine would cost at least more than 100 cents, but she knew Meng Yu's family background, so she didn't say anything. Although the cost is high, it is only for her. For a super rich man like Meng Yu, it's probably just a drop in the bucket. Meng Yu was even more calm. First of all, he had no shortage of money. Secondly, before he got the system, he was a regular worker, so how would he know these ancient Xiao wines? I'm afraid that no normal modern person has ever heard of these northern Songcord wines, let alone drunk them. Ignorance is bliss. It doesn't matter if he knows, it's him, no mistake. The waiter was dressed as a waiter from the Northern Song dynasty, with a white towel draped over his shoulder, and he walked over with a bitter smile. He had witnessed everything that had happened earlier and of course knew that the guests at this table were in a bad mood. Sir, there are only 2 people at your table, so I'm afraid you won't be able to finish the entire Dompa feast. Why don't you pick a few dishes you like? Forget about the ancient wine, it's the same as drinking some aged Moutai. The waiter was trying to smooth things over. This restaurant is not like an ordinary restaurant. It is frequented by celebrities, and the owner of the restaurant has retired from the imperial capital to Nanhang to spend his old age. He has so much money that he can build a golden coffin. So making money is secondary. The important thing is to provide an elegant place for the upper class to gather. Nonsense, are you telling me what to do? You recognize this brand, right? Bei Mingyin took out a token and waved it in front of the waiter's eyes. The waiter's pupils shrank and his back was suddenly wet with sweat. I recognize it. I'll go inform the kitchen. The waiter wiped the cold sweat from his temples and bowed. Chapter 33 Waste? I mean, one more. Meng Yu smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. He ignored the shouts of the man and woman at the next table. He picked up a piece of thin lamb with his chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. It was indeed very fragrant, and the taste was much more delicate than that of the farm-raised lamb outside. After all, you get what you pay for. But if it weren't for Morong Qianyu taking him along, he, a former laborer, wouldn't have had the means to enter such an upscale place. Thinking of this, he put another piece of thin lamb in Morong Qianyu's bowl. Eat it while it's hot, he said lightly. Morong Qianyu blinked, looking at the lamb slices in the bowl. For some reason, her eyes were a little bit sore. Even when she graduated this year, her father gave her a 40 million naira Rolls-Royce Phantom, but she was never so moved. Perhaps this is the sadness of licking a dog. But she didn't refuse, and ate the thin slice of lamb into her stomach. She had always been a neat freak, but she didn't mind at all that Meng Yu's chopsticks had touched it. A table of Dongpa feast costs about 10 million yuan, plus the wine that Bei Mingyin ordered. It should be about 60 million yuan, which is equivalent to 6 cents. As for the significance of the representative of the imperial capital, Meng Yu, you should know better than me. Morong Qianyu whispered in his ear. Meng Yu's face had changed slightly. After all, 60 million for a meal sounded a bit scary.
Who knows what kind of wine Bei Mingyin ordered? It can't be some kind of antique that can't be drunk, right? Damn. This little spendthrift. But when he heard that it was equivalent to only 6 cents, he was relieved. It's only 6 cents, what's the big deal? He thought the little bitch would take revenge on him. It seems that she is not as fierce as she seems. As for what the capital city of Beiming represents, Meng Yu expressed a lot of question marks. He is just an ordinary worker, and he has never even been to the imperial capital. How would he know about the north and south heavens? However, Meng Yu still wanted to steal the identity of a hidden family's son, so he had to nod lightly with a confused look. Morong Qianyu didn't suspect anything either. After all, Meng Yu's background was so mysterious that it was probably even more mysterious than the Beiming family in the imperial capital. Only the seemingly ordinary Su Ningyun by his side could be compared to him. It is true that people of similar character gather together, and people are divided into groups. If you say that these two young masters and ladies from the hidden families bumped into each other by accident, she would never believe it. Morong Qianyu, who had realized this, was a little disappointed, because she knew that there was a certain gap between her and Meng Yu's family background, and it was very, very difficult to achieve a leap in class. Because the family is both a powerful backing and a heavy yoke, every family member must put the family's interests in a very high position. But she doesn't have no chance at all. If she can help Meng Yu to reach the top of the family, then the two of them are still very likely to get together, if Meng Yu won't despise her at that time. Morong Qianyu felt that her current thoughts were like a moth flying into the flames, knowing full well that she might burn to death, but still going ahead without hesitation. Did she really fall in love with him in just half a day? Although he is indeed very good, like the blazing sun in the sky, he has enveloped the entire sky in her heart. A look of confusion flashed in Morong Qianyu's eyes. Su Ningyun's face showed envy. Only the daughter of the Morong group could be worthy of him, right? And she is just a girl from an ordinary family. Just as my father said, our family is poor, we can't afford to go to college, and we shouldn't compare ourselves to others, just be yourself. But Su Ningyun had a fleeting impulse in her heart. She wanted Meng Yu to see her true appearance. Her beauty might be her last dignity. But she also felt that it was very sad to do so. It's meaningless. Maybe it's better to miss it like this. It's time for her to set off for the next city and start a brand new journey. Let Meng Yu brother remain in her memory forever. Tang Yu and Bei Mingyin exchanged a glance, and were a little surprised by Meng Yu's indifference. Even if he is the top second-generation rich kid in Xia, he would probably stop her from spending 60 million nanons on a meal, right? After all, it's too much. In fact, these two people are not that bad. They don't have a deep grudge, so they don't really want to eat Meng Yu's 60 million. They are just waiting for Meng Yu to give in, so they can find an opportunity to ridicule him. In the end, they would only eat a meal worth 10 to 80 million, and they would also be disgusted by Meng Yu. Hey, Meng Yu, are you sure you want to treat us to a meal? Bei Mingyin suddenly had some doubts. What if Meng Yu said, "Bro, I'm just kidding"? Then wouldn't she be as miserable as Uzi, who spent all night to become the #1 player in the national server? This trick must be guarded against. Meng Yu nodded firmly to the waiter. A man of honor keeps his word. Since he said he would treat, he definitely won't run away when it's time to pay. Besides, it's not worth being so cautious about a trivial matter like a few cents. Bai Mingyin felt a little numb from Meng Yu's questioning gaze. Why did she feel that this man despised her? Did he think it was normal to spend tens of millions on a meal? The waiter smiled wryly and was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, Meng Yu stopped him. The waiter turned around with an expression that said, "I knew it." Bei Mingyin and Tang Yu exchanged a glance, their eyes full of sarcasm. It was indeed a forced cup. What a deep level of skill. Meng Yu was so confident just now, was he waiting for them to show weakness? It's like when the local landlord in a card game throws a bomb 55-55, and he still has 3 sevens and one single card in his hand. Meng Yu bet that the opponent wouldn't dare to discard the king's bomb because if he had the last bomb, then after the king's bomb, he could still easily finish the hand, and the multiple would be very high. I'm afraid that players with average card skills would be scared. He was afraid to use the bomb in his hand, allowing Meng Yu to easily get through a crisis. The guests present also shook their heads and laughed. From the moment the rebellious little beauty Bei Mingyin was sprayed with wine, they had been quietly watching the two tables. After all, live sitcoms are not something you see very often. When Meng Yu sang the empty city strategy, they almost believed it, thinking that Meng Yu was a billionaire who could eat tens of millions of dollars for a meal. But then they thought, even if it was a lunch at Barfus, it would only cost 4.56 million meters of knife in 19 years, which is equivalent to 31.54 million NGN in soft money. That's 3 cents. But it's not enough to buy the wine that the little girl from the Biming family just ordered. Why is this young man so calm? Does he really think his father is the richest man in the world? Even if his father is the richest man in the world, that money is still his father's. The gap between the rich second generation and the rich first generation is not just a difference in numbers, but a world of difference. The waiter breathed a sigh of relief and walked up to Meng Yu. He stood with his hands clasped in front of him and asked, "Sir, which dishes and drinks would you like to cancel? This is indeed too much. It's a waste." He is also an old waiter. Therefore, he never mentioned Meng Yu's lack of money, but instead insisted that there were too many dishes, saving Meng Yu's last bit of face. Waste? No, I mean order another one according to this standard. After all, I can't neglect my two friends when I apologize to the girl by treating her to a meal, right? Meng Yu smiled lightly. What he said, however, left the entire audience dumbfounded and gasping in unison. 60 million is not enough? Another 60 million? Listen. What do people say? Chapter 34, could you please help me open this? Sir. The principle is the same, but since the restaurant opened, we have never heard of a meal costing 120 million. That's a full 12 cents. I'm afraid the waiter stammered. He is professionally trained. He doesn't usually stutter, unless he's really scared. I'm afraid he didn't say the rest, but Meng Yu had worked at the bottom of society and understood the waiter's difficulty. Indeed, it is more appropriate to pay for the expensive wine and food first. Meng Yu reached into his underwear pocket. He took out a dime and placed it on the table. After doing this, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, if it were yesterday, before the world had depreciated 1,000,000,000 times, if he had to take out a dime in such an occasion, would definitely be a very low-key thing. This should be embarrassing, right? There were 3 school beauty queens watching him. He's embarrassing the godly hero. This must be embarrassing. However, the waiter looked at Meng Yu in surprise, because in his memory, only the children of truly ancient and noble families would carry around gold banknotes to distinguish them from the newly emerged nouveau riche families. This is a high-end chain of contempt for currency levels, because compared to the ancient vault notes, bank cards and mobile phone payments undoubtedly lack the sense of history. Tang Yu and Bei Mingyin looked at each other and saw the incredulity in each other's eyes. They never thought that this man named Meng Yu was actually a top-tier second-generation rich kid who had a vault bill. 1 corner is worth 100 million naira. Is it really okay to carry it around with you like this? Although the possibility of being robbed is very low, there is interest in the bank. At least 5 or 6 points a year, which is 5 or 6 million naira, enough for an ordinary person to work hard for a lifetime. Unless he is really a descendant of an ancient family with no shortage of money, those great families that have been around for thousands of years probably have no passion for money. Because of the accumulation of thousands of years, those families are rich enough to rival a country. Wait. The Mengs. A huge wave of emotion surged through Bei Mingyin's heart. Could it be that Mr. Meng, whom she regarded as her lifelong idol, had appeared? She remembered the message sent by her family, saying that Mr. Meng had appeared in Nanhang City. Unfortunately, the dragon showed its head but not its tail. Even though the banking giants all went to visit him, it was still difficult to get Mr. Meng's attention, and in the end, they were unable to see him. When she heard the news at Nanhang University, she was also very moved for a long time. She looked down on the suitors around her even more. At the same age, that man was already standing at the top of the world. The giants begged him to meet them, but they were unable to see him. How great is that? And these losers around her. But they are like gum, and she can't get rid of them. They annoy her to death. The gap between people. Why is it so big? Muyang Qianyu, sitting next to Mengyu, smiled softly. She was not surprised by the reaction of the others, because this was a man who was worth her moth-like devotion. If she let go of such a unique man, I'm afraid that even without any promises, there will be countless outstanding women who will take her place, one after another, by any means necessary. Just like the concubines in the ancient harem who competed for the emperor's favor. The confusion in Morong Qianyu's eyes disappeared, and her gaze was resolute as iron. She had already made a decision for her life. To be by the side of the king until the end of her days. Even if there is no status. Ding! The progress of the affection of the perfect match, Morong Qianyu, has increased sharply. The current progress of affection is 50/100. The host is randomly awarded 100 yuan. The favorability of Morong Qianyu has skyrocketed? Mengyu looked at Morong Qianyu with some surprise. It seemed that he hadn't done anything special, but how did his favorability increase by half? As for the 100 yuan in system rewards, Mengyu expressed a little disgust. But 100 yuan is still 100 billion nanometers, so he reluctantly accepted it. Having a source of income that continues to grow is definitely much better than feeling like you're living off the land. But it seems that he has run out of coins. Mengyu, in the midst of the burning gazes of the crowd, reached into his inner pocket and fumbled around for a long time, but he couldn't find another dime, not even a coin. What a careless mistake. He should have saved a few more coins. If he ever gets the urge to toss a coin, does he have to go to the vault at the Nanhang Bank to get one? That would be too much trouble. I'm sorry, I don't seem to have any change. Mengyu's smile was a bit awkward. The waiter was relieved. That's right. A coin like this, worth 100 million naira, is already the limit. Who would carry around 200 million coins and walk around with them? Wouldn't it be better to buy a fund and earn interest? Even for a rich young man like this one, the money in his pocket didn't come from the wind. Suning Yun on the side lowered her head and looked at Mengyu with a look of infatuation, as if she were in the office. Because when Mengyu bought the house earlier, he took out this coin. So she wasn't surprised. But she was very angry that her friend Ian Z was cheating her out of money. Wasn't she just sprayed in the face with wine by Mengyu? Mengyu is so handsome, so it's not hard to accept being sprayed in the face by him. It's fine for her. Besides, Mengyu didn't do it on purpose. Biming Ian and Tangyu at the other table were also relieved. Meng, there is an identification chip inside the coin. Are you sure this is yours? Yes, if you can't afford it, just say so. We're not that mean. The upper class in Xia is not that big, and everyone sees each other's faces. How about this? You admit your mistake and apologize, and this will be over. The two of them thought that Mengyu had stolen money from the family vault to fill the cup. Now he's made a mistake, hasn't he? Fortunately, the two ordered $120 million worth of food and drinks. If it hadn't been for the 100 million, they would have really been fooled by Mengyu. Especially Tangyu. Was already thinking about how to get back at Mengyu. He also hoped that Mengyu would make a fool of himself this time, so that he could show off in front of the three beauties. After all, without the foil of a villain, it is really difficult for him, a rich young man with a shabby appearance, to appear tall and majestic. Everyone laughed and shook their heads when they heard this. Everyone who can eat here has some sort of background. Although most of them couldn't afford to pay a dime, it was easy to borrow a dime from friends and family. If he really had that kind of money, wouldn't he just put it in the bank or invest it to make money? They didn't say it out loud, but they really despised Mengyu's behavior. It's like the average person hearing the name Starbucks and thinking it's a fancy restaurant. Mengyu smiled sheepishly and took out a crumpled wad of bills from his underwear pocket. I'm sorry, I really don't have any spare change. Could you please break this for me? Waiter. Tang Yu. Bei Ming Yin. Other diners. At home? Do you have a gold mine at home? Chapter 35. I'm your number one fan. With a sheepish look, Mengyu took out a 5 yuan bill from a wad of bills and handed it to the waiter. Sorry, I didn't bring enough coins.
No, no trouble. Your Highness, please wait a moment.
We need to contact the boss. After all, 5 yuan is really too much.
The cashier's hand trembled as he held the 5 yuan note.
This is 5 yuan. That's 5 billion yuan.
He had never seen so much money in his life, let alone hold it in his hands.
Who is this young man in front of me, walking around with a bag of money in his pocket? Could this be the legendary human-shaped bank? It's fucking terrifying.
Tang Yushin stretched his neck and looked at the wad of bills, swallowing his saliva.
He originally thought that the rich second generation of the imperial capital came to Nanhang to walk around casually.
After all, except for the Morong and Wang families, the other families were indeed not as impressive as the imperial capital Tang family. It seems that he was naive.
Suddenly,
he noticed that the little witch from the Baiming family across from him had a strange look in her eyes. She was looking at Meng Yu with a crazed, brain-dead look.
Huh? What happened to the united front against the scumbag? Hey, Ainzi, you're not right. He's the scumbag who sprayed you with alcohol. Get up.
If you say one more word about Meng Yu, I'll make sure you leave today in a body bag.
What's wrong with getting sprayed in the face? I'm happy about it. Bei Mingyin
put away her adoring gaze and glared at Tang Yu viciously.
It's all this little creep's fault. She offended Mr. Meng. How could Mr. Meng be a scumbag? Where in the world is there a scumbag who is rich enough to rival a country? This is clearly a dashing and handsome man, isn't it? No. She must apologize quickly to avoid Mr. Meng misunderstanding.
The diner's eyes were fixed on the wad of cash in Meng Yu's hand. From this wad of messy, uninhibited large-denomination banknotes, they seemed to see countless villas and luxury cars, as well as a life of opulence fit for a king. That is beyond the imagination of ordinary rich people. No wonder he can afford to spend $120 million on a single meal, which is equivalent to just 12 cents after conversion. This stack of bills is enough to eat for a year.
Of course, even if Meng Yu wanted to drink, such extravagance would be difficult to achieve.
After all, high-quality vintage wine is rare, and even if Meng Yu is rich, he may not be able to buy it.
When the diners looked back at the bill,
they felt that it was messy and unruly, but also had a low-key, supreme aura. Meng Yu's figure also grew tall in their minds, becoming a giant who stood on land and sea, holding the morning star in his hand.
What the heck? When did a fairy come to our Nanhang circle? This is too much money.
I've lived for 50 years, and I've never seen so much cash in my life. Alas, my granddaughter is only 11 years old, or I would definitely call her over to see this big shot who likes beautiful women. To tell you the truth, my granddaughter is 18 this year, so she can try it out.
What if the big shot likes her?
Speaking of big shots, I heard that Mr. Meng showed up in Nanhang City, attracting banking giants to visit one after another, but none of them have seen Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng's low-key and mysterious nature has been around for a long time, so there's nothing strange about it.
Do you think it's possible that the gentleman in front of us is Mr. Meng? It's very unlikely.
I heard that Mr. Meng is a wealthy man, but he doesn't like the hustle and bustle of the city.
He prefers to hide in the city and enjoy the fun with the people. Of course, the man in front of me is also incredibly wealthy. I guess he's the son of a wealthy family who's come out to walk around.
That's right. I'm also letting my daughter try her luck. If she can marry into a hidden family, she'll be able to rise to great heights. The diners gathered in groups, whispering to each other. It was only when Meng Yu put away the banknote that the diners reluctantly withdrew their burning gazes. Bai Mingyin got up from the table, walked behind Meng Yu with small steps, and clasped her hands in prayer.
Mr. Meng, I am your #1 fan. I apologize for what I just said. Please don't take it to heart, okay?
She sincerely pleaded in a sincere tone. Meng Yu turned his head and looked at her face, which was full of adoration and a crazed smile. He was suddenly filled with black question marks.
#1 fan? When did he debut? What's going on? What happened to the feisty and headstrong girl he had always known? Is this some new trick? It's okay, I was rude first.
Meng Yu looked at Bei Mingyin with a strange look in his eyes, his gaze falling on the purple double ponytail on her head. Putting aside the leaping thinking that the post-2000s generation cannot understand, this girl's youthful vitality is still very attractive.
No, 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 Mr. Meng, how could you be wrong? It's all my fault.
If I hadn't spoken so abruptly, a person as magnificent as you would never have been rude.
Bei Mingyin shook her head firmly.
It seems that she is determined to take the blame today. She is indeed a self-proclaimed Meng Yu's #1 fan, and she is indeed a late-stage cancer patient.
Ding!
A new potential partner has been detected near the host.
New. Name, Bei Mingyin.
Favorability progress, 20 out of 100.
Face value, 96. Body, 88. Ability, 92. Family background, 94. Why is the initial favorability already at 20? Could it be that Bei Mingyin is also a gold-digging woman?
Meng Yu didn't think this was very likely, because Bei Mingyin looked more like a rich girl who had no worries about food and clothing, and didn't seem to have a concrete concept of money, so she certainly wasn't materialistic. Since he couldn't figure it out for the time being, Meng Yu didn't think about it any further. With the powerful help of the system, he could just block the attack with a shield and cover the water with a mud wall. There is no need to be suspicious and overcautious.
Forget it, let's not talk about it. The food is here, sit down and eat.
Meng Yu smiled and politely invited her.
Bai Mingyin also couldn't help but lean on Su Ningyun's fragrant shoulder and sit down. As for Tang Yu, the little toady from the imperial capital?
In front of her idol, he is nothing.
Yin Zi, how can you call yourself Meng Yu's idol? Is he Mr. Meng?
Su Ningyun covered her mouth with her hand, looking surprised. She had already overestimated Meng Yu, but she never imagined that he was the legendary figure. Bai Mingyin, who was sipping rosewater wine, also looked surprised when she heard this.
Didn't you know, Your Highness Jean? I thought you and Mr. Meng had already. I didn't, I'm not, don't say that. I'm just a Cinderella.
Su Ningyun quickly covered Bei Mingyin's mouth with her hand. Her eyes, as bright as the stars in the sky, dimmed slightly, and she felt a little inferiority complex.
Mr. Meng is a legendary figure. How dare she climb up to him?
Moreover, her father had taught her since childhood that she should not argue with other girls because her family was poor, so she was somewhat timid and inferior.
She had never dared to think about a man as outstanding as Meng Yu.
Bai Mingyin blinked her eyes, and her long eyelashes seemed to be talking. She really wanted to tell this distinguished Qin Yuhua that she was not a Cinderella.
What's Cinderella? Don't be silly. Your Highness Qin.
In terms of status and appearance, no one here is more worthy of Mr. Meng than you. But when she thought of the cold eyes of her father, she wisely kept her mouth shut. Although the Baimings of the imperial capital have always acted domineeringly, they still have influential forces to fear. They are still far, far from being as truly fearless as Mr. Meng.
This is also the fundamental reason for her fanatical worship of Mr. Meng. Chapter 36, Ask the shopkeeper to give the stray dog some food. The misunderstanding is cleared. Meng Yu and the others happily ate.
Only Tang Yu at the neighboring table was eating alone, looking at the three beauties at Meng Yu's table, and he didn't know what to eat. Although the Dompa feast was delicious and hard to come by, did Tang Yu come here tonight to eat? He was here to pick up girls. What made him feel even worse was that Meng Yu had paid for the feast.
This is too much. He is the son of the emperor. When did he become the one who needs his rival to pay for his meal?
But if he really had to pay the bill, it seemed that he really couldn't afford it. In this situation, even the most delicious delicacies would taste like a mouthful of sawdust.
At this moment, the waiter returned and handed Meng Yu a wad of bills. Here is your change, 4.88 yuan. Thank you.
Meng Yu took it and casually glanced at it before putting it in his pocket.
The waiter was moved to see this.
This young man is truly a member of a noble family. Last time, a customer spent 1 cent and paid 9 cents in change. Then, in front of him, he ordered 9 times in a row before he felt safe enough to take the change. After all, every cent is worth 10 million New Zealand dollars.
The waiter actually understood very well.
Because he himself had also ordered 18 times this time, and was sure that the 4.88 yuan was correct without a single mistake, he dared to hand the bill to Meng Yu. But it was the first time he had seen someone treat banknotes so casually. He had only seen once in his life.
After a dozen minutes.
After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Meng Yu got up and was ready to leave.
The waiter hurriedly reminded him, "Sir, do you want to take these dishes home with you? These are all the most precious ingredients." In order to make these 2 tables of Dongpa cuisine, the restaurant's entire stock was emptied. He shouldn't have mentioned takeout at a restaurant like Dongpa Xian. But these 2 tables were really extravagant. And many dishes had not been touched at all. Except for the young man, who ate a lot, the other 3 women ate very little and put down their chopsticks. How much can Meng Yu eat on his own? This made him unable to help but blurt out a few words. Meng Yu was stunned, and looked at the sumptuous food on the table and felt a bit sorry for it, but he was indeed full. It would be a waste not to finish it all. How about this? When I came here, I saw some stray cats and dogs on the road. Could you please ask the restaurant staff to clean up the leftovers and give them to the stray cats and dogs? When he said this, the whole room fell silent. Bei Mingyin looked at Meng Yu with admiration. He was truly her lifelong idol. Not only was he rich enough to rival a country, but he was also so kind. The men around her are not even worthy of carrying Meng Yu's shoes. The smile on Su Ningyun's face grew gentler. Meng Yu was still the same as before, always inadvertently revealing his kindness. She likes not only Meng Yu's handsome face, but also the way he treats the weak and gentle in the world, but feeds stray cats with delicacies from the mountains and the sea. He really never stops surprising people. Morong Qianyu looked at Meng Yu with a look of infatuation. Kind and handsome. He is good at everything, the only drawback is that he is too good, so good that she feels the pressure of competition growing. Please, my sweetheart. Can you please tone down your brilliance so as not to attract too many outstanding women? The waiter almost burst into tears on the spot. Is this the real-life version of man is not as good as a dog? The waiter really wanted to say, Mr. Meng, don't bother. Just leave the leftovers for him to eat. He can take them home and throw a party. But in the face of Meng Yu's indifferent smile, he dared not say a word. The other diners were also about to burst into tears. If you can't finish it, you can give it to the other guests. This is a Dongpa feast that costs 10 million yuan a table, and they definitely won't reject it because it's leftovers. Don't give it to stray cats and dogs. Those animals can eat their leftovers, there is no need to eat the Dongpa feast. But in the end, no one dared to say anything. Although they didn't say it out loud, after Meng Yu took out that large wad of cash, they automatically placed Meng Yu in a higher class than their own in their hearts. What about the wine? The waiter asked a very important question. Because Meng Yu's huge spending of 120 million New Zealand dollars was actually mostly concentrated on these ancient wines with a long history. Although the Dongpa feast had precious ingredients, they were insignificant compared to these ancient wines. Ningyin and Inzi, you each pick a bottle to take home and drink. Meng Yu said calmly. Su Ningyin and Bei Mingyin were very happy, and they knew that Meng Yu was really not short of money, so they didn't bother to be polite and each picked a bottle of wine they liked. Because Yin ordered the wine. So there were quite a few wines suitable for ladies. In the end, Su Ningyin chose a jar of 100-year-old Snow Lotus Moonlight Dew, while Bei Mingyin chose a jar of Sui Xiang wine, a kind of imperial medicinal wine that was very difficult to make and had excellent nourishing effects. In ancient times, only emperors and concubines were eligible to drink it. When Morong Qianyu saw that she was not included, she lowered her head and pouted a little, but in the end she did not ask for anything. In fact, she wasn't complaining about Meng Yu's favoritism. Because she had already guessed the origins of Sui Yun and Bei Mingyin, they were indeed 2 giants who were qualified to receive a jar of wine from Meng Yu. And as Bei Mingyin said, what is the Morong family? They are confined to dominating in Nanhang, and outside of Nanhang, who in the world knows anything about the Morong family? She was simply a little aggrieved. Although Sui Yun was the first to meet Meng Yu, she was the first woman to follow him. And she asked herself if Meng Yu didn't care that she had been devoted to him. The rest is up to Qianyu. You can do whatever you want with it. Meng Yu added. In such a high-end place, he had spent 120 million yuan, and he was sure that the waiters would take care of the small things for him. It is indeed a small matter. In total, it cost 120 million New Zealand dollars, which is equivalent to 12 cents. If this were in the original world, I'm afraid even beggars would find it too little to live on. But isn't that a trivial matter? Meng Yu's voice had just fallen. The speaker was not thinking about it, but the listener was. Morong Qianyu was moved to tears on the spot. Was she moved by the distribution of wine? No.
What really moved her was the improvement in her status in Meng Yu's heart. Morong Qianyu remembered the strange scene when she first met Meng Yu in the supermarket, and also remembered the scene when the two of them went to the Wanhao restaurant to deal with the couple, and the warm scene when Meng Yu carried her up to the 8th floor. It turns out that all the efforts she made were in Meng Yu's eyes. But he is a great husband like her father, so he doesn't hang touching words on his lips, but often shows his deep tenderness in the details. Such a deep and devoted husband is worthy of her trust for life.
Ding!
It has been detected that Morong Qianyu's favorability has greatly increased.
The current favorability progress is 60 out of 100. Note, once the favorability progress reaches 60, the perfect couple will not pay any attention to the pursuit of other members of the opposite sex until the favorability drops. The favorability progress has reached 60? In other words, from today on, Morong Qianyu is his exclusive? This silly girl is too easily moved. Chapter 37, still here, eating and drinking? Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and his rough fingers picked up Morong Qianyu's smooth, jade-like chin. Morong Qianyu, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? No, I just got some sand in my eyes.
Morong Qianyu's heart was pounding like a deer in a forest, and she quickly turned her head away. Even though she had deep feelings for Meng Yu. But in public, she still couldn't accept Meng Yu's little flirtatious moves, despite her deep feelings for him.
Right, Meng Yu, how about you stay at my place tonight? Just one night.
Her eyes were a little shy and a little hopeful. Meng Yu reached out and wiped the tear stains from the corner of Morong Qianyu's eyes.
Okay, as you wish. But I may not have time to see your team.
How about this, you can use the first dollar of the seed round, and I'll go see you when the angel round comes. The old place was obviously not suitable for living. He had originally planned to stay in a hotel tonight, but since he had a date with a beautiful woman, it wouldn't hurt to stay at her place for a night.
Whatever you say. Morong Qianyu's eyes were full of tenderness.
She knew that although 1 yuan was equivalent to 1 billion yuan, for him, it was really just the cost of a meal, and with the current relationship between the two of them, there was no need to be polite. If her team members saw her in this submissive state, they would probably be shocked. After all, before she met Meng Yu, Morong Qianyu had always been a very independent modern woman. However, even the most strong and independent iceberg woman will still be made of ice after meeting a man who was better than her.
The two women looked at Morong Qianyu with some envy.
Although staying the night doesn't necessarily mean anything will happen, at least the closeness between the two of them shows Meng Yu's trust in Morong Qianyu.
And trust is one of the most beautiful things in the world. No feast lasts forever.
In the end, Meng Yu walked out of the low-key luxury restaurant with the three women in the company of the awe-inspiring gaze of the crowd. Several waiters quickly packed up the wine on the table. As for Tang Yu, who was sitting at the table in a shabby outfit, the waiters didn't mean to look down on the poor guest. But the two tables were paid for by Mr. Meng, and the food and wine on table 18 were also Mr. Meng's apology to Miss Baiming. Now that both Meng and Bei Ming have left. In terms of reason and logic, the male guests should have left by now.
Why are they still here, eating and drinking? Tang Yu at the next table was stunned. Damn! The waiter didn't even leave him any wine. He actually wanted to drink a whole jar of ancient wine. But he quickly realized. Meng Yu is his rival in love.
Not only did Meng Yu not send him wine, even if he did, he would have to firmly refuse it.
Otherwise, what would it be like to drink the wine of a rival?
Tang Yu suddenly felt that he was the most miserable person in the whole room. He was clearly a young master from a wealthy family in the capital, but in front of his rival, he was so humble that he looked like a little wife. He was so frustrated, but he didn't have enough money in his pocket, and he couldn't say anything. This is the most frustrating. Perhaps the only thing that could comfort him was the delicious Dongpa feast at this table. 10 million New Zealand dollars for a table is undoubtedly a sky-high price. Although he is a young master from the imperial capital, the car he drives is only worth 50 million.
He can't possibly spend a fifth of that on a meal. Wouldn't that be crazy? It's a good thing that Bei Mingyin left. Now he can finally stop pretending to be elegant.
Tang Yu comforted himself, reached out and grabbed the special Dongpa pork knuckle on the table and started to bite into it.
He had to admit that the Dongpa pork knuckle was made with authentic ingredients. It was no wonder that Dongpa Xian was the original restaurant. Although the restaurant was not very large, the taste was absolutely the best. It's worth the price of 10 million yuan a table.
Sorry, sir, Mr. Meng told me before he left that these leftovers should be given to stray cats and dogs. The waiter's smile was very forced. With this apology, the waiter's eyes focused on table 18. They then saw that the male guest who had been ignored had not left.
This guy is shameless, isn't he? It's bad enough that he's dressed like that and eating and drinking for free, but after Mr. Meng, the one paying the bill, left, he actually had the nerve to continue eating? It's true that the lowest of the low is invincible. He is a man of the same age, but why is there such a big difference between him and Meng Gongzi? No wonder when Miss Bei Ming left with Mr. Meng, she didn't even bother to look at him again. I guess she also felt ashamed of eating with him?
Tang Yu suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. The stares of the other diners were like thorns in his back.
The dompa pork knuckle in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. In fact, he should have thought of this scene, but he was so shocked by Meng Yu's wealth that he was temporarily stunned and couldn't think straight. Now that he thinks about it, Meng Yu gave the stray cats and dogs the dompa pork knuckle, and he was enjoying it so much, which was like stealing food from the cats and dogs. What? This is a dog attacking its prey.
What made Tang Yu feel most powerless was that Meng Yu never once looked at him seriously from beginning to end. The $5 that had shocked him so much was so insignificant in Meng Yu's eyes.
Tang Yu was heartbroken. Why was Meng Yu born when he was born?
He was born to be a little overlord, but he never thought that he would fail in this small city of Nanhang.
How unfair is heaven?
The diners looked at the dazed Tang Yu and began to whisper to each other.
Has this man been struck dumb by the shock?
I think it's more than likely that my beloved has run off with another man, and what's more, the opponent is a rich second-generation scion like Mr. Meng, who is so ruthless that I would probably be dumbfounded too.
Alas! Why didn't that Mr. Meng eat a little longer? My granddaughter is on her way here. Old man, you're really direct. Aren't you afraid that your granddaughter will be harmed? TSK. Granddaughters grow up and have to get married. Mr. Meng is rich and handsome, and I'm an old man with a bit of confidence in people. He's not the kind of man who would abandon his wife. That's true. A man of Mr. Meng's background would have received a strict and ancient education. Your granddaughter hasn't arrived yet, but my granddaughter has. Little girl, go give it a try. A top-notch rich kid like Mr. Meng is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Grandpa. I believe that Mr. Meng is not a scumbag, but there are too many beautiful girls around him. I don't have the confidence to attract his attention. That's right, little sister. Meng Gongzi's aura is too strong, especially when he pulls out his money. The self-confidence I've accumulated since childhood has been completely shattered in front of him. Even if I were the school beauty queen, I wouldn't have the courage to confess to him. In front of him, I felt for the first time the pressure that those losers usually feel when they look at me. When he was here just now, I really stuttered when I spoke. Hey! Why isn't this freeloader leaving? Does he think we would be interested in him? He's a poor guy with a shabby outfit. How can he compare to Meng's Armani and Snow Wolf fur? Cut it out. We're all here to see Meng Gongzi. To be honest, Mr. Meng is very low-key. After all, $1 million+ Armani suit is completely out of his league. Tang Yu heard the din of the diner's conversation. Tang Yu stood up with a red face, and in the slightly mocking eyes of the diners, he awkwardly walked out of the Dompa pavilion. Chapter 38, Staying at the home of the Morong family's eldest daughter. The moon was full. Meng Yu and his two friends walked out of the carved door of Dompa Xian and came to the Rolls-Royce Jasmine Phantom, followed by a long line of waiters carrying ancient wine. Yin Zi, the driver is here? Do you need me to ask Dompa Xian to send someone to take you back? Meng Yu smiled gently. As the host of this private gathering, he definitely had to see it through. Su Ningyun hesitated for a moment, but Bei Mingyin quickly said, "Brother Meng, I have a driver. I'll take Su Ningyun back." Meng Yu nodded slightly upon hearing this, and without thinking too much, he left with Morong Qianyu in the Rolls-Royce. Su Ningyun looked at Bei Mingyin with confusion, not understanding why she had said that. She had wanted to hitch a ride with Meng Yu, so that she would have a good reason to stay with the person she liked for a little longer. The attendant from the Yongsun sect is here. Your Highness Jean, you don't want Mr. Meng to have a direct conflict with the Yongsun sect, do you? Bei Mingyin explained with a wry smile. As soon as she finished speaking, A dilapidated-looking Santana stopped in front of Su Ningyu like a ghost.
Your Highness, the 3-year period has come to an end.
The owner of the house has sent me to fetch you.
An old, cold, and stern voice came from the Santana, but it was mixed with a strong sense of respect and unyielding determination.
Su Ningyu was obviously used to this strange scene and did not show any fear.
Instead, she muttered, "There are still more than 10 days left.
Forget it. Since you're here, let's go back." This time, it was worth the price to get to know him.
As Santana drove Su Ningyun away, Bei Mingyin finally came back to her senses after holding her breath. As the first secret organization in Xia, the Xiang Shengxing dates back to the Tang dynasty. It was originally a funeral organization, but gradually infiltrated over the millennia.
Now its influence has spread all over the world, no less than the Freemasons in the West. The pressure on her is too great. Perhaps only the Eastern family in the imperial capital. This is the first family in the Xia dynasty on the surface, and it can barely compete with it head-on. By the way, Bei Mingyin thought of Mr. Meng. He and the hidden family behind him should be stronger than the Afterlife Society, but it would be best if there were no conflict between the two. Because what's the point of being inward-looking? Isn't it better to have a united front? If the two combine their strengths and develop Xia into the world's #1 power, they will not only be able to occupy a vast foreign market and make a fortune, but history will also remember the names of Mr. Meng and the Wangs. Ding! The potential threat has been removed, so the host no longer needs to worry about safety. Mengyu sat in the back seat of the car, with the street lights outside reflected in his pupils. The threat is over? It seems that the source of the threat is really related to Su Ningyun, a former colleague, as he had guessed. It's funny to say that he is a fake son of a hidden family. I'm afraid Su Ningyun is a real hidden family heiress.
System, hire a group of people to protect Su Ningyun.
Mengyu thought to himself. Recommend the Black Rose mercenary group of the Night Organization to the host.
It can guarantee the safety of Su Ningyun 100%. The commission is 10 yuan per month, and the annual fee is 100 yuan.
Then let's go for the annual plan. Mengyu didn't care about the small amount of money. What can 100 yuan do before the world changes?
And when he worked with Su Ningyun, she had paid for his breakfast and lunch many times, so the money she had spent on him must have exceeded 1,000 yuan.
Mengyu, I'm a little nervous.
Morong Qianyu snuggled in his arms, her delicate face flushed with 2 intoxicating blushes. Mengyu reached out and played with her silky hair.
What's the big deal? I'm not going to eat you tonight. We've only known each other for a day. I'm not that anxious. You're so bad, taking advantage of the fact that people like you to bully them.
Morong Qianyu shyly buried her head in Mengyu's arms. Perhaps it was the after effects of the ancient wine, but the two of them gradually became more and more unrestrained in their conversation. The female driver in the front seat could not help but shout in her heart. Fortunately, happy times are always short. The Rolls-Royce drove into a villa area, and after passing through the courtyard gate, it stopped in front of the last magnificent villa.
What do you think?
My villa is quite big, with a swimming pool, garden, orchard, gym, etc.
It's not as big as your family's, but it's got a house and a car, right? You won't lose out if you marry me.
Morong Qianyu held Mengyu's arm and said with a drunken look. Mengyu, who had a better tolerance for alcohol, laughed in embarrassment at the news.
It is said that people are prone to lose their temper after drinking.
When drunk, Morong Qianyu is less capable and more foolish and cute than when sober.
Seeing this scene, the female driver and maid walked away tactfully.
As excellent servants of the Morong family, they knew that it was a sin for servants to hear many drunken words. They gathered near the courtyard gate and discussed gossip about their young mistress with the bodyguard who had come down in the car.
Is that Mr. Meng?
He's so handsome, he's a perfect match for Miss.
Yes. He's so handsome. And he's rich, too.
I heard that he spent more than 100 million dinars on food alone today, which is more than a corner of the treasury.
Isn't that too extravagant? Yes.
I heard that Mr. Meng carries around 100 gold banknotes.
He's so rich.
No wonder the usually cold Miss is drunk today. I guess she has already secretly agreed to marry him. If it were me, I would climb to Meng Gongzi's bed tonight even if I had to crawl.
That's too much. Miss is the daughter of the Morong group, and she's not as thick-skinned as you are. Oh no. I forgot to remind Mr. Meng. It seems that Mrs. Meng is here today. Shit. I forgot too.
I saw the handsome guy get nervous just now.
Oh, I hope Madam is okay. The other side. Meng Yu pushed open the villa door.
He was stunned by the magnificent decorations before him.
This is not a villa, it's a princess's palace. It's not surprising that Meng Yu lost his composure.
Before he got the system, he was just a laborer from a small county town.
It's not wrong to say that he has never seen anything big.
Under such circumstances, it would be strange if he didn't change his expression.
Xian Yu's family is really extravagant. Are the paintings on the walls all world-famous paintings? The decorations on this chandelier, are they all diamonds?
She is the daughter of the Morong group, and her home is much more luxurious than my small rental apartment.
Meng Yu exclaimed.
It is hard to change one's nature. It was obvious that Meng Yu's concept was still stuck in the past. He didn't realize that the paper airplane folded from 2 banknotes in his rented room was worth more than the entire villa, plus the villa itself.
Suddenly,
a cold and arrogant woman's voice came from above the spiral staircase. Of course, it's all real, and my daughter Qianyu is the daughter of the Morong group.
Yes, but who are you? How dare you touch her with your dirty hands? Chapter 39, Leave with this $1 million check. Dirty hands? Is Morong Qianyu's mother saying that she dislikes him?
Meng Yu's eyebrows raised, and he looked up at the middle-aged woman on the stairs, his eyes flashing with anger.
In that case, I don't want to stay here. His previous praise was for the sake of Morong Qianyu. After all, Morong Qianyu and Meng Yu's current ambiguous relationship was obviously more than friends, but not quite lovers. Everyone carries a flowery sedan chair. Isn't it normal for him and Morong Qianyu to flatter each other? Furthermore, would anyone really think that the world's richest man would kneel and lick the floor in front of a mansion? What kind of international joke is this? Not to mention the diamond-decorated chandelier. Even if the entire villa was made of diamonds, it would be no financial burden for Meng Yu to buy it. For Meng Yu, problems that can be solved with money are not problems. What are you looking at? You're a rude person with no manners. That Armani suit you're wearing, did my daughter buy it for you at noon? I don't know what kind of magic potion you've given Qianyu to make her so infatuated with you.
Lady Morong walked down the European spiral staircase, and as she walked, she said leisurely. The condescending aristocratic style made Meng Yu's forehead bulge with veins. If it weren't for the fact that Morong Qianyu's favor had reached 60 and she was completely devoted to him, he would use money to make the entire Morong family kneel and beg for mercy with these taunts today.
He is a man with a system. Even if he is an enemy of the world's families, he won't even raise his eyelids, let alone the Nanhang Morong family. You are Mrs. Morong, right?
Qianyu said on the car that you are the Iron Lady of the business world.
I am deeply disappointed to see you today.
It seems that Qianyu is really drunk.
Then I will leave first.
Meng Yu helped the drunken Morong Qianyu sit down on the sofa in the hall, then took off his Armani snow wolf fur coat and carefully covered Morong Qianyu's stomach.
No matter how annoying Mrs. Morong is, Morong Qianyu's sincerity towards him has been systematically verified and is beyond doubt.
Humph. You sharp-tongued little brat, since you have taken advantage of my daughter, don't think you can leave so easily. Mrs. Morong's eyes were fierce. After her subordinate reported the unusual shopping records of Morong Qianyu, she immediately took it seriously and began investigating the identity of Meng Yu, directly investigating Meng Yu from the hospital where he was born to the institute where he graduated. Although she had heard that Meng Yu seemed to have a huge fortune.
But hearsay is unreliable.
She believed more in the truth of her own investigation. Meng Yu was just a child from an ordinary working-class family, so how could he possibly have a dime or a dollar, let alone a huge amount of cash in the form of hundreds of dollars in the supermarket?
It's fake. It's all a trick.
Mrs. Morong has been in business for more than 30 years, and she has seen all kinds of scams. Not to mention $100 gold banknotes. There was once a Wall Street fraudster who fooled nearly half of the world's investors.
And there's the blood test for diseases. What about Gia's FF?
They are all more and more unbelievable. After reading all the information about Meng Yu, and combining it with the exaggerated rumors about Meng Yu, Mrs. Morong had already regarded Meng Yu as a big liar. Meng Yu laughed angrily and sat on the sofa immediately. He had originally planned to let Mrs. Morone go. After all, she might be his future mother-in-law, but since she was so brazen, he would have to play along with her.
Oh? Is it that flimsy?
Mengyu pinched the smooth chin of Morone Chenyu with his fingers, leaned over and placed a seal on her lips, then looked at Mrs. Morone with a half-smile. He, Mengyu, was never afraid of anyone when it came to arrogance. Others are forced to act like a dead dog in front of their in-laws, being forced to pay a bride price and meet all sorts of unreasonable demands.
But he, Mengyu, is different.
Not to mention that Mrs. Morone is not his mother-in-law. Even if she were, he would not give her any face when his temper flares up.
He admires Morone Chinyu's infatuation, not her mother's. As for the dowry? What? He is richer than the richest man in the world, so why would he worry about the dowry? This is impossible.
Mrs. Morone was so angry that her face turned pale. She pointed at Mengyu and scolded him, "You lecherous scoundrel, how dare you?
How dare you do this to my innocent daughter?"
Mengyu's mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled without saying a word.
Is he a lecher? Of course not. Morone Chinyu has invited him to stay the night. What does that mean?
A woman from a noble family is reserved after all, and she can't be as open as a woman from a brothel, full of lewd words.
Furthermore, Morone Chinyu is smart as ice and snow.
Since she got drunk at the banquet, she must have done it on purpose.
If a woman doesn't get drunk, how can a man have a chance? These are all customary rules for banquets. You don't even look like you're wearing a suit. Do you think you're good enough for my daughter? Here's a check for 1 million.
Take it and get out of here, or I'll call the security guard and you won't get anything. Seeing that Mengyu was not appreciative, Mrs. Morone's tone became increasingly sharp and bitter.
She was obviously angry at Mengyu's intransigence. However, the reason why Mrs. Morone gave a check was definitely not good-hearted.
As long as Mengyu left with the check, she would turn around and falsely accuse Mengyu of breaking and entering.
Mengyu looked down at his underwear.
To be honest, his underwear was indeed cheap and pilling compared to the Armani Snow Wolf fur coat. When Morone Chinyu bought him an Armani suit and accompanied him to the Marriott restaurant to cause trouble, she certainly didn't expect that her mother would use it to mock Mengyu at this moment. Unfortunately, at this time, Morone Chinyu was already drunk and unconscious. Otherwise, she would have gone crazy. She had heard of cheating fathers, but never of cheating daughters.
Was it easy for her to try to win Mengyu's favor? Why did her mother like to meddle in other people's business and ruin her chances of winning his favor? A check for 1 million New Zealand dollars?
Mengyu reached out and picked up the check on the coffee table, his mouth curling up slightly, and a mischievous idea flashed through his mind. After all, Mrs. Morone is Chinyu's mother. He felt that he shouldn't do anything too extreme, both out of compassion and out of reason, lest the woman who was infatuated with him be caught in the middle and find it difficult to do anything. But a little trick to kill her arrogance is not a big problem.
Mengyu pretended to be affectionate and said, "I and Morone Chinyu are soulmates. If I leave with this $1 million check, what kind of person will I become?"
Mrs. Morone's face changed slightly. What she feared most was a man who played the part of a lover. Mengyu was indeed very handsome, and regardless of the issue of her daughter, Mrs. Morone actually had a good impression of him. Seeing him so affectionate, Mrs. Morone's tone softened a little. "I don't doubt your sincerity towards my daughter, but you two are really not suitable. I don't care if you deceived her out of sincerity or money.
You have to know that if you want to enter the Morone family, even if you marry into the family, you have to be a member of the family at least.
Some women, if you are not worthy of them from birth, you will never be worthy of them in this life." Mengyu suddenly interrupted her, and his tone turned cold.
"No, she is my lifelong love, you have to pay more." Chapter 40. This wine is truly the best in the world.
"No, she is my lifelong love, you have to pay more."
Mengyu's voice just fell.
In the hall of the villa, the air suddenly froze. Lady Morone stared at the handsome face in front of her.
Could it be that the old saying was true, that the more handsome a man is, the more ruthless he is? How brazen can one be to say such things? Humph. I knew you weren't a good person. Name your price.
My Morone Group is one of the world's top 500 companies, so it's no problem to give you a little more severance pay. Mrs. Morone smiled contemptuously.
Mengyu raised a finger. 100. I only need 100. Mrs. Morone's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. What? You really are a wolf that can't be fed.
and you're actually asking for a lot.
Do you know how much 100 yuan is? It's equivalent to 100 billion yuan. You really are asking for a lot. I'm telling you, the most I can give you is a penny, no more. Ah, this? How can you bargain like this? I can't afford it. Then forget it, I'll take the check back.
Meng Yu shrugged and casually threw the check on the coffee table.
Actually, it's quite interesting to tease this future mother-in-law.
Watching her face turn from green to white as she tries to maintain her perfect complexion is much more interesting than being dependent on others.
As for the relationship getting worse, Meng Yu was not worried at all. With his current wealth and power, the major families in Nanhang were all eagerly courting him.
If the relationship is bad, it should be the Morong family that is panicking.
You! How dare you, you insolent scoundrel, mock me? You've gone too far. Someone! Drag him out into the courtyard and give him 100 lashes.
Mrs. Morong finally realized that something was wrong, and she was so angry that her hair almost turned blue. It turns out that the man in front of her is teasing her. She is the wife of the chairman of the Morong group, and even the mayor of Nanhang treats her with courtesy.
When has she ever been treated like this? Now she is being treated like a monkey. It's just that even an uncle can't stand it, let alone an aunt.
Originally, she had thought that in order not to affect the reputation of Morong Qianyu,
first stabilize Meng Yu, the fraudster, and then take the opportunity to bring him to justice.
Now, in a moment of anger, she doesn't care anymore. The maidservants waiting outside the villa rushed in immediately, but they didn't attack immediately, instead looking at Mrs. Morong with hesitation.
Madman? Where is the madman? I don't see any madman.
Apart from Lady Morong and the drunk Miss Qianyu, the only other person left was the honorable young Master Meng. The young lady had repeatedly told them not to interfere no matter what Meng did to her.
What are you hesitating about? Go, drag him out and cane him.
Lady Morong said with clenched teeth. This Meng Yu first made a pass at her daughter in front of her. Then he made fun of her.
He is absolutely lawless.
If she doesn't get her revenge today, she will definitely be unable to sleep tonight.
This can't be right?
Miss Qianyu said that seeing him is like seeing her.
Mr. Meng, what's going on here?
The maidservants looked at each other with black question marks on their heads.
Meng Yu smiled calmly. It's nothing, just a little misunderstanding.
Go prepare a hangover remedy for Qianyu and bring a jar of ancient wine. The maids nodded in agreement.
Mr. Meng was right.
After all, Morong Qianyu was the owner of this villa. If the master and his mother-in-law had a conflict, she was definitely the most qualified to mediate. And they, the servants, certainly have no say in the matter. Mrs. Morong saw this scene and her face became even more unpleasant.
What's going on? Her words are not as effective as this Meng's? Isn't this hitting her in the face?
She is the wife of the chairman of the Morong group.
When did her prestige become inferior to that of a poor kid? Suddenly, Mrs. Morong's nostrils dilated and she took a deep breath. It's fragrant. It's so fragrant.
What kind of wine is this, so fragrant? She looked closely and realized that Meng Yu was pouring the ancient wine that the servant had brought.
Would you like to try some?
I heard that this jar of Yaoqi wine was only available to the concubines and the emperor in ancient times. Meng Yu smiled and raised his glass to Lady Morong. After 2 consecutive waves of operations, while Mrs. Morong was furious, his anger had long since dissipated. After all, he had to be considerate of the lady. Even if Lady Morong is mean, he won't really take it to heart for the sake of the silly girl Morong Qianyu. Besides, Lady Morong is also very protective of her daughter. When a mother is anxious, her words may be a bit sharp, but that is not a mortal sin.
That's about enough.
If you can settle your grievances with a cup of wine, that would be great, so that Morong Qianyu won't be embarrassed when she wakes up. You're shameless, wearing clothes bought by my daughter, drinking wine bought by my daughter, sitting on a sofa bought by my daughter, and looking so complacent. Lady Morong said in a strange tone. Seeing that Meng Yu was not giving in to her threats or entreaties, she could only vent her anger by verbally attacking him. After all, when Morong Qianyu wakes up, she will definitely expose his tricks on the spot and see how he will pretend then.
Meng Yu rolled his eyes and didn't bother to argue anymore.
After all, Morong Qianyu had already taken the hangover soup, and after a while, she should be sober. At that time, let her deal with all this nonsense herself. He will just watch the show from the side and be done with it. The servants looked at each other. Does Lady Morong not know that the 100 million naira worth of ancient wine was placed here by Mr. Meng? What about clothes and sofas? These things, when added together, are probably not as good as the jar of wine on the coffee table, which has just been removed from its clay seal. It's only right that Miss Qianyu should drink the good wine of Mr. Meng, but it's not right for Miss Qianyu to buy a few clothes for Mr. Mengyu? This is too double standard, isn't it? Even the servants can't bear to watch anymore. This wine is truly the best in the world. I'm afraid a jar of it is worth several million. Qianyu is really something. She has such good wine, but she doesn't offer it to her parents, but instead gives it to this lecher. She really shouldn't be left alone when she grows up. Lady Morong shook the glass jade cup in her hand, and her face was quite emotional. After Mrs. Morong had finished sighing, she glared at Mengyu with hatred. What are you laughing at? This jar of wine is so expensive, and you think you deserve to drink it? Oh. I'm sorry, I was just thinking of something happy. Mengyu couldn't help but laugh. You're still laughing. You're shameless, wasting my daughter's good wine. Lady Morong shook her head inside. She had never met such a brazen man in her life, and he was also so handsome. Hearing this, the servant's eyes suddenly became strange. It seems that the lady really doesn't know that this wine was bought for the young lady by Mr. Meng. He even praised the wine as the best in the world and acted like a glutton. If the truth is finally revealed. If the lady finds out that the lecher she is talking about is the real owner of the wine, will she be so ashamed that she wants to die by banging her head against the south wall?